a different perspective on the matter. Meanwhile, the US Treasury Secretary says Washington is going to use measures that have, quote, never been seen on Iran. Scott Bessent says a combination of economic isolation and the continued US blockade of Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz will bar all ships from coming in and out of the country. The United States has also threatened to maintain its naval blockade indefinitely, ratcheting up economic pressure on Tehran after ceasefire talks failed. Clients of KPMG have faced a parliamentary hearing to give their views on the information sharing scandal at the consulting firm. Alison Brownlee has more.
Representatives from both Westpac and commercial real estate firm Jaques have appeared before a joint committee investigating the scandal at the firm. The committee heard KPMG partner Eileen Hoggett, who was the bidding partner for the company's external audit work with Jaques, wanted to participate in their internal audit committee meetings and had to be told there was an obvious conflict and not allowed to attend. Jaques chair Warwick Negus says they haven't yet decided whether they will part ways with the firm.
Members of the Australian Defence Force have joined a search party for an experienced teenage bushwalker missing in a national park southwest of Sydney. Charles Rushforth has the details.
18-year-old Lily Hooper left her home in Oakdale on Wednesday morning, telling her family she was planning on hiking in the Natai National Park in the Southern Highlands. Police were alerted after she did not return home that evening, with officers later discovering her car in the parking area at the start of the walking trail. A multi-agency search for the teenager has entered its third day today, which includes search aircraft operated by the Australian Defence Force. Hume Police District Crime Manager, Detective Inspector Benjamin Bowles, say police do not suspect foul play at this stage.
We don't have any information to suggest that this is anything other than an overdue hiker.
Anyone who's walked the trail in recent days is being urged to contact police.
And police in Victoria are calling on witnesses to come forward as they try to piece together a machete attack and suspected shooting at a Melbourne shopping centre last night. A group of masked men fled Craigieburn Central as officers arrived just after 7 o'clock, with onlookers reporting hearing shots and ducking for cover. There were no reported injuries and a search is underway to find the group responsible. Senior Constable Paul Hogan says a scan of the area last night failed to produce any leads.
We're investigating reports of shots being fired and teens causing trouble at that shopping centre. At this stage, there have been no reports of injuries nor any evidence of a shooting. So it's not like we've turned up and there's holes in the wall or there's shell casings or anything like that.
The family of young Warlpiri man Kumanjai White says they discontinued legal action against Northern Territory Police after police shared who made the final decision not to prosecute officers involved in his death in Alice Springs last year. The lawsuit was due to be launched yesterday, but the day before the family was told NT Acting Deputy Commissioner Travis Worst had made the decision, and so the action was abandoned. Kumanjai White's grandfather, Ned Jampajimpa Hargraves, says the family still want to understand the decision-making process, and his lawyers are investigating whether to challenge the decision itself.
We have been, right from the beginning, disrespected by the police. We feel that we're still going. We're still going to go on until we find the truth.
And teenage Australian golfer Jessica Bang has died in Thailand after suffering a brain hemorrhage. The Daily Telegraph reports the 18-year-old collapsed on the 1st of August and was rushed to Sinfayet Ramintra Hospital in Bangkok. WPGA Tour of Australasia has confirmed her death, saying the Australian golf community is deeply saddened. Bang was in Thailand preparing to play in the international qualifying tournament for the Korean Women's Professional Tour. She won her first tournament in February, the Women's New South Wales Open regional qualifying event at Mossvale. It was just her 5th professional start. You're up to date with all the latest from ABC News.
Alan Jones was a broadcasting powerhouse. Now he's in court fighting charges of indecent assault and sexual touching. To follow the trial, what's alleged and how it's challenged, search for the Case Of podcast on ABC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
Test cricket on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh.
Hassan Mahmood right up over the wicket. Weatherall driving, edging out. Caught behind. Again, he was flushing at that square drive. A little bit of bounce. And Hassan Mahmood removes the hometown hero. Jake Weatherall is out for 23. As Everton bowls and Smith gets a near goal. To the carry. And Tans it at third slip. Judging by the reaction, I think it did. And Steve Smith given a life on 2.
And it's Carey who's on
Strugging's bowled. First ball after drinks.
Abadot has gone through his defences and has whacked into the stumps, and that's a big breakthrough. He bowls an over-pitch ball, and Smith said, "What's that? Christmas? Thank you, sir." And he smashes it for 6.
Ideal Islam to him now. Smith's driving, breaks the infield. Down to mid-off, who's 3/4 of the way back to the boundary and walks through for a calm single. And that'll take him to 50. The 82nd time in his Test career that he gets to 50.
I mean, he comes in, he charges, he gets a top edge, it's up in the air, it's out. Caught by Jaques. It was a premeditated strike from Smith. And well bowled by Hamid, who's now got 5 wickets.
Line awaits, last ball from Mahmood, it's short. He tries to pull it away, bobbles up in the air, and he's caught it square leg. A neat catch taken underneath all that by Tanzil Hassan. And Australia are all out for 198.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin. On your radio, ABC Sports Digital and ABC Listen.
Day 2 of the first test at Marara Oval in Darwin. Great to have you with us. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. One team all out 198 and now on the ropes, having taken just one first innings wicket of their opponents, who are 1 for 96 at stumps. If you'd set that up at the start of yesterday, you'd be thinking, gee, the Aussies are in a dominant position. This is a mismatch up against a touring team in Bangladesh. Instead, completely flipped the script. It's the other way around. The Aussies on the ropes as we start the second day, and it's Bangladesh who are in control in the test match. My name's Corbin, Middlemas, down here on the boundary's edge. It is getting drier, which is good news. So the humidity was around 80% at 8:30 this morning. It's down to 66% and will be dropping as the day continues. We're headed for a forecast top of 33. Bangladesh resuming at 1 for 96 in response to the Australians' first innings score of 198. Corbin, Middlemas, alongside former Australian fast bowler and double century maker Jason Gillespie. Hello, Des.
Morning, Corby, and morning to all our listeners. Yeah, look, intriguing day yesterday, wasn't it? It was great for Test cricket, I think. Bangladesh's day, 100%.
Xavier Doherty's here, 3 format spinner for Australia. Hello, X.
Hello, Corby. Hello to everyone out there tuning in. Fascinating day, wasn't it? It's a very different feeling here this morning. I think, we came in yesterday expecting a whitewash from Australia, and the hearts were sort of broken a little bit last night. The Aussies would have had that sick feeling in their stomach all night. So I think they'll come out this morning with a sting in the tail, and that's certainly something we'll be hoping for.
So we had this conversation last night. We were all together at dinner, and I'm sure there's lots of cricket fans that were doing the same thing. What is the proportionate level of response to that day yesterday? So it's the number 1 ranked team in the world up against the 9th ranked team. Australia's seemingly well behind in the test match, and I don't know if it's Aussie arrogance or whatever you put it down to, or perhaps it's just history. Past his prologue, we've seen the Aussies so many times in the past dig themselves out of holes. I mean, you go back to the Perth Test last year, first test of the Ashes series, England in the 3rd innings of the match had Australia gone, and yet Australia fought back and won the memorable 100 from Travis Head thereafter. How do we dissect yesterday with a proportionate level of analysis?
I think there's a couple of things. I think you could probably argue there's a little bit of rustiness with the Australian cricket team, the batting and the bowling, but I think probably not enough credit's been given to Bangladesh. I thought they bowled well. They came in, they bowled at a decent pace. They're not express bowlers, but they were disciplined. They bowled with good energy, disciplined line and lengths, and created opportunities. And we saw there was probably a little bit of maybe a bit of recklessness with the batting at times from Australia, some loose shots. I think Nathan Lyon probably alluded to that a little bit without actually saying it last night in the interview. But look, it was certainly Bangladesh's day. We saw periods of the game where it looked easier to bat, like the first hour after lunch, Bangladesh didn't take a wicket and it looked like Australia was settling down. And then that last session of play where there was only 1 wicket to fall from a Bangladesh point of view, which Australia actually bowled decently. So, I don't think the surface is as bad as people have made out, but it certainly did nibble around a bit, didn't it?
Well, absolutely, and even Nathan Lyon last night touched on the fact that there was a little bit of moisture there, and they're expecting a little bit there this morning. But, we've touched on there's a lot of cricket coming up for Australia over the next 12 to 14 months, 80 to 100 days of Test cricket. There's a very good chance that yesterday would be the worst day out of those. They've already got that one out of the way. So I think It was a dirty day, and the reaction has come for that. But it's one day of cricket, and it's this is a very good cricket team, and it is in any professional sport how you respond. So everyone will be looking for that from today onwards.
We're not a network that delves into betting odds or anything like that, but just as a way to sort of put your finger in the air and get some conventional wisdom, the Aussies are about as short as a $1.40 favourite to win this Test match, despite the fact that if this was two evenly matched teams and you had this scoreline at the end of day one, you would ordinarily think that Bangladesh would be in the driver's seat in this match. Is that fair?
It's a crazy situation, isn't it? 99.9% of people came here yesterday thinking it was going to be an absolute bloodbath. And it's a pretty similar feeling here this morning. Like, I think 99%, we might have lost a couple, still think that Australia will just find a way. It's a crazy situation, and it's, as we touched on a moment ago, Corb, it's given history, given the quality of cricketers, given Bangladesh's inexperience, I guess, playing against big nations, but I think most people here today, just despite what happened yesterday and the conditions and whatever else, everything going against Australia, we still think that Australia will somehow find a way to win this Test convincingly.
I think something you said there, X, is absolutely bang on. History.
Yeah.
Australia have done it so many times in the past. They've found a way to get out of a tricky situation, so to speak. So I think history, I think you're absolutely bang on.
WinViz, by the way, who are data analysts that look into all this type of stuff, 52% the win rate for Bangladesh from here, 48% for the Australians. So they have,
even with that scoreline.
Even with that scoreline, they've got Bangladesh with their nose in front.
And no doubt that Bangladesh, there were two very different attitudes coming into the Test match, as well as Australia might say they were prepared. And I think the natural reaction is just to take it a little bit easy. And no doubt Bangladesh, they were up for a fight. They're playing in Australia against a big nation that they don't play against very often. It was a mismatched attitude coming into the game yesterday.
They played two Test matches in May. They played one in June. So they've played Test cricket more recently than the Australians.
And not deliberate. I don't think Australia are coming in off no cricket. And it's not something deliberate that they were disrespecting Bangladesh, but it's just how the two teams came in.
Rusty. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just on that, Nathan Lyon spoke about it with us last night on the performance of the batters. This is what he had to say on ABC Sport.
I'm not going to sit here and judge our batters or comment on batting or shit shots or anything like that. All I can say is our preparation's been unbelievable. For the last 5 weeks, we've been up in Brizzy on centre wickets, on challenging wickets, and I thought our batters looked really good. Some days, a bowler seems to have their day, and a young fella takes 6 wickets. It's pretty, in a Test match, it's pretty amazing. So credit to him. But yeah, I'm not going to criticise our batters because they did say I was doing a fair bit out there, and if the quality of Steve Smith says that, then I'll tend to believe him.
Is that the diplomatic way of saying, hey, I know the reason, without saying what the reason is?
Oh, 100%. There was a proper drive by that.
It's just touching on what he said there, he said that the batters look really good. I think he was referring to in preparation. There was a bit of kickback yesterday saying, just on social media, that he thought the Australian batters looked good yesterday. I think he was referring to in lead-up, they look good.
Interestingly, Alex Malcolm last night on Cricinfo in his story wrote about the fact that the last 4 first innings that the Australians have had batting day one of a Test match coming back from a long layoff, all out 104, all out 212, all out 132, all out 198. So there's all of a sudden a little bit of history here when the team's off for a period of time and they come back, they're not quite ready to go as much as I understand they want to stress that, hey, we're happy with our preparation. Maybe history will suggest that they haven't quite got it right because the performances with the bat haven't backed it up.
And it's interesting in the, I suppose, modern times, they're talking about schedules being squeezed. The Australian team don't play practice games. They play internal centre wicket scenarios, but they actually don't play a 3-day first-class game anymore. That's a thing of the past, which I think is not right. That's just my personal opinion. I think you've got to still try and strive to find time in the middle against meaningful opposition. Because the centre wicket scenario is very different to a first-class fixture where the numbers are going on your record. So it's very, very different. And I understand why the centre wicket scenarios are preferred as a mode of preparation for Test matches. but I still think there's room for proper first-class games leading into Test Series.
15 minutes away from the first ball on day 2 here at Marara Oval in Darwin. Corbin, Middlemas, Xavier, Doherty and Jaques Gillespie on the boundaries edge. Jim Maxwell, the voice of the dry season, alongside Phil Jaques, are going to kick us off with the first ball, and you'll hear from Ben Cameron, of course, throughout the day as well here on Grandstand Cricket. Bangladesh to resume at 1 for 96 in response to the Australians' 198. Start of play day 2 here in Darwin. All right, a couple of other things out of the day yesterday. There was a flashpoint when it came to technology again, and Steve Smith was at the centre of all of that.
I think so, yeah.
Eberdot passes the umpire, bowls to Smith, beats the edge, or does he? The Bangladeshi team has gone up. They are all appealing, and immediately they send it upstairs. Steve Smith unmoved, but we will have a look at this.
I was lucky. Yeah, it seems that way, yeah. You got to take it sometimes.
Do you sort of have trust in the technology there?
Normally it's pretty good. Yeah, well, maybe I didn't nick it, I don't know. But I certainly felt something. If I'd been given out, I was going to walk off. But, yeah, technology saved me today, I guess.
Couldn't have been put together any better, that package. I've not enough O's in smooth. I've let Ronell down. I had to throw to it by saying, did you nick it? And Steve Smith's answer, as you heard there, was, yeah, I did. I felt like I did. So that sort of pieces that together back to front. But what did you make of what you heard from Steve Smith there? Seemingly he thought he was out. The decision was not out on field, and technology upheld that.
Well, his body language yesterday sort of suggested that he was out as well. He started walking off. You know, he thought maybe I'll get away with it, but then when he saw the replay, he started walking towards the boundary, and then when they saw the snicker on the big screen, he's like, oh, hang on, maybe I'll get away with it. Which is, are we settling for that? You know, is that the way it should pan out? I feel we're sort of losing a little bit of trust. And then the Ashes last season, the Alex Carey, the one springs to mind, where everything didn't line up, but the huge noise. Yesterday did that no favours as well. There, you know, I think most people at the ground thought it was out. And, you know, the batsman included. Yet the wrong decision was made. Well, we think the wrong decision was made. I'm just not sure that most of the time we get it right, I think, is what Steve Smith... You know, are we happy with that as an outcome?
Well,
I'm not so sure.
Look, you've got the technology there. They use it. They've committed to it. So I think you just have to go with it. Like, we can't then just say, OK, we've got the technology, but no, we're going to go down this path, because then that'll open up a can of worms, X. Do you know what I mean?
No, I don't know. I think I like taking the good with the bad, Diz, to be honest. And if we didn't have the technology yesterday and it was given not out, and everyone goes back to their place and the game moves on, I think we're in a better position. And then, you know, there might be another time where he does, you know, he's given out when he doesn't, and that's just the game, isn't it? That's the way it's played at every other level.
Yeah, I guess the counterpoint would be maybe throughout history, batsmen aren't the best judge of it. Like, so we've sat here forever and said, oh, a batter knows whether he's hit it or not. We've seen other occasions where batsmen review it when they clearly have hit it, and it goes to the review, and you think, hang on, mate, you've nicked that. And the batsman says afterwards, oh, I didn't think I hit it, and the technology shows there's a spike.
Not very often the other way around, where the batter suggests that he does hit it, though.
Yeah.
Like that, this is the rarity.
I think the issue with that, X, and I don't disagree with you. I like the just... trust the umpires to make the best decisions as often as possible, and if you're given out, you're out, whatever. But if you, in that situation with Steve Smith, if the umpire then go, no, actually, I'm going to give it out, even though the evidence from the technology is saying otherwise, then that opens up a whole other conversation. And if you go, oh, okay, well, why is the umpire then doing that in this situation? Why doesn't he just do that all the time then?
Yeah. So it's a good conversation. 0467920222, 0467920222, the SMS number if you want to have your say on all of that. As we count down to the first ball on day 2, Bangladesh 1 for 96 in response to the Australians 198. We're about 11 minutes away from the first ball on day 2. Just on Smith, so he obviously had a number of chances. He was dropped on 2, by the way, just put down clean at third slip by Tanzit Hassan. Then on 3, the very next over, so he's just nicked the ball to third slip and was shelled. The over from the other end, he's hit the ball, you know, waist height through where third slip would be, and they didn't have one in. They had 2 slips in a gully. It was incredible. So that went down to the rope for 4 when he was on 3, and then this episode happened when he was on 7. From that point on, he looked superb, and as you heard in the opener, the 82nd time in Test cricket, he makes his way past 50. We did see an episode with him in the warm-up, didn't we, where he was doing some fielding drills and looked like he'd hurt his hand, so he felt like he was in the centre of everything that happened yesterday. And I don't know if you saw the replays of him. He's taken up golf, and he's really big on that. resides obviously in Manhattan nowadays and tries to hit the links as much as he can. He was shadow putting yesterday, so we see him with all his usual mannerisms where he's adjusting his pads and replaying shots and mimicking where the ball went with his hand and gesturing on the way through, almost like a mime. And yet yesterday he had the bat out and was using it like it was his putter and just practicing his putting skills.
Well, I think all these batsmen, as professional as they are, do have a way to de-stress in the middle, and you can't concentrate for 300 minutes. So I think that might just be part of his routine because he is so fidgety and he is, concentrates so hard. There has to be a moment where he does take himself away. So I think that's, as strange as it might look, and we've seen him practicing his drive, his teeing off and all that sort of stuff. I think it's part of his routine and just a way for him to de-stress while he's out there.
Yeah, I think so. And you talk about players, you hear the term switching on, switching off. Yeah. I don't think you ever switch off out in the middle, right? I think you switch up and down.
Correct. Yeah.
A bit like a dimmer switch in your lounge room. You just go down, just ease off a little bit, switch down a little bit, just take it easy. And maybe, as you said, maybe that's his little routine. He just has a little practice, his little putt. But golf's become a bit of a cult amongst cricketers now, hasn't it?
Well, I was going to say, it did nothing to sort of take away from the suggestion that this is a golf team that play the occasional game of cricket.
It feels like it's a personality trait at the moment, doesn't it, for cricketers in this country? They love their golf. The chief, just a couple of plugs here. So the Cricket Australia Chief Executive Todd Greenberg joined me on Grandstand at lunch yesterday. You can find that full interview, by the way, in the podcast feed under Best of ABC Sport. So Best of ABC Sport, wherever you get your podcasts, and you can listen to the full lunchtime interview with Todd Greenberg. But part of what he spoke about, he said absolutely not that there will be a sale of any BBL team before the start of this season. So it felt like there were some teams agitating, particularly out of Victoria, trying to get a sale done. That won't happen before this year's edition of the BBL. I put to him that the players want 33% of the game's revenue, so an uptick on what their current slice of the pie is. I said, can the game afford that? And Todd replied, short answer is no. We've made it pretty clear to the players that essentially they want to increase the overall size of the pie and as a result increasing their share of what that is. But essentially they can't give them a bigger slice of what they've got currently. So that MOU, you think, and the CBA will be protracted as they try to sort that out. They can't advance with any of the sales of the privatisation of the BBL until they work out a new deal with the players. So that's a particular sticking point. He also spoke about what the CA, what Cricket Australia has learned from the 100. So the fact that the 100 this year has crowd numbers have gone down despite the fact that they've opened it up for privatisation. Quality on field has increased. Viewership has increased in some sections, but they are down through the gates. He said, look, part of the reason for that is the way the ticketing structure is put together. So he lent more into that rather than the changes in the names and the franchises and the lack of local feel to each of the teams. And he also said they are looking at a couple of dates for the AB medal this year, but sort of tried to warn people that it's not comparative to the Brownlow or the Dally M.
Instead of the sausage sizzle they had the other day.
Essentially said, get that out of your mind, that if you think it's going to be the Brownlow or the Dally M, it's not that. Well, any thoughts on any of that?
Well, change is coming, isn't it? On the Big Bash, whether you like it or not, cricket in Australia can't afford to stand still. And, as good as the Big Bash has been, and, for those who have grown up in it and become accustomed to the team names and the team colours and, a CEO ownership, that they can't just keep going as it is. It needs to change, it needs to evolve, and it needs to try and compete with some of the other franchises around the world. So, they have to sort of pull the trigger on that. As you said, Cobb, it's not going to happen this year, but it is coming. So you've just got to get your head around that if you whether you like it or not.
Something that my ears pricked up yesterday when you were talking, Dizzy, about Marnus Labuschagne, and you mentioned multiple times about how you used him in the PSL, and you said, we sat down and talked about him opening the batting, we spoke with the owners about it. I thought they spoke with the owners about it. And this is something that I think that Australian cricket fans need to get their head around. Yep. If there is private ownership, they will not only run the team, that there's a huge chance that they will have a say on selection and who plays and who doesn't.
Oh, I can assure you they have a say on selection. In my experiences in the franchise world, it's just that they stump up the money. They want their say. If they've paid a lot of money for certain players, they want to get a return on their investment.
Is that right, Diz? Is it like, it obviously is not the way that we're used to here in Australia, but how does that go practically? Is that just the way it is, and you've just got to get your head around it?
You have to be flexible and adaptable, and that's just the way it is. If you think if you've spent millions on a franchise and you're spending a lot of money on a certain player or players, you want to see him out on the park, don't you?
Yeah. Full interviews available through Best of ABC Sport in the podcast store, so you can listen to the whole thing there. Todd Greenberg, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, with me yesterday at Grandstand at lunch. We're about 5 minutes away from the first ball here on day 2 with Australia behind in the test. They've got a bit to do, made 198 batting first, and Bangladesh to resume on 1 for 96. It's not a cloud in the sky, so the sun is beautiful. The sun is beating down, 33 degrees, the forecast top, and the humidity clearing out after the way that things started earlier today. Quick word on Hassan Mahmood. So his performance yesterday, what did you see from him, Des?
Bowled beautifully. I managed to have a quick chat to Phil Simmons, the coach of Bangladesh, out before play today, and I told him I thought his seamers bowled really well, and he highlighted Hassan Mahmood, getting 6 for 55, the best figures ever by Bangladesh against Australia in Test cricket. But what he did well is he kept all dismissals in play. He pitched the ball up on a good length at top of the off stump, fourth stump. There was just enough in the surface, and with the little bit of impatience from the Australian batters played into his hands, and I thought he bowled very well. I thought the other seamers bowled well as well. So no, it was a really good performance from the Bangladeshis, and they deserve to be in front because they've played some good cricket.
Third 5-wicket haul for him, Max. He's got one in Pakistan. He's got one in India, in Chennai, where he picked up the wickets of Virat Kohli, Shubman Gill, Rohit Sharma on the way there. Rishabh Pant, and now he's got a 6 for here against the Australians, and got both Smith and Head, two of the world's best.
He likes the big names, doesn't he? And he likes the big stage. So, yeah, it's fantastic to see him not doing anything fancy. There's nothing extraordinary about it, just hitting the right spot, maintaining pressure, and obviously got some undisciplined batting, I might say, at the other end, which certainly helped the cause. But Eberdot and
Taskin,
certainly helped him out. They kept the pressure up, so fantastic effort.
And good news for Bangladesh too. One of their best quicks, Shariful Islam, is fit and available for the second test. So he's been added to the squad. So they'll have reinforcements there by the time we get to Mackay. That starts Saturday week, and of course you'll hear it all here on ABC Sport. All right, quick word from Nathan Lyon before the guys get out here to start the first session on day 2. I put the question to him on Grandstand at Stumps last night. What is the way back for Australia?
Doing the basics for long periods of time. If we can challenge the guys' defence in the morning, get them to try and force a few shots, we've got a pretty handy bowling attack. So I've got full confidence in the guys out there that will rest up, recover, come well planned tomorrow morning, and put the basics into play.
Same question to both of you, Xavier, Doherty and Jaques and Gillespie. What's the way back for the Aussies?
We'll see a sting in the Australians. They would have had a shocking feeling in their stomach after yesterday's day. They'll know, and they've got to sleep on that. I don't think we'll see too many smiles from them. I think we'll see them, stick to the basics, but there will be some fire this morning.
There's only 2 deliveries that the Australian seamers should be bowling. They should be challenging the front foot defence of the Bangladeshis, or right up their nose, short balls, and get their feet muddled and indecisive, and that's the way to impact here this morning.
It's interesting in that CA11 game, young Campbell Thompson, the young quick from South Australia, he took 8 wickets. 6 of them were bowled or LBW, so it wasn't as if it was a touring team that was driving on the up. They were full and at the stumps. All right, more from Jason Gillespie and Xavier Doherty throughout the day. You'll hear from Ben Cameron in commentary and myself, Corbin Middlemas. But to get us going on the second day, the opening session with Bangladesh resuming at 1 for 96, we can kick it upstairs to our opener, Phil Jaques, alongside the voice of the dry season, Jim Maxwell. Good morning, Jim.
You wear your shorts, Corby. You go and have a cold shower, you're at the tea, you'll be sweating. And no slip, slop, slap. It's very, very ambitious. You'll melt if you're out here. It is humid and it's warm, but it's quite nice sitting in our little commentary position out at deep extra cover or backward square as the players sort of milk their way onto the ground in Australia. They got a bit of work to do today, Phil, to stop Bangladesh from getting a lead, maybe a sizable lead on the first innings. How do you see it? Good morning.
Morning, Jim. Yes, another cracking day in Darwin, isn't it? Beautiful blue skies. Long way back in this game, definitely. They've got some work to do, all right. These Australian bowlers are going to have to get it right and try and make up for what was, you'd have to say, a below-par performance with the bat yesterday, and they've got a bit of work to do. They need early inroads today. We spoke to Well, Steve Smith in the conference yesterday was talking about how he felt like the wicket was a little bit tacky in the morning after being under the covers all night with the sweat and the humidity here. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays today and see if it plays a part at all in this morning's session. But they're going to need something to happen in this first hour, I would imagine, to get back into this game quickly. Otherwise, they're going to put themselves under real pressure.
Have you been out there to give the pitch a penetrometer reading? Is there any tackiness there?
There was a lot of overzealous Cricket Australia people.
76 overs
try and get onto the wicket to actually feel the hardness of it. But it's pretty similar. There was a few little marks in the wicket from the ball taking the top of the wicket yesterday. I wouldn't say it was like really heavy, deep dents in the wicket, but there was certainly little indents indentations in the top of the grass, whether it penetrated the actual wicket or not.
Hazelwood starts the day and he bowls wide of the off stump, and it bounces past Mominal, who's on 35, Tans at 32, 1 for 96. So
we'll see how much.
What sort of deviation are we going to have with those little dents in the wicket?
Well, that's it. It depends on how deep they were, and we couldn't get close enough to have a look. But if they're deep and they harden up a little bit, you might see a little bit of sideways and maybe a bit more variable bounce today.
Yes, the window cleaner will turn up here one day, I suppose, but I'm up and I'm down and I'm around, and Hazelwood bowls accurately. They get a quick single. He goes a bit later than on strikers in, but it doesn't matter as it runs out there on the offside.
Cricket, good intent, dropping and running.
Very good.
That's the thing about intent. We talk about intent a lot in this country and in cricket circles, and intent doesn't always mean big shots. It just means that there's an intensity to your movement and an intensity to trying to score runs, and you can do that by defending like that. That was some really good cricket. Dropped and ran.
Hope Marnus Labuschagne was watching as he bowls again, and he beats the edge. A good one that hit the pitch and bounced. Must have been a little bit of movement as well as bounce around the line of the off stump. So very useful delivery from Webster. It is. He's got the ball at the moment. I thought it was Hazelwood coming in, but Webster has been given the pill this morning, and he almost got a nick.
Good movement. I'll be encouraged by that. Whether it's just a change in or a thought, give the big fella a go.
He strides up and he beats the edge again with a push forward from Tanzid. Once more, Webster getting a little deviation. So perhaps there's going to be some freshness in this pitch this morning that will assist Australia. And they didn't do that very often last night.
He might get another over if he keeps bowling all this as well. Plenty happening. Some good bounce, good movement. That has gone sideways. So maybe there was something to the theory that Steve Smith was talking about. Definitely those indents potentially hardening up.
Early morning view. Here comes Webster. He's driving and gets it away. Squeezing and waiting and getting a couple of runs in front of point as Lyon goes back to collect. 2 runs on the square, the cover drive. And Tanzid's away. 34, Monomal 36. 1 for 99, chasing 198. Halfway there.
We'd have to say with the humidity yesterday and the heat that we had and the early start, the 10 o'clock start here, there must be just a little bit of moisture in this wicket early on.
So here's Webster trying again, and he's driving and not getting past Stark. He's down there at mid-off. So 3 runs from the first over and a bit to talk about in terms of what the ball did when he'd hit the pitch, and even that stroke that went for 2 was airborne for a while. It wasn't out of the middle. So wherever you are in Australia, through the BBC on 5 Live Sports Extra, it's fine and it's sunny. This is Darwin in the dry season. Don't expect any rain. 25 overs gone, maybe going at a good rattle. 1 for 99.
We're going to see Pat Cummins by the looks of things.
Yep.
Switching around, going the other end.
Well, Webster's got to get another over after that one. So
I think you have to give him another over, don't you?
Yeah. He's right in the groove. So here we are on the western side of the ground, looking into a little bit of sun, which is just trying to make its way overhead. We had almost 5,000 fans in yesterday. They've come from everywhere in Australia to watch this test match, and it might be a sign of things to come on a regular basis. So here comes Pat Cummins, and outside the line of off, it's allowed to pass, and just gets through to Carey as Mominal allowed it to pass. So we're going with just 2 slips a gully, a man deep behind point towards the boundary, with a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And Stark down there doing a few stretching warm-ups, so maybe he's next into the fray, but Webster had to get another over. Cummins runs up once more, and he's forward and clipping it away nicely for 4 runs. Wow, he just got in on the pads, and he picked up the line of it, and the timing was perfect through backwards square, and Mominal goes to 40 with that crisp stroke to the onside. It was airborne, but cleanly hit.
Yeah, just a little flick of the wrist, wasn't it? Minimal fuss, timed it to absolute perfection.
Mominal at the maximal.
That's some nice shots, hasn't he, so far? Let's go. 40 runs now, 53 deliveries.
The 100's up. Cummins tries again from the airport, and he's waiting and leaning and pushing away on the offside. Yes, Mominal makes Gus Logie look less than diminutive. Yeah, he's a jockey.
He's not a big man, is he?
No, he'd be on the 3rd at Fanny Bay for sure, this bloke. His legs are about halfway up the stumps. But he's a busy little player, and he's got a very good test record. So Cummins is coming in again, and Mominal drives and to go straight to cover, and it's stopped out there, preventing a run as Labuschagne with his white floppy on again. Mitchell Stark's got one of those, and so too is Hazelwood down there at wide mid on. So we've also got a man just in front of square, so there are 4 fielders there with a floppy on. Right. 4. We're doing a count as the day goes because it's warm. Cummins tries again and charges in, and it's allowed to pass outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. 1 for 103.
It is a good day for the floppy hat today.
You're a floppy man, weren't you?
I did like a floppy. I always wore the baggy in the first hour.
Yeah.
First hour of the game, and then I'd switch it out and get the floppy on. A bit more sun smart, a little bit cooler. It's the country in me too, Jim, I think.
The country?
Yeah, country boy. Well, coastal country, Wollongong.
It's a suburb of Sydney now.
It wasn't back in the day, I'll give you this here.
Cummins goes in, and he's prodding forward, and it runs away down the offside. So that ends the over. 4 floppy hats, no wickets, 1 for 103. Mominal is 104, and Tanzid's 34. Mominal, he could have been a Roman emperor, couldn't he, Mominal? Or was that Maximal? It was one of them. Unusual name. And an unusual situation, given the history, the brief, truncated history of tests between these 2 countries. Here we go. Stark has got the ball.
Yeah, Webster's going to have to wait. He's going to have to wait his turn, isn't he? Get to the back of the cube.
How'd you rate Stark yesterday? Was it 50%, 70% of what we're used to seeing?
He certainly wasn't at his best, but he wasn't at his worst either.
He got a wicket.
Yeah, he didn't bowl badly. Just maybe a little bit short. At times, I would have liked to have seen him pitch up a little bit more.
He seemed to be a bit too much near the leg stump too, to the lefties. They're working away for a number of runs. Here he comes. runs in and bowls it, and it's defended very stoutly away on the onside down towards mid-on. He's coming from the end of the ground where there is some scaffolding, but a building in the background, which is still empty. We have a palatial entertaining room alongside us, and I looked at the door and I thought, they do well, these guys, don't they? It's the Northern Territory Government ballroom next door. Yep, lots of crisps and sandwiches there, but not many people. So maybe Parliament sitting or something. But they've got a palatial box in there. And we haven't had the invite yet, have we, boys? Well, I'll work on that.
We're still waiting. For the call.
So 2 slips gully, lines below us, and deep backward point. Stark bowls it, and at the end he let it go, but it was too late. He missed it. He was prodding. He was playing at thin air, and it sort of lolloped through. Didn't hit the gloves mighty hard, but it's a sign there. If Stark gets it right, he can make something happen.
There's some nice bounce and carry there, wasn't there? First 2 deliveries, pretty good areas. He was nowhere near the line of the ball there.
That looked like a batsman is not used to the ball bouncing.
No, Tanzid did not want to get in behind that.
Yeah.
It was hands away from body.
Tanzid Hassan on strike. 2 left-handers there at the moment. Stark tries once more. He comes in, Tanzid digging it out. It was Yorkerish near the leg stump, and he played a good-looking stroke. The ball scurried away down towards the mid-on. So Australia had a very ordinary day yesterday. I wondered if the thought ever went through Cummins' mind to bowl.
I think, well, I looked at the wicket and I thought they'll probably bat, but it wouldn't be a bad thing if they bowled. I actually thought that it was the best time to bowl yesterday, and they could have certainly won the game by knocking them over and going big in the second innings. As you saw yesterday, the wicket got a lot better.
Here's Stark again, and he's leaving outside the off stump. He's only 76 overs bowled in the day yesterday. What's the answer to that? Some would say just keep them out there until they bowled all the overs, but how unfair would that be for Bangladesh yesterday if Australia kept playing into the moonlight? They'd done all the hard work. So, in a way, they're being penalised by Australia being allowed to continue. I don't know what the answer is to it. Fines don't work. Most teams pay lip service to the rules and regulations regarding over rates. Stark is on his way to the little left-hander who chops down on a Yorker length ball outside the off stump. Tanzid gets a single down to Nathan Lyon.
What were the official over rates? Because Australia are level. Bangladesh, I don't think, got below -1. But yet we lost, how many overs yesterday?
Well, if you're supposed to bowl 90, 14 overs. 14 overs. Because there are allowances.
But the actual official over rates weren't 14 lost. So there's a lot of stoppages that are allowed in the game at the moment that I think they've got to tidy up. They change the gloves way too often. Way too many stoppages in between.
It's an actuarial picnic working out the over rate. They need to employ a few accountants to get it right, because it seems wrong. 76 in the day, but there we go. Now, Maximal and Monomal, they're on strike. Stark runs in and Monomal is playing away on the onside to backward square fine leg, and it's tossed in down there as Stark completes his first over of the day. That was after Webster bowled the opening over, and they've added 9 runs. Mominal is 41. Tanzid is on 35, and it's 1 for 105.
It's certainly an aspect of the game that they've got to look at. How many?
They keep looking at it. They don't have a solution.
How many? They've just got to make it a hard and fast rule around how many stoppages you're allowed to have from a batting perspective as well, because it's not just the fielding team that's responsible for moving the game forward. It's also the batting.
Well, I'm with Moreira Erasmus before he retired in the last Ashes series. I said, what would you do? He said, just keep him on the field. Make him bowl the overs. That's the only way you're going to do it. Yep. No fines or arithmetical adjustments are going to do the job. Now, round the wicket, Cummins bowls and Maxwell to cover. And he doesn't get a run with Shane out there diving away to his right to stop it.
He's probably saved 8 runs already, hasn't he?
He's got a cap on too.
2 great signs. Great saves in the covers. Nice Labuschagne diving to his right this time. Diving to his left last time. Yeah,
how long can you keep your place on your fielding though?
Well, that's it. He's got to be. There's got to be some contributions with the batting, doesn't he?
Sorry, I'm being a bit harsh there.
No, I think that's fair at the moment.
Yeah. Around the wicket again, and Mominal's playing away. Labuschagne has a fling at the stumps at the non-strikers end. There's always some energy, enthusiasm from Labuschagne in the field.
When you average 60 in your first half of your career and then 25.
Has bad luck caught up for them or what?
I don't know if it's a confidence thing. There was a few technical things last year. I felt like he looked a little bit better yesterday, honestly. He just lacked a bit of intensity with his footwork and got caught on the crease, but felt like he was actually lining it up a little bit fast.
Cummins bowls short, and he waits on it because it wasn't venomous, and he just knocked it around the corner between square and fine leg and collected a run.
So we were talking about it in the cab this morning, on the way to the ground. There has to be context to everything. You can't just look at a guy's average over a period of time and go, he's fallen off a cliff. There's got to be context in how many runs are being scored, what your percentage of how many runs you're scoring in a winning team as well. But when that percentage and that impact in the game drops down in the relative to what the team score.
Danzig waits and leaves outside the off stump. Maybe it's time when he goes to the nets, there's a bloke at the other end, and they practice running between the wickets, because to me, Labuschagne is so absorbed in his own game and where the off stump is, will I play, will I leave, he forgets about running. Just drop it and run. That's what Bob Simpson was one of the great runners between the wickets, but particularly when the bowling was accurate. Just you drop it at your feet, particularly in those days, they're a bit sluggish in the field.
Well, they've got to bowl straight enough for you to do that too. And you need to bide your time a little bit with that.
Here's Cummins, and it's forced away, hard, straight, past the bowler, down towards long on. They'll saunter through for 2 runs as it's chased back there by Webster and by Hazelwood. 2 more to the score, and it's 1 for 108.
I know there was a bit of comment about Labuschagne being only 1 off 20 balls at the start of his innings, but I reckon if you looked at when he was averaging 60, how many times he was 1 off 20 balls, and I don't think it would have been as bad as you think. I think there would have been a lot of instances where he took his time, left the ball a lot, and then just waited for them to come straight into him, and he's just not getting through that period at the moment.
Here's Cummins, just wide of the off stump. It's allowed to pass. And that completes the 4th over of the day. Jim Maxwell and Phil Jaques here at sunny Marara Stadium. And the contest at the moment, even keel. No catches have been offered. A few have beaten the bat. But they're 1 for 108 and looking prosperous.
Well, I coached Marnus Labuschagne in Queensland at the start of his career, and there was, just before he made his breakthrough into Test cricket, and he was very patient at the start of his innings. He would take his time and he wouldn't worry about how many runs he was on for the first 40, 50 balls of his innings. And then the game slowly came to him, and the wicket would get a bit better. He'd get into his work and then be away. But there's just that feeling of pressure to score at the moment for him, I think. And he's feeling for the ball a little bit. And he's on his own. I think there was a lot of batters that if they just batted an extra 2 or 3 overs and got through that tough period, they would have got through the other end.
Now Stark begins another over. He runs in and bowls and he beats Mominal outside the off stump. That's the length, and there's just a little bit of fizz in the pitch if you get it in the right spot. And it went past the edge of the bat. Mominal on 42, 1 for 108. It's fascinating, though, when you have a day like that, particularly in Australia, and the pundits are out there saying, they're picking the wrong team. change the batting order. Well, that's not very well to say, but who are you going to play? How are you going to improve the batting order by playing someone else? Who puts his hand up, making, 1,000 a season at 50? No one. Not many alternatives, folks. Stark goes in, Yorker, dug out and played down the pitch. I mean, there's no one really screaming for selection, is there, on the fringe? Maybe Inglis, but he's injured.
There's not a lot of runs being scored around the country. It's at the state of the wicket at the moment. In the States, of the wickets in the States, around the States. And your leading run scorer in Shield cricket averaged 37 last year.
That was Hanscom. Yeah.
Matt Renshaw, he averaged 50 over 6 games, I think. But, outside of that, there was really nobody who took the game by the scruff of the neck, except for Labuschagne, who went back down there and dominated it.
He did, yeah. Stark's coming in again, and he bowls a short one. He tries to flash it over the slips, almost nicks it to the keeper. Mominal looking for the maximal over the third slip, but he missed out. Just a bit of extra bounce, and he's just got to get the judgment right about when to play and when to leave. But you get the impression there's an intent to score. He doesn't want to get completely bogged down.
No, he doesn't, that's for sure. And you look at the 2 other guys that Australia have brought in over the last sort of 12 months. It's Bo Webster, who got 900 runs in Shield, and Weatherall, who got 900 runs in Shield. So they both dominated Shield cricket, and they got rewarded for it. So I think they're doing all the right things. They're looking for those performances. They're just not as consistent as they'd like them to be.
And Stark's bowling, and he leaves outside the old stump. And the other thing to add is, as poor as some of Australia's batting may have been in the last 2 years, and you've got to remember, Australia's a bit all over the place with its test cricket. They play a bank of matches, and then they don't play at all. Like, they haven't played for 7 months. Last year they didn't play for about 7 months. So you need to get into a little bit of test match with them, but they're not losing many games.
No, their performances have been good. As far as wins and losses go, that's for sure. They've been very dominant, and they've won everything that's been in front of them, really, over the last few years. And they're certainly, it's not crisis stages yet, but yesterday's performance, they need to have a look at that.
Stark tries again, and Mominal is in behind, pushing away. There's a couple of Tigers down below us, Bangladesh supporters. They're trying to play Rickety Kate or something. You can just hear clonk, clonk, clonk. They need to get a bit more melody into their music, folks. We want to be entertained. We don't want some boring little ditty that you've created because you're waking up slowly. You go and stand in the sun for a while. That'll send you to sleep. You might be in the sun. It's very exposed down there to my left in this stand. Here we go. Listen to it. The Stark goes in, and Nominal is pushing away to the offside, and it's fielded out there by Labuschagne. Now we're going to have a change in commentary. Corbin Middlemas still can't find his shorts, and maybe he gets sunburnt too easily, but he's going to relax and pour out the magic, because this is a magic place to be, with Australia defending just 198. Over to Phil and then Corbin.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh, live from Darwin, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thank you, Jim. Good morning, Phil. Morning, Corbin. For 108. As Cummins is on his way in, delivers to Tanzit Hassan, who's back and is defending out on the offside. So trailing by 90 runs in the Test match, Bangladesh 1 for 108. You got the pants on as well. Did Jim give you as much stick as he's given me? He hasn't. He's left me alone so far. He's been kind to me this morning, but mine are a bit thinner than yours, I think. Just one of the Darwin version.
Okay.
Darwin edition. Bought them yesterday.
So there we go. Depending on how long the test goes, maybe I'll crank out the shorts later in the week.
The shorts on, I put the shorts on this morning. I had them ready to go, and I went, I'm just going to go one more day. One more day of long pants.
Put the shorts on at dinner last night.
I packed them in the bag. If it gets hot later, I might switch.
Here comes Cummins on his way again around the wicket. The Tanzit Hassan is short and he ducks underneath it. 1 for 108. Didn't have you down there pre-game, so obviously you were starting off with Jim up here in the box, but a couple of things we touched on as part of that pre-game I'm keen to run by you. First one is the Alex Malcolm story where he sort of highlighted the lean team totals that the Australians have had after long layoffs. So when they've had day one of a test match, having not played cricket for a period of time, the returns 104, 212, 132 and 198. So the high water mark there is 212 in 4 attempts. As Tanzit awaits, and he flirts with one wide of the off stump. Ends up in the gloves of keeper Carey. Bangladesh 1 for 108. As a former batsman, being able to step up and play competitive cricket after a long layoff, regardless of how much centre wicket you've done and how much work in the nets, does it matter?
Absolutely, it matters. That's why I never had a layoff. I used to go play county cricket all the time. I'd have no more than two or 3 weeks off as a batter out of games. Because for me, games is the best form of practice. You get into a rhythm by it. The amount of cricket that these guys play, especially the 3 format games, is astronomical.
Cummins to Tanzit, who's forward and just pushing out wide of cover. Marnus Labuschagne in a regulation position. There's also a sweeper back on the offside, so it'll just be 2. Nathan Lyon, Jake Weatherald in the outfield does the fielding. 2 more for Tanzit.
You can't blame them for having a rest. You look at the test schedule, and there's not a month or more than a couple of weeks off now, right through for the next 12 months in Test cricket. They're playing. The only time that there's a break is IPL, and most of these guys that are in the side 24/7 are playing IPL as well. So there's just no rest. No rest for the wicket. 20 Test matches in a year is huge. That's a big year. Test summer.
Cummins back over the wicket now to Tanzit Hassan. Short one to him, and he ducks underneath it. Through to the keeper, 1 for 110 Bangladesh.
So there's always going to be that little bit of a taking time to get into your groove a little bit. But from all reports and talking to a few players yesterday, and even just listening to the news conference yesterday, they were really happy with their preparation. They felt like they almost did too much, which is testament to the coaching staff to put it together, the program. But did they need a competitive game? Maybe.
Cummins bowls to Tanzit, who just defends out through point, and there's a gap there with Weatherald back, so Marnus Labuschagne took a divot, trying to slide in and retrieve that ball. He's got a fair one to replace as he goes back to tend to the Marara oval surface, but his knee went straight into the ground there. He's lost half the oval there. Tanzit got through for a single. It's the end of the over. The Lord Nelson 1 for 111. And the score for Bangladesh at the end of the Cummins over. Put his left knee in and just had no give.
Cartwheeled over the top. Yeah, they did match simulated centre wickets, but centre wickets only have a certain amount of intensity, don't they? So it's a hard one to answer. How do you go about it, especially in the middle of winter when you're playing? All you can do is come here a couple of weeks early and play some games or play a centre wicket.
Is there such thing the home team can play a tour game? Well, organise a first-class fixture and all of a sudden play a representative side or whatever it turns out to be.
The touring team played a game. They got annihilated.
You could bring Bangladesh A out or whoever, India A, whoever it is. There's Tanzit on his way in, delivers, and a thick edge between a split cordon from Tanzit. Mitchell Stark starting a new over, and that'll race away to the boundary for 4. So Bangladesh 1 for 115, and they've made it through the first half hour here. In combination of Mominul Haq and Tanzit Hassan, both in the 40s now. And in response to Australia's 198, Bangladesh 1 for 115.
They would never do it, but how's the rogue idea of playing Australia A again?
Yeah?
They would never do it, ever. They've done that and copped the criticism. But put a bit on it and say, hey, we've got some spare batters here, and they're scoring some runs.
So would pay attention to it, wouldn't we?
Yeah, get a bit of attention. You probably get a crowd in too.
Absolutely.
Sell some tickets. Never going to do it.
Stark over the wicket, on his way into the lefty in Tanzan, who lets it pass.
No matter how many 190 scores you're going to have, they're not going to do that. But yeah, there's got to be something to it. If you look at those scores, there's a history there, isn't it? They're starting to form a little bit of a picture.
The other thing we spoke about in the pre-game was the fact that the bookmakers still have Australia as a warm favourite. So WinViz, which basically works off, data analysts and history of the game and where it sits given the current situation, they had Bangladesh on top 52% to Australia's 48%. If you were trying to combine both as to what you think is going to happen from here, the likely outcome, what percentages would you put on it, Jaques? Now that we're half an hour into day 2 and the Aussies still without their second wicket. He's looking to work it off his hip, playing a miss from Tanzan down the leg side. Carey dives across to take it.
If Bangladesh is still 1 or 2 down at lunchtime, that WinViz will change dramatically.
It feels like WinViz are giving them more respect than, say, the bookmakers are, because the bookmakers factor in things like, obviously the history of Australia, and there's so much faith in them at home to fight their way out of poor positions, whereas WinViz is purely data. So, that would take into account, every time, Pakistan against Zimbabwe or whatever, when the team's won for 100.
I think that's a fair assessment that Bangladesh are on top of them. They're definitely on top. But if they don't lose wickets in this first 2 hours, they're in a strong position.
Stark on his way in, bowls to Tanzan, who's forward and defending. Stark in at the stumps. Because the other thing I highlighted right before we threw up to Jim was the Campbell-Thompson performance, as the South Australian quickly learnt a bit about last week in the tour game between Bangladesh and the CA11. That game was played just next door.
The bookies have got to look at that. The bookies have looked at that as well.
They've got an all-out 54 in them.
Yeah, they've got that in them. So that's in the back of your head, and I think that's in the back of all their heads, that this all-conquering Australian attack has got a really low score in them as well, to be able to knock a side over when the conditions start to play in their hands. And we are bowling last at the moment.
1 for 115. Stark rumbles in again. He delivers here a short one to Tanzan, who weaves out of the way through to the keeper.
I'm saying that drop-in wickets, they don't deteriorate like your traditional wickets as well. You don't get as much up and down, so it could be, it could deteriorate with the early indents from yesterday. It may also not be as fast deteriorating as a traditional wicket as well. So for me, this morning was the most crucial bit. Australia really needed and needs early wickets, and they can't just drift along and not take wickets in this period of the game if they're going to drive the game.
2 slips in a gully. Last ball of the Stark over. Bowls to Tanzan, who lets it pass wide of his off stump. 1 for 115 Bangladesh. So the deficit is 83 in the Test match. The Australians through the first half hour on day 2 without a breakthrough. So the not-out batsman overnight from the tourists both still there. It's from that Campbell-Thompson performance too. So of his 8 wickets, 6 of them were bowled or LBW. So it wasn't as if he had the touring team driving on the up and the cordon was on red alert, and it was full straight at the stumps. And Phil Jaques steps out. Jason Gillespie, our fast bowling guru, sits back down. Have the Aussies done enough of that, Dizzy, and just attack the stumps of this Bangladesh team?
Morning, Corbin, and morning to our listeners. No, they haven't. Simple as that.
Is it time to try that?
There's been look, the old you miss, I hit philosophy. I think there's just enough in this surface for that fuller delivery, and I really liked you referencing Campbell-Thompson in that CA11 match. I saw the replays of that, and he did exactly that. He pitched the ball up, he was moving it off the straight, through the air and off the pitch.
Cummins on his way again over the wicket, and the Mominal hucks forward and just prodding out Weatherald, who fields a point. There's no run, so 1 for 115.
So that first delivery from Pat Cummins there, that was a fuller ball. It was probably a little bit too full. It was almost a half volley, but it was challenging that off stump, 4th stump. So I like that. Got a deep man, Nathan Lyons, out a deep square leg. Just Pat Cummins just indicating that he might look to utilise the short ball here, but the Bangladesh batters have been pretty comfortable with the short ball today.
Square leg out. There's also a leg gully in. As Cummins on his way in, bowls to Mominal Huck, who's back in the crease and defending. So Essentially, they've got 2 regulation slips with Webster alongside Steve Smith. The gully is Cam Green. And then to Carey's right, the keeper, he's got a leg gully in Marnus Labuschagne. Stark's down at fine leg. Nathan Lyon beneath us at deep square leg. Hazelwood at mid-on. And Travis Head having a chat to the bowler at the moment up from what would be regulation mid-off, and Jake Weatherald out at point. And right as I described that field, dizzy, Nathan Lyon trots in from square leg, so he's gone from deep square leg to inside the ring, so only fine leg out. And fine leg, by the way, is almost at a deep backward square, isn't he? Given there's a leg gully in play in the catching position, he's quite square. Nominal Huck awaits Cummins, tucks the ball off his ribcage. Out to square leg, and there's Lyon inside what would be the ring for a one-day game, does the fielding.
Just seems to be already a little bit of impatience from the Australians, looking at this sort of very much back of length, short plan. It seems to be the modern way. If nothing happens for 30 minutes, then all of a sudden, got to go to short ball plan. England are renowned for it under Ben Stokes in recent times.
Josh Hazelwood just warming up at mid-on, walks in with the bowler. Cummins delivers to Nominal Huck, who's on his toes and drops the ball on the offside, but no run as Weatherall darts in from backward point.
I said in the pre-show, pre-game, I felt challenging the Bangladesh batters' front foot defence will be the best method, but it just seems that Australians are just a little bit impatient here, thinking, okay, nothing much has happened here, so let's try the short ball plan. It just seems to be sitting up on this Marara surface, and it looks pretty comfortable as we see Pat Cummins has decided to change the angle here, come around the wicket. Interesting to see what length he bowls.
Cummins hits the crease now, bowls to Nominal, flashes one past the outside edge and through into the gloves of keeper Carey.
Well, they're obviously seeing something different to what we are up here. They're seeing something in the techniques of the Bangladesh batters that would suggest that the shorter ball is the more threatening delivery.
He's well wide of the stumps, but he did get it to straighten off the seam there, Cummins. And again, it was pitched halfway down the track. The diminutive Nominal Huck tapping away. He's 42 not out. Bangladesh won for 115. Cummins continues around. Nominal ducks underneath it, and it bounces once before reaching Carey. Taken on the half volley behind the stumps. It's a maiden. Deficit 83 in the Test match. Bangladesh won for 115. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Corbin, Middlemas and Jason Gillespie.
Yeah, just speaking to Xavier Doherty in the back of the comms box, Corbin, just before. Corbin, he was saying that, speaking to a couple of the players out there before play, the overs that have been bowled from the airport end, the end that Pat Cummins just bowled his over, the batters felt that there wasn't as much bounce and carry bowling that way from the airport end compared to the end that Stark is at now, the Michael Long stand end. They just felt there was more there. And if you remember, Hassan Mahmood got 6 wickets, and I think he got pretty much all his wickets from the Michael Long end. So there could be something. They feel that there's probably a little bit more off the surface, a little bit more bounce and carry. And we know that this surface is split into 2. It's 2. So that's an interesting observation, isn't it?
Stark on his way in, bowls to Tanzit Hassan. It's full, he clips it off his pads. Diving catch down the leg side by Carey. Did he get anything on it? There was certainly a noise. Finger stays down, and the DRS timer starts to tick. Tick, 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 tick.
Yes, sir? I like it.
They're having a look.
Well, I thought it was regulation, you know.
Pat Cummins tees it up, and they're appealing for a caught behind down the leg side.
By the director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision not out. I've checked the wickets of fair delivery. Front on piece.
Did you pick up a bit of conversation out there?
Travis Head, and I don't know if he was just taking the mickey, but he said, yeah, it looked pretty regulation to me from mid-off. Don't know if he's having a laugh out there or not.
Value everybody's input. There was certainly a noise, wasn't there, as it flashed down the leg side, Tanzit Hassan.
Looks like a gap between bat and ball. Can I have RTS, please?
Looks like it's missed the bat by a long way.
Clear gap. Yes. Clear gap. Keep it going, please. Keep it going, keep it going.
We talked about it.
Yeah, okay. It has brushed the pad. Clear gap between bat and ball. No need to check LBW. I'll go back to Kumar on field. Kumar, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now, signal not out.
So not out the call, and Kumar Dharmasena, his on-field decision upheld. So Tanzit Hassan survives on 44, 1 for 115. But a big talking point here, so the club cricketers around the country will be thinking, what's going on there with the... Has he got his pads on the wrong leg?
Yeah, well...
He's got the straps basically on the outside.
And they're a little bit long.
They are. So he's folded them up, which means he's got this hangover on the buckle, or what would be the old buckles, now the Velcro pads. The strapping actually hangs out, and I think that's what's actually hit the ball on the way through.
It's exactly what's happened.
He's lucky he's got the technology. Stark rolls to Tanzit again. It's down the leg side and a play and a miss. Kerry doesn't glove it clean. No bye. There's the Bangladeshi batsman, some hesitation. 1 for 115.
So it's pretty obvious Travis Head's clear view of that leg side from mid-off. It was wrong.
Tanzit Hassan, who's the opening batsman here in his second test match. 44 not out off 93 from a small town in northwest of Dhaka. His father, who was, like a lot of players from the subcontinent, a little sceptical of his dream to go and play cricket as a career path. Wanted to try and push him into a different direction as Stark on his way in bowls to Tanzit, who drives and breaks the infield. Wide of Labuschagne at cover. We're going to get back for at least 2. Labuschagne brave enough to try the dive again. Slides and reels it in inside the Morris Rioli stand and keeps it to a couple. Tanzit to 46. Essentially wanted him to take a career path in an academic career path rather than try and become a full-time professional cricketer. He ultimately decided to do that, went away to an academy in his teenage years and was part of the 2020 Under-19s World Cup winning team when Bangladesh broke through there in the COVID times. The comparison is often made of him to Taman Iqbal, who of course was a
fantastic player,
aggressive, sort of daring top-order batsman.
He was a bit of a trailblazer in Bangladesh cricket, Taman Iqbal. It's probably the first one that was going around on the franchise circuit and getting contracts. Paved the way.
And here's Tanzit Hassan. On strike, awaits Stark and just pulls his head back. Use of the neck as he weaves out of the way to watch that fly through to Kerry. 46 not out for Tanzit. 42 for Mominul Haq. 1 for 117 Bangladesh.
He's playing very nicely here. Tanzit, that shot a couple of deliveries ago through the offside for 2. It was over pitch from Mitchell Stark, but again, as I've said, Corbin, I'd rather see the Australians getting driven than the ball just passing through at waist high or above. It just brings the keeper and slips into play.
His only test match previously, Tanzit Hassan made 26 and 4 against Pakistan earlier this year. So already a career high. Third dig. Square drive here. That is superb. Out towards point. There is protection back, and Lyon from deep backward point runs around on the boundary to keep it to 1. So Tanzit Hassan's there on 47. Mominul Haq on 42, 1 for 118 Bangladesh.
Well, that's a feather in the cap for the young man playing his second test. Yeah. He's got Mitchell Stark bowling to him, 434 test wickets, and he's got a deep point. It's a feather in the young man's cap, no doubt.
We've seen this a bit too. You talk about the tactics and the short ball approach, the deep point. Chennai drives Darren Lehmann insane during coverage during summer, and he'll have a lot of support there.
Yeah.
2 slips the gully, line at deep backward point. Mominul Haq on strike, drops on the offside, thought about a single, decides against it. Coming up from the gully, Cam Green prevents that. He's starting to change your mind now on the context of this game, with Bangladesh making their way through the first 40 minutes on day 2 without loss. 1 for 118, Mominul Haq still there on 42, and Tanzit Hassan on 47. Changing comms, Ben Cameron's on his way in for the first time today.
Australia versus Bangladesh, live from Marara Stadium in Darwin on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Corbin. Bangladesh continuing on. 1 for 118 it is.
Good morning, Benny, and good morning to all our listeners. Yeah, 82-run partnership here between these two. It's been an excellent batting display from the Bangladeshis. Looks like we've got a change in bowling as well.
For Australia into the attack at the airport end, number 38, Josh Hazlewood.
Josh Hazlewood coming in. He's bowled the 7 overs, Benny, for 19 runs. I think he's looked pretty good on his return to Test cricket. He's been out for a while with various ailments. But it's good to see him back. The Hoff, love watching him bowl. It's a beautiful, beautiful bowler.
Beautiful, rhythmic run up and delivery action, and very rhythmic in all of it. As he runs in again here, bowls to Tanzid, who's playing and missing a ball on his hip. Through to Carey it goes. 1 for 118. Mominal on 42 and Tanzid on strike. 42 not out, as Corbin mentioned, playing just his second test match and trying to bring up his maiden test half-century.
He's playing very well, that's for sure. I think the real highlight from this partnership, this 82-run partnership, is I think there's been intent. As you know, I heard Phil Jaques talking about intent in his first stint on comms today.
2 slips in a gully. Hazelwood goes in and bowls. Tanzid just glides the ball. There's a bit of a mix-up, a shot. The stumps. He gets back Tanzid. The throw misses. Green coming around from the gully, firing at about 1.5 stumps and just missing. I think Tanzid had got back. Maybe eager to get to that milestone, that half-century, but...
Absolutely. And yeah, so Phil was talking about intent. And I think if you ask any number of batters, I think that you'd get a number of different answers what their interpretation of intent is.
Hazelwood passing the umpire, bowling to Tanzid and down the leg side through to Carey, gloves at waist high. So you can show intent in the way that you leave a delivery, can't you, Liz?
You can, Benny, and look, I'm all for play with freedom. Absolutely. We hear all these buzzwords, don't we, from teams, and play with freedom, play with intent. But you've got to also take personal responsibility when you're out there. Adjust and adapt your game to the situation and the conditions and your opposition. Right? And I think in modern play, it's almost as if they see the surface has got enough in it, or that 1 or 2 balls are doing something. All of a sudden, I've got to hit out.
Tanzid whacking away. Hazelwood bowls and Tanzid drives, knocked down in the covers. Might have saved a couple at least. Onto 48 as he eyes that maiden test half-century. 1 for 119 Bangladesh.
And yeah, listening to Phil talk about it, I think he's excellent when he talks about the art of batting and the art of batting in long-form cricket, test cricket. There's shots you just put away early doors. You get through the tough periods. You find a way to get down the other end, and you get the bowlers bowling into their second, third, fourth spells, because batting becomes a lot easier. And we saw exactly that happen yesterday, Benny.
Mominal on strike. Hazelwood around the wicket, and good carry through to Carey. He gloves it around chest height. Likes to come around the wicket here, Hazelwood, when he's bowling to Mominal, the second leading test centurion for Bangladesh in their history with 13 test centuries, behind only Mushfiqur Rahim. He's looked like it in this test as well, Mominal, hasn't he?
No, he's been fantastic. It's been a very good knock thus far.
There's a heap of records. Mominal as he's looking at Hazelwood, passing the umpire, bowling now, and an inside edge. Plays the draw shot through his legs out towards square leg. He'll get a single. So the end of the Hazelwood over, 1 for 120 Bangladesh. Tanzid on 48, Mominal on 43, 78 runs behind on the first innings. Some of those numbers for Mominal Haq, 34 years of age now, over 5,000 test runs at just a smidgen under 40 for him, 13 test centuries. Does average 26 away while it's 48 at home. So this isn't insignificant what he's doing here, Diz, and his ability to take on an Australian attack of this quality here in Australia.
Oh, he wouldn't be on his Pat Malone there when it comes to a home v away batting.
For Australia at the McMillan's Road end, returning to the...
Time for Bo Webster. He's going to have a bowl with his mediums.
Bowled a good over first up. He bowled that changeover over just to allow Mitchell Starc to change ends, because Mitch bowled the last over from the airport end. last night, but he looked good by Webster. Got a couple of player misses. It might just be the ideal pace on this surface.
Bobineau facing up to Webster, who's delivering a good length delivery, just wide of the off stump. Bobineau just turns his back to it as he lets it pass. It's interesting you say that. I think Phil Jaques made a similar sort of quip at breakfast this morning. He just feels like Webster might be the guy, just sort of nurdle it around or have the ball just moving a little bit off this surface.
He just gets a little. Well, he's about 122k, so yeah, it's very much medium pace here from.
Towel flapping as he's in and bowling again, and Bobineau standing on the crease, fending away to the offside.
And sometimes if the medium paces get any assistance off the surface and it deviates, the batter almost has time to adjust. and all they do is nick it. All they do is succeed in nicking it. Whereas if you got someone like a Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, who've got a little bit more petrol on it, a little bit more airspeed,
past the edge,
and you don't have time to adjust, and you just end up playing and missing. So this could be a good move for the Aussies.
2 slips, a gully, as Webster bowls again, and Bobineau shoulders arms to a ball close to the off stump, leaving on length there, but he scratches away. So I'll point, quite a close-ish cover as well. Travis head in there, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg, and then also the fine leg, which is Joshy Hazelwood, who's just taking some respite in the shade at the moment, having a little guzzle of water down there.
Might have signed a little autograph for one of the kids down there.
Webster in and bowling again, and Bobineau statuesque as he lets it pass through to Carey.
Nice crowd here as well, Benny.
Yeah, beautiful day.
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful.
The humidity just dropping is perfect.
Yeah.
We'd rather the dry. More accustomed to that, particularly Corbin and I. We're from WA, where everyone tells you it's a dry heat.
Yes. Well, Adelaide's very similar to Perth, isn't it?
Certainly. Webster trying again. Back of a length, and Bobineau just fending at a ball slightly outside the off stump. Out into the covers. Travis Head nonchalantly picks it up. So some of these records for Bobineau as well.
Yep.
First Bangladesh player to score 300 runs in a 2-test series. Did that against New Zealand in a home series. First ever Bangladesh player to score hundreds in both innings of a test match.
Oh, wow. Who was that against?
That's a good question, Diz. I'll come back to you on that.
Okay.
And he was also the captain. As Webster bowls to him, he lets it pass outside the off stump. He was the captain for Bangladesh when they had that big win over New Zealand at Mount Maunganui back in 2022, end of the Webster over. Bobineau on 43, Townsend on 48, 1 for 1, 20 are the tourists. There's a nice little records for Bobineau Huck to hold, certainly.
It's a very good record, isn't it? Averaging a tick under 40 in Test cricket is no mean feat. Over 5,000 Test runs. It's a fine career, absolutely fine career.
There's 200s in the same test. It was against Sri Lanka in Chattogram back in 2018 as Hazelwood begins his new over around the wicket to Townsend, who's defending, plays it out through point. They set off for a single. Marnie comes in, but they get through for one.
It's obviously a good effort there for Bobineau because batting in Chattogram is very tough, Benny.
Yep. Gee, you'd have to be a good player to make a ton there. Make over 200 runs, a no ball from Hazelwood. 1 for 1, 21 Bangladesh.
You just, a bit like Corbin yesterday, Benny, you just led me in beautifully there.
I just put it on a tee for you, Diz, and you can hammer it down the fairway.
Unfortunately, my golf skills aren't that good, Benny. I can't hit it straight.
He's facing up to Hazelwood. Bobineau and playing and missing, hanging his bat out for a little fishing expedition outside the off stump, but a play to miss. Still there.
I'm one of the rare former cricketers, Benny, that cannot play golf to save himself. I tried playing the game for 30 years, 30-odd years, on and off. Just can't hit the ball straight, can't chip, can't putt.
Sounds like my game.
Yeah.
It's a frustrating game.
Yeah.
It's frustrating that Ricky Ponting is as good as he is too.
Yeah. Oh, he's not on his own there. There's a lot of cricketers that play well.
Hazelwood, Mominal, who's carving one away through point on the front foot, a square drive, beats the infield, races away to the rope, and will find it. Mominal moves on to 47, and getting into his work, 1 for 126 here, Bangladesh.
Beautiful square drive from Mominal. Just a bit of width from Josh Hazelwood. Length was actually okay. It was just the width that allowed him to play that stroke. Beautiful. Just to the left of Jake Weatherald, who made a valiant effort chasing all the way to the boundary.
Closing in on a half century of his own here, Mominal. He's looking at Hazelwood, who's running it at him, bowling now and striking him on the pad. A little inside edge onto his thigh pad. It just drops down on the offside.
I think we identified at the start of the day that, I mean, it's often said, isn't it? First hour is important. Like Stuart Clark, I think that's one of his favourite comments in commentary. But
sort of a hackneyed cliche, isn't it?
It is a little bit. But you just felt if Australia came out and picked up a couple of wickets really early, the whole field dynamic would change. But it's been good application here from the Bangladeshis.
Closing in on the end of the first hour of play here. 2 slips in a gully. Hazelwood bowling again, and Mominal fishing at a ball outside the off stump. It passes the outside edge through to Carey. This partnership up to 90 for what it's worth as well. Just on scoring at Chattogram as well.
Yep.
7 of his 13 Test centuries have come at that venue.
Wow.
So like you, he loves batting there, Diz.
Yeah, it's a bit of a snake pit down there. It's hard seam, swings, turn square.
Hazelwood runs in again, bowls, and Mominal whips it away down towards fine leg. This will be runs, maybe a couple. Yes, they'll turn and come back. No. Sent back. Decided against a good decision. The athletic Mitchell Starc getting around to his left and then firing it back to Carey. 1 for 127 Bangladesh, trailing by 71.
Yeah, it was a good decision to not take on Mitchell Starc. He's got a rocket of an arm. As you said, the athletic Mitchell Starc, he moves well for a guy who's played in excess of 100 Test matches at his age.
Two slips in a gully away. Carey goes down. Hazelwood goes in, bowls, and Tanzan just dabs it away towards the deep point. They set off for a single, and he'll get down the other end. And Tanzan brings up a maiden Test half-century. What a moment for the 25-year-old. In his second Test match, he comes down to Australia and brings up a maiden Test half-century. A warm round of applause, and does he deserve it? Off 102 deliveries, he just has a fairly laid-back celebration, a raise of the bat towards the Bangladesh pavilion. A pat on the back from Mominal, and he goes back and resets himself for the next 50.
Tell you what, there's plenty more runs out there for him if he continues to play the way he's playing. It's been an excellent knock so far from the young man. Bo Webster about to start his next over.
So Tanzan on strike after that single to end the over. Webster bowls to him, and he's rock solid defending a ball on the middle stump. Lays it back to the bowler and his follow through.
See Nathan Lyons just nipped off the field for a minute. They got the sub fielder. He's got no name on the back. He might be a local lad here in NT cricket.
Yeah, we were given. We were given a couple of names that would be sub-fielding for Australia throughout this Test match as Webster bowls and Tanzan turns the ball off the leg stump. They settle for one just behind square. 1 for 129.
The young man, the sub-fielder, is there. We'll get you his name as soon as we can, but it'll be a bit of a thrill for him to He's sub-fielding in the Test match. Remember a few years ago at Adelaide Oval, Doherty was sub-fielding and he dropped the catch. But then I think he took one.
He did.
Yeah.
Ricky Ponting wasn't too happy with him. Webster comes in and bowls, and Mominal was driving straight to the cover fielder. I remember I was playing cricket that day that Theo dropped the catch in cricket in Perth, and one of my mates came in and said, the sub fielder just dropped the catch for Australia. We said, who was it? He said, I don't know, no idea. Someone came in and said it was Theo Doherty. And the bloke said, I went to school with Theo Doherty. I didn't recognise him.
Theo was a very good cricketer in his own right. Played a little bit for South Australia.
1 for 129. Webster in at bowling, and Mominal was cutting without timing off the Q end of the bat. Out towards point, Jim Maxwell would tell you that he'll play pop black on this outfield. Carpet-like surface. Webster rolling in and bowling outside the off stump. A tight lead from Mominal, but comfortable enough. 1 for 129, 69 runs in arrears, and they've nearly survived the first hour of the second morning here.
It's been an excellent effort from the Bangladeshis. They would have spoken about that in their team discussion, their huddle. Coach Phil Simmons just highlighted the importance of just continuing this partnership. Make the Australian bowlers bowl subsequent spells. Keep them out there as long as possible.
Webster in and bowling, and Mominal on the back foot, playing a ball from away from his chest, end of the over. And that is drinks here on day 2. The first hour successfully navigated by this Bangladeshi pair of Mominal and Tanzan. They are 1 for 129, trailing by 69. Game on here at Marara. The Tigers are fighting Tigers, and they are taking it up to the Aussies as we will pause and come back with the remainder of this morning session. Bangladesh 1 for 129. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Find out which songs mean so much to Lainey Wilson, David Byrne and Jacinda Ardern in brand new Take 5 with me, Zan Rowe. Best thing you'll ever hear. Starts Thursday, August 20 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh.
Cummins runs up once more and he's forward and clipping it away nicely for 4 runs.
Tanzan on his way in, delivers, and a thick edge between a split cordon from Tanzan. Mitchell Stark starting a new over, and that'll race away to the boundary for 4. So Bangladesh 1 for 115. And they've made it through the first half hour here. A combination of Mominal Haq and Tanzan Hassan. Both in the 40s now.
Hazelwood to Mominal, who's carving one away through point on the front foot, a square drive, beats the infield, races away to the rope, and will find it. Hazelwood goes in, bowls, and Tanzan just dabs it away towards the deep point. They set off for a single, and he'll get down the other end. And Tanzan brings up a maiden Test half-century. What a moment for the 25-year-old. In his second Test match, he comes down to Australia and brings up a maiden Test half-century.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Hi there. I wouldn't be bringing out the Staminade or any of that stuff. I think it's time for the Harold Larwood medicine for the Australians. Bring out a pitcher of beer.
They need something stronger, Jim.
They need something stronger. At the moment, there's not much going on. There's Xavier Doherty's alongside me.
They do need
What do you make of the hour of cricket?
Well, some very good batting. Tanzan and Mominal have looked all class. The Aussies have beaten the bat, once, twice and over. So, it's hard to be critical of the way they've gone about it. Maybe fractionally short, a few too many through to the keeper Carey, but they're trying hard. The sting is just not quite there in the wicket that we saw, and I'm not blaming the wicket, for the troubles that Australia have found themselves in. But yeah, the sting has really gone out of it. But it's been a very good hour for Bangladesh. Another one.
I think we've underestimated the seasoned, skillful quality of the top order of Sri Lanka, Bangladesh batting here. I mean, we don't see Bangladesh play cricket as a rule unless you're watching on the telly. And we've really refused to have them here for 20-odd years, which is not a great look. But at the moment, you're wondering, where is Australia going to get a bag of wickets to stay in the game? Because as this momentum, whatever you want to call it, goes, Sri Lanka are in control.
They are, yeah. And Australia do have to. Nathan Lyon touched on it last night when we spoke to them. They've just got to stick to some basics, and there's no secret recipe here. They've just got to keep hitting that same area and keep testing the patience of Bangladesh. They're up to the challenge just at the moment. It'll only take an outside edge, and they have beaten the bat a few times. Just a little tickle, just to get them up and about a little more, Australia. They're wandering around between overs. They haven't completely dropped their heads, but it'd be a sick feeling for the 11 Australians just out there at the minute.
I was interested in the comparative performances of Boland and Hazelwood for Australia since that amazing debut by Scott Boland some years ago. And I got Rick Finlay on the case, got him out of bed. Around the wicket, here's Hazelwood after drinks, and it's knocked away to the onside. 2 men behind square now, and they pick up a single. So Tanzit, it's 51, Mominal 48, 1 for 130. So just out of interest, in Australia, since Boland made his debut, he's had 14 tests, 69 wickets at 16. But Hazelwood, who has had some injuries, he's played 9 tests, 38 wickets at 15.8. So it's not as if injury has affected his performance comparatively. At any rate, here's Hazelwood bowling, and it's taken away to the onside. But at the moment, he's operating on a pitch that's not offering much. And there's another single there, Mominal with the Maximals. He's up to 49, 1 for 131.
One thing that Australia wouldn't have been banking on was a huge amount of overs into Hazelwood and Lyon. They're 2 guys coming back from long-term injuries. Nathan Lyon warming up right here in front of us, so he won't be far away. But without being disrespectful, I'm thinking that the S&C staff wouldn't have been banking on a huge amount of overs for those 2.
Now, bouncer is bowled by Hazelwood. It doesn't bounce high, and it goes through after Tanzit easily ducked underneath it. And Australia, what are they looking at here? 2 men back on the onside. Are they going for the Stokes tactic? Are they going to bang a few in?
I think, with Hazelwood around the wicket, they're just going to attack the stumps of these 2 left-handers. Yeah. I think, just bring in we've seen a few sort of slightly, keep low, and the occasional inside edge, and as I mentioned, a couple past the bat, but, just prey on attacking the stumps.
Hazelwood again, and he's tucked up, getting a bit of bat on to pad there, Tanzit, into 1 for 131. So Bangladesh really putting themselves up there against the much vaunted and generally winning Australian team, other than the WTC final. They've accomplished a lot in the last couple of years. But that's also to be considered when they play. They haven't played for 7 months. Last year, leading up to the Ashes, they hadn't played for 6 months outside of the final in London. So it's about time they played some Test cricket, isn't it? Let's see what they can do. Hazelwood bowls back, and across he goes and sends the ball to backward square for a single off a thick inside edge. And he moves along to 53, 1 for 132.
Yeah, we might be letting him off the hook a little bit, Jim, but there's certainly a decent amount of rustiness, or there certainly was yesterday with the batting. But they are professional cricketers. Some have been playing in other formats and other franchises around the world, and this is a significant amount of who've only been doing net sessions and centre wicket, which, Jaques touched on it this morning. It's nowhere near the same. So it just got the appearance of trying to settle into their work.
Hazelwood bowls inside edge into pad, and now a line has come up into the circle, the ring at backward square, so they don't get a single. So we've gone on by 36 runs in just over an hour of play today, and Bangladesh Australia hasn't created a chance. Few plays and misses perhaps, but at the moment, Mominal is occupational. He's 49, and Tanzan's on 53. Outstanding performance so far in this game by Bangladesh, with most Australians saying, it's just a flash in the pan. Won't last. Will it won't last? No. But
we're into the 8th hour, aren't we? Or nearly the 9th hour of it, and Bangladesh have dominated every single one of them so far. So
when we get to the 11th hour, we're really in trouble. Here comes Webster bowling. He's hitting square of the wicket here, and it was a bit uppish on the drive from Tanzan. That's where Australia got their first wicket miscue, not on a drive, just a miscue. And yesterday's play to get Shadman out from the bowling of Stark. But the ball just held a little maybe in the surface, as it does.
This is the end, Bo Webster bowling from the Michael Long. Is it the Michael Long Education Centre end?
Probably. Webster bowls down the pitch. He has a crack and hits it over mid-off for 4. Bingo, bango, bongo. 6. He's hit it all the way. Michael Long might have to retrieve that one.
It's gone into that centre we were talking about. Yeah. So this is the end that a few of the Australian players were talking about, where there's some variation in bounce, and where Hassan got his 6 wickets from yesterday. But that was a fantastic shot. 2 strides down the wicket. He's not letting Bo Webster settle into his work here. A fantastic shot, and they are not small boundaries.
Gee, that was like watching Ben Stokes when he's in form. Superb, confident stroke from young Tanzan. He's 59. It's 1 for 138.
We've just seen Alex Carey's helmet being run out. So Australia are going to... We saw some of his glove work up to the stumps last summer. We might see it again soon.
So Webster tries again, and Tanzan just defends away down the pitch. Yes, it was very effective when Michael Neeser was in the side, wasn't it?
It was fantastic to watch, wasn't it? And I don't think... I have very little appreciation on how hard that job is. And I think unless you've done it, you probably really don't understand standing up to guys bowling, Michael Neeser's bowling 130k an hour. You've got very little time to react. And obviously it's all reflexes if it catches a bit of glove or a bat. So
he's come up now. He's up over the stumps. So he might be a bit less excited about galloping down the pitch around the wicket. Webster has him defending away onto the offside. So a nice challenging little period of the game perhaps. We saw Tom Blundell do that brilliantly recently in England for New Zealand, coming up over the stumps.
It's an art, isn't it, Jim? And as I mentioned, an unappreciated art of just how hard that is. The work they put in, the fitness, and they're generally all very capable batters as well, certainly Blundell and Carey.
Webster again around the wicket, and it's allowed to pass and neatly taken by Carey, standing up. Well, for many years, of course, the only way to really disturb batsmen other than a few bounces was to sledge them. But now it seems if you're bringing the keeper up over the stumps, it kind of muddles the head a bit.
It's strange, isn't it? I don't think Australia would have... I know it was a fantastic shot, and not an easy shot. I don't know if you'd be too disheartened if a guy is advancing to one of your seamers.
He bowls outside the off stump. It's punched away down towards wideish mid-off, and it's fielded out there by Cummins. So they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the offside, 6-3 field. And that's the completion of the Webster over. 1 for 138, yes, if you're just switching on. Nothing's happened with the Australian attack here in terms of wickets. And Bangladesh working very, very efficiently here, skillfully, are only 60 runs behind.
Amazing. it's quite amazing. It's something that not many people expected, and I'm sure our friends on the other side of the world, the English, should be rubbing their hands together just watching, one of the lesser-liked teams. They're more than taking it up to Australia. They're dominating, aren't they?
Yep. We got the bone at the moment. Around the wicket, Hazelwood goes in, and it's tucking up, defending and gliding the ball away for Mominal, who's on 49. Tansit 59. 1 for 138. Really don't have to say anything about the weather here. It's either going to be sunny, hot, humid, or maybe a little cloud cover. It's still hot and humid. And quite sticky conditions up here if you're out and about galloping around. And there's another good crowd in of upwards of 5,000 watching all of this. Hazelwood around the wicket, and he drives at this. He's caught behind. He's out. He's nicked it. Hazelwood gets the breakthrough at last for Australia. A Mominal a bit loose outside the off stump. Misses out on a well-earned half-century perhaps, but he's out for 49. 2 for 138. Is that a wicket of consequence in this game? And at last, Australia has a little bit to smile about as Hazelwood gets the breakthrough.
Well, it was a very Australian-like wicket, wasn't it? That, of all the good deliveries that Australia have bowled this morning, that was far from the best. It was wide, it was full. Mominal went for it. It was very similar to the way Weatherall got out yesterday, with not a lot of foot movement and just trying to flap the hands through it. A thick edge through to Alex Carey, but a real gift given how well they've batted so far this morning. And just a bit of a break for Australia. A much needed one, Jim.
Much needed. Yes, and more left-handed experience coming to the wicket now for Bangladesh. Their captain, Najmul Hossain Shanto. He's a Maxwell smart. He's got shirt number 99. So let's see if he can get himself in here.
He's no mug, Jim. 9 Test hundreds, averaging in the mid 30s.
Yep,
he's capable.
Oh yeah, and the pitch is well, I won't say it's benign, but it's a lot more placid than it was 24 hours ago when the ball was doing a fair bit off the seam. So Shanto comes out to the middle. He's a tall man against the non-striker, and the chap has just been dismissed. So we've got 3 slips in the gully, and Hazelwood goes in, and Shanto is back, and he's running it into the gully. He wants a run, he doesn't take it because he's sent back as he realises the long levers of Cameron Green and getting hold of the ball before he can get off the mark by pushing it towards backward point third man. So all of a sudden the game just brightens up a little bit for the bowling team with a wicket. Everyone was thinking, where's the next wicket coming from? Will it be Lyon when he comes on the bowl? Will it be a Labuschagne catch or a run out? No, it's caught Carey, bowled Hazelwood. Pretty straightforward. Hazelwood goes in and bowls, and Shanto leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. So it's a test match. This is what most people wanted coming here, to see a contest, and we're all a bit sceptical, concerned that Bangladesh, particularly after they got knocked over for 54 the other day, might get rissoled by the Australians, but not so far. No way.
They're auditioning for centre stage here, Jim. Maybe they're disgruntled that they've been placed in Darwin in August. They want Boxing Day.
Well, it might happen one day as Hazelwood bowls and he's forward. Shanto pushes it back up the offside. Well, they have been poorly treated by Australia in particular, I think, over the years. We haven't played them for 23 years in Australia. And you could make a similar argument about the treatment of Afghanistan. I know there's a bit of politics involved and all that. Still haven't played Test match against them. And Ireland's also on the list at some point. And people say, oh, well, all this white ball franchise cricket, you can't fit it in. Well, we're going to play 21 tests in the next 12 months.
We
can fit it in.
It can be done.
It can be done. Just get the contracted players to play. Here comes Hazelwood again. And Chanto goes forward, and umpire Illingworth says over. A well bowled over. A wicket for Australia. So it's 2 for 138. And Long Daddy Trousers is coming in to join us, Corbin Middlemas. He's going to see Chanto on 0 and Tans at 59. Here's Xavier.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh, live from Darwin, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thank you, Jim. Changes things slightly.
That's needed, Corb, wasn't it?
One brings two, as they say.
Wow.
Here we go. Bo Webster's got the ball. He's bowling to the set batsman. Tenzin Hassan walks at him, cracks him straight back down the ground. And there's a nice shot, but it stops like a 9-iron in the outfield. Won't get to the boundary. So they're going to have to run them out. They get back for 3. And that'll be it. Just lifts the ball over the head of mid-off. So 3 for Tenzin Hassan, moves to 62. 2 for 141.
Yeah, so that's the first ball. So Carey moved back. And straight away, Tanzin's down the wicket, plonking Webster back over his head. Alex Carey ran for his helmet, and Bo Webster said, "No, we're happy with this. I don't mind him if he's going to advance in these conditions." And there's a little bit of sideways. We're seeing something out there from this end. I'm happy with that.
Webster's on his way in again. Delivers to the new bat. He's struck high on the pad. Najmal Shantu, who is the skipper of the side, as I touched on yesterday, first 4 all left-handers. So 2 for 141 Bangladesh after losing Mominul Haq, the man they dubbed the Bangladeshi Bradman early in his career, out for 49, caught by Carey off the bowling of Hazelwood in the previous over.
Are we surprised that Webster continues? They're not. Is this the opportunity where it's like, right, let's get back to our strike bowlers?
Webster to Shantu, who lets it go outside the off stump.
He's certainly no mug, Bo Webster, and he's got a record to back that up, but there's a lot of firepower in that Australian attack, and they're, 2 for 140. They're desperate for 3, 4 and 5. Or is it just showing that, they're not panicking Australia? Let's just stick to our process. He's doing a good job here, Webster. He's creating. He's beating the bat.
Shantu watches on. Webster delivers. He's forward and pushes back past the non-striker. Breaks the infield. Cummins turns and chases it downhill in front of the Michael Long centre. He's going to pull it up just inside those long boundaries straight. And they're going to trot through for 3. So Shantu off the mark with a triple. Captains away. Bangladesh 2 for 144. This, of course, all in response to Australia's 198. So edging closer, Bangladesh, to a first innings lead.
So they're in discussion. Alex Carey's pulled rank and said, "No, I am coming up. We want Tanzan stuck on the crease here. That's our best way to extract a false stroke." So Carey's hovering over the stumps.
Tenzin Hassan on strike, lets it go, thumps into the gloves of Carey. Do you like to keep her up?
When I was bowling. I actually don't. No. Or I'd like Australia to sort of dictate when he does. Like, Carey come up for a couple of balls and then go back. You're going to play on our terms for a bit. So if he's going to do it, don't just stay up there.
Tenzin on strike on 62. Webster to him now. He drives uppishly. Bouncing away to Cummins, who fields it mid-off.
So 62 for Tanzit. Shantu is not out on 3. 2 for 144 Bangladesh. We're about 40 minutes or so away from the lunch break. Now on the second day, just the one man out this morning. And that was Mominal Huck, who went for 49. He was caught by the keeper Carey off the bowling of Hazelwood an over ago. And it's the only breakthrough the Australians have got in response to their 198 Bangladesh. 2 for 144. You got anything for me, X? Any observations?
The biggest talking point of the first hour.
Yes.
Do you wear your pad straps facing out and risk getting a little flick through to the keeper, or do they face in and then they rub when you run? I was an out, and you just said it as though that's not the done thing.
I thought it was undisputed that you wore the pads facing on the inside.
Maybe I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah, and the reason for that was because you exactly the scenario that we saw played out with Tanzit Hassan, where the ball can clip the strap of your pad, which is obviously Velcro nowadays, but the buckles back in the day. So I was always told the straps are finished on the inside. But I'm happy to put it out there to people on the SMS. I did a little bit of research, by the way, on this. Cummins is on his way in. He bowls to Shantu, the new batsman out there, the skipper, who just dead bats it on the offside. And it was pretty mixed. I didn't realise this was such a hot debate.
Yeah, right.
But 0467 920 222. What do you reckon, Ben?
Benny reckons outside.
Yeah. All right. Ben's got the flap of the strap also finishing on the outside.
On the outside, yeah. I was the same. If they're too long and they're on the inside, they rub and rip off when you're running.
2 for 144. Cummins around the wicket, delivers to Shantu, who's forward and just pushes out the point. There's no run. 2 for 144.
The other thing I would say, if you're going to do it in Test cricket, have them on the outside.
Yeah.
You've got DRS up your sleeve.
And you do that in club cricket.
You're dust.
Yeah.
So
that's a problem. You guys play high level cricket, treated to all the technology. If you're playing where I'm playing cricket, X, you don't give them anything. 2 for 144. Shantu on 3, Tanzit on 62. 3 slips, a gully. Putting stocks down at Ringfield for Najmal Shantu, who hits a short one and just plays it onto the body. Bottom edge on his miscued pull shot. Cummins, there's a little word to him on the follow through. Another dot ball.
A little sting from the captain, wasn't it? He said it with a smile on his face, but there was some venom in it. Maybe not.
No venom or no smile?
No. Yeah, there was a big smile and no venom. It was too nice, Captain Pat.
He's a guy that when he gets in, Shantu, he can go on and convert as Cummins delivers to him. He drives on the bounce. Nice shot there, straight back down the ground. And Travis Head has got some work to do running back from almost a wide extra cover down towards long off. And Shantu's going to easily get through for 3. I don't see that too often. His first 2 scoring shots, both 3s. Moves to 6, 2 for 147.
Yeah, a couple of punches down the ground. Just hasn't quite got his timing, Corb. A very nice straight drive. Travis Head having to do the work. They'd be 85-metre boundaries, wouldn't they? Head straight down the ground. They are. Yeah. That's a long way away.
Another healthy crowd in today, despite the fact it's a work day, it's a school day. It's well populated, understandably, in the shady areas out on the eastern side. There is some temporary protection in place. Cummins around the wicket, and Tanzit bats it into the gully. And the long levers of Cam Green dives out to his left to retrieve it. And in the Morris Rioli stand where we are, in the sun for the first part of the day, but as we saw yesterday, once the sun gets high in the sky and disappears out to the west, the shadows of the grandstand almost reach what would be the 30-yard circle, don't they, by the end of the day?
That's the pick of the spot later on, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's been Bangladesh's session so far. Lost just the 1 wicket. Tanzit's on 62. He awaits Cummins. He's back in the crease and defending. Out on the leg side and a dot ball. So Shantu on 6. Tanzit Hassan's on 62. 2 for 147. Bangladesh trailing the test match by 51 runs. Corbin, Middlemas alongside Xavier, Doherty. Just repeating the man out, Nominal Huck, who went for 49, caught by Carey off the bowling of Josh Hazelwood. Gap Dovey's going to join us during the lunch break, so looking forward to catching up with him. He is, people that aren't aware, the Chief Executive of NT Cricket, but in a previous life, X, what was his role?
He was the team manager for the Australian cricket team for 2011 through to 2020. Ed a stab gab will fill you in on the details. A very popular member of the travelling squad, a very hard-working man, and yeah, as you say, in charge up here in the NT now.
Be a feather in his cap to get a test match in this part of the world.
Oh, absolutely. This is fantastic. And it's great, isn't it? As you mentioned, Corbin, it's very well supported. A lot of people thought we might only get 2, maybe 3 days of cricket, but it looks like it's going to go well into that.
We got a bowling change. The Michael Long centre end of the ground, and the right arm off spin of Nathan Lyon comes on to bowl to the new bat Najmal Shantu, who's forward and punches back down the ground for 1, and with Long off back, it's an easy single for him. 2 for 148.
No one around the bat, but Nathan, you wouldn't see that very often. Maybe a chance. Maybe it's just an insight into where maybe Nathan Lyon's at the moment. You know, he is settling back into his work. He's human. He spent a lot of time out of the game. He said to his captain, let's just let me settle in. I'll bowl a few balls, feel good about myself, and then we can maybe look at attacking.
Lyon on his way in again, bowls to Tanzan, who works the ball off leg stump just backward of square, and there's no run there.
But it is unusual, isn't it, for someone as high a quality as Nathan Lyon, and with the record that he's got, to start a spell, particularly against the new batter in Shanto, without someone around or in front of his face.
Lyon on his way in again, bowls to Tanzan. He's forward and defending out on the offside.
Start, guys.
Tanzan on 62. Lyon in that middle and leg and defended away by Tanzan back down the pitch. Been a nice innings so far, hasn't it, from Tanzan Hassan. We're learning more about him in the Test arena. Just his second Test match. He's played a bunch of white ball cricket. He rocks back here, looks to cut, bobbles up, out of the hand of Smith, diving forward at first slip. He had to jump in front of where second slip would be. It took a deflection on the way through, I think, off Carey. And then the outstretched left hand of Steve Smith, he needed it to stick, it didn't. And Tanzan Hassan is still there on 62, 2 for 148.
So dropped twice, dropped by Carey, and then actually bobbled up. It was a big stretch for Smith, but not his toughest chance he's ever had to take.
Tanzan Hassan sweeping out to deep square leg for 1. So he was dropped on 0, and he's been dropped on 62. And Bangladesh within 50. 49 runs the deficit. They're 2 for 149. Najmal Shantu is not out on 7, and Tanzan Hassan on 63. There's a moment that goes begging. In the end, Smith got there earlier than he thought. Came off his wrist, made too much ground. Ball just bobbled up off the forearm of Alex Carey. Tanzan Hassan survives. 2 for 149, grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Corbin, Middlemas alongside Phil Jaques, who sits back down. There's an opportunity missed.
Yes, of course they don't want to be. Tough chance. Never easy, a little bit unsighted. Steve Smith there and came off the forearm of Carey, diving full length.
Cummins hustles in around the wicket, it's short and ducking underneath it. Tanzan Hassan, the man we're speaking of, dropped on 62 in the previous over.
They really needed that wicket, didn't they? This game is on a really fine tightrope, isn't it? For time, they don't want to be giving up too much of a lead in this Test match. Just drop him on 62. Really want that step batsman out.
Tapping away, Tanzan Hassan, a lefty, looks at Cummins and then just stonewalls the ball out on the offside. That's Labuschagne bounces up from cover to retrieve it. What do you thought of the way the Aussies have bowled this morning?
I don't think they bowled too badly. There hasn't been a lot of chances created. Bangladesh have batted very well. There was a little bit of sideways movement early. Webster, that first over, I thought, Jesus, lots of... there's going to be lots happening this morning, but just haven't seen as many chances created as before we would have.
Townsend miscues a drive back down the pitch.
Could have been the fact it was a 30-over ball too. Starting today, if that ball had been a bit harder, a bit fresher, would have done more, created more opportunities. But stuck to their guns pretty well. Lead is 49 at the moment from Australia's perspective. Try and keep that for as long as possible.
Two slips a gully. Crouch down here as Cummins back over the wicket, bowls to Townsend. Short, and again he rips his neck back, leaves his head out of the way, drops at the knees and watches it pass through to Carey. Takes it around waist height behind the stumps. 49 runs the deficit for Bangladesh, 2 for 149.
It's good aggression from Cummins. I think needs to use that most overs now, I would imagine. Try and mess up the feet of these Bangladeshi batsmen a little bit. Do they take on the wrong one? Maybe just a bit of apprehension with their footwork in the follow-up delivery.
It's the 20th over of the day. Cummins to Townsend. There's a back foot punch, backward a point, runs there. Turning around, Weatherall trying to run down towards the short boundary at backward point. Can't get there. 4 more. Townsend Hassan in his second test match. He's 67 not out against this dominant Australian team, and the 150 up for Bangladesh. Tourists in control, 2 for 153.
It was beautiful timing, wasn't it? Just open the face, use the pace of the ball, right underneath his eyes, let the ball come to him. Really enjoying the pace on the ball, isn't he? Just a tiny bit of width from Cummins, not a whole lot. He pounced all over it.
Cummins back around the wicket. Bowls to Shantu, who works the ball off leg stump. Backward of the square leg umpire for a single. So 5 off the over, all off Townsend's bat, and he's protecting the fresh batsman for now. Single again off the last ball of the over, moves to 68. Shantu's on 7, 2 for 154 Bangladesh. In response to Australia's 198, so 44 runs behind. In the test match, the only man out today is Mominul Haq, who went for 49, caught by the keeper Carey off the bowling of Josh Hazlewood. It's on Townsend Hassan, by the way. I mentioned a little about his backstory earlier. He's in really good form in ODI cricket. We talked a bit yesterday about if you play at international level, even if it's in a different format, how they can transfer across various formats of the game. So if you look at his ODI numbers this year, he's played 12 50-over games for Bangladesh at international level, 486 runs at 44. He's got 6 scores over 50. It's Townsend's forward here and defending back down the pitch to Nathan Lyon. New over starting from the northern end. Got 100 against Pakistan in March. He got 94 in his last outing against Zimbabwe in July. So a couple of really nice scores scattered across the year for the 25-year-old lefty. Now we're seeing this in his second test. He's sweeping and gets it past short fine leg. And Travis Head turns and runs it back towards the long boundary. And they are very deep, long pockets here at Marara Oval. Head will pull it up inside the boundary, but they get through for 3. So Townsend Hassan moves into the 70s. He's 71 not out. Bangladesh 2 for 157.
That was a great shot. Sweeping length there, Townsend. A little bit straight. He's playing fearless, isn't he, at the moment? Really is. Not reckless, but just really trusting his game.
Line around the wicket. Bowls to Shantu, who's forward and defending back down the pitch. Najmul Hussain Shantu, the captain of Bangladesh, has been since 2023. His record as skipper. Keep in mind, by the way, Bangladesh have lost more test matches than they've won in the nation's history. 8 wins, 10 losses, 1 draw. He's forward here and defending back down the pitch. So he's only just shy of an even record. He won 5 of his last 8. He's also got 400s away from home, so not a bad record for the Bangladeshi skipper. He's got to deal with Nathan Lyon here. Najmul Shantu is forward and defending back down the pitch. Very watchful as we tick towards the lunch interval. 22 minutes away from that here on day 2.
They've played a really sound game plan, haven't they? Against Lyon and 10 as Bangladesh so far.
Lyon tosses one up. Shantu's forward and driving along the ground down to long off for a single. Stark does the fielding there. Calm single. Keeps the new batsman on strike. Shantu's on 8. Tanzania Suns not out on 71. 2 for 158 Bangladesh. They trail the test by just 40 runs. Changing comms to take you through to lunch. Ben Cameron's on his way in.
Test cricket is on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin. On ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Corbin. Bangladesh have won every session of this test so far, Phil Jaques. 4 wickets in the first session, 4 wickets in the second session, and they only lost 1 in the third session yesterday, and they've lost 1 today.
Yep, it's been all Bangladesh so far.
Shanto on strike. 2 slips in a gully. Pat Cummins running in and bowling to him, and he's leaving a ball wide of the off stump through to Carey. Cummins throws his head back. They're just jacked back a little bit, close to that off stump. 2 for 158.
It hasn't been a runaway dominant batting performance from Bangladesh, but they've certainly been solid. They seem to be riding the momentum of this game as it needs to be ran as well. They're respecting the fact that this first session they knew that it was going to be a bowling friendly session.
Cummins from the airport end bowling and wide of the off stump, shouldering arms Shanto, who's on 8. Tanzania on 71, 2 for 158. Bangladesh 40 runs in arrears. 2 slips in a gully, a point. Quite a wide-ish mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Just a square leg, just backward of square next to the umpire, Kumar Dharmasena, and then Mitchell Stark down at fine leg.
The threat of this bowling of the Australian bowlers was always going to be this first hour or 2 in this game, and they've respected that format and that time of the game.
Cummins around the wicket again. Shanto goes forward, an inside edge down towards fine leg. Mitchell Stark just canters in, picks it up off this beautiful surface. Lobs the throw back to Carey. 2 for 159. Tanzania back on strike. Shanto along to 9. Were you out there this morning when the fighter jets flew overhead?
No, I must have.
I think you were up here waiting to do the first stint. Gee whiz. The Air Force Base up here in Darwin, they've got to get their flying hours up, so they sort of go out at least once a week. And
had a little look at the cricket on the way through.
Tanzania awaiting Cummins. He goes back to defend. Very compact. It's fascinating looking back at this innings now from Tanzania as well. It's hard to call it a drop on North because Nathan Lyon didn't get a hand on it, but that stroke was very agricultural.
It was.
Yeah. And he's looked so composed since.
Yeah, it was like it woke him up, wasn't it? He was in his own little world at the start, a few nerves flying around. He's been impressive since then. Costly drop.
He's looking at Cummins, who's in there bowling and edging towards the gully on the half volley through to green. Picked it up clean, but on the half volley. Tanzania trying to drive. He gets into a little skip to wake himself back up. So come on, switch on.
Yeah, the Bangladeshis will be absolutely ecstatic with their work this morning. They've really laid a nice foundation for the rest of the day if they're good enough. They'll have to get themselves back in after the break again. There's always going to be waves where they're not going to score, but if
do their yards in the morning. Tansit facing up and defending a ball off the top of off. Hammering away at that good line and length, Pat Cummins, but Tansit up to the challenge here. He's on 71 and already it's his maiden Test half century, tying a maiden Test ton. End of the over, 2 for 159. 39 runs in arrears.
It's sort of what I was saying. You do the work in the morning and it sets you up for the rest of the day. The second session, the last session, you keep getting the bowlers to come back into their second, third spells. That's where you reap the rewards, and that was probably what Australia didn't do as well yesterday. They didn't make them come back enough. They pretty much were out come tea when you should be really cashing in on that first day and just take it a little bit deeper.
Nathan Lyon around the wicket, bowling to the lefty, Shanto, who leans on a ball, more defensive away into the covers. Which you were relatively critical of with the Aussies, that you felt like they could have done that yesterday, that had they put a little more worth on their wicket, they could have capitalised in the third session, but they were already 4 down at lunch and they were 8 down by the time we got to tea.
Yeah, and then you're batting with the tail, and you could see Smith was visibly frustrated as well that he had no partners.
That pack comes in. Slip in place, Kerry goes down, Lyon bowls, gives it some air, and Shanto leading edge. It doesn't balloon back to Lyon, luckily for him.
But that's Test match cricket. You've got to understand that there's different phases of the game. The first session of a Test match is always bowler-tom. It feels like the middle session is sort of mixed, and then after tea, it's batter-tom. And Australia just didn't have the opportunity to...
Lyon into a trot, a good length delivery, and Shanto goes forward again
to take advantage
back
of
down the pitch.
They didn't do the work to take the advantage of that phase of the game. And I know the game's changed a little bit, and there's always, we want to take the game on is the philosophy, but you've got to understand the wicket and the conditions as well.
Lyon bowling on a good length, and Shanto goes forward to defend once more. So Lyon just finding his groove here, landing it on a handkerchief at the moment.
And the wicket does change and get better as well, Ben. That's the thing. You get a bit of sun on it, especially in this sort of climate, and it flattens out. And we've seen it today.
Lyon unfurls again. Gives it to Mayer, a fuller delivery, and Shanto driving back down the ground all the way along the carpet. There's pop black surface, 2 for 160. Shanto into double figures on 10. Bangladesh 38 runs behind on the first innings.
Come on, boys.
It's a bit of a dirty word, isn't it, to absorb pressure these days in Test match cricket, isn't it?
Tansit facing up the line, still around the wicket. And he just leans on a full and straight delivery from Lyon. Doesn't quite get as far forward as Shanto there, Tansit, but keeps it out, 2 for 160. Bangladesh trail by 38 runs.
I've got a question for you, Ben.
What is it?
New ball.
Yep.
Bowler's got it in their hand. Yep. What's their job?
Take wickets, I would say.
Exactly. So if you're leaving the ball outside off stump, is that a positive move in the first hour of a game?
Absolutely it is.
Because it makes them come straighter to you. It makes them bowl fuller to you. And then your opportunities to score are easier. And I think that's where the modern game, I think, is missing the trick at the minute, domestically and in international cricket. You've got to understand that there's two sides to it. It's not just you. Your job is to score runs as a batter, but if they're not bowling where you want them to bowl, why would you come to them and play someone else's strength? Wait for them to bowl your strength.
Can't score runs from the pavilion. I love talking to you about this, Phil Jaques, because
that was my dad's favourite quote.
Was
my
it?
dad used to say, can't score runs sitting on the pond.
Cameron Green into the attack. He's coming around the wicket, bowling to Shanto, who's forcing off the back foot and cut into the covers, fielded by a head, knocked on from him, but no thought of a single. It just feels like that was clearly the way you played, but there's a refusal to do it at the moment.
And I used to like to take the game on as much as anyone. I was an aggressive player, but you've got to do it into your strengths and to the conditions of the wicket. And if you're not playing to your strengths, and you're playing to someone else's strengths, and you're coming to the bowler, you're playing into their hands. And that's what Test match cricket's about. It's about that arm wrestle. It's about playing the way you want to play and making them bowl to you.
2 metre tall Cameron Green in and bowling, and Shanto leaving a ball wide of the off stump. Good carry through to Carey again on about a fifth stump line there, and Shanto happy to let it pass. 2 for 160.
And that's why, for me, I wasn't overly critical of Marnus Australian being 1 for 20 because he wanted them to bowl straight to him.
I thought that was fascinating when he spoke about that this morning, and when he was successful at averaging 60 early in his career,
he
did that
all the time.
Right, yeah.
All the time.
Whereas
and
now we're critical
they would come straight to him. Now they just stay there because they know he's going to come to him eventually because he isn't being as patient as he has been, and they're prepared to stay there for a little bit longer going, well, we know that he's going to have a nibble at some point.
Green to Shanto, a short ball pulling it away. Shanto forward of square. Nathan Lyon has work to do in the deep. He comes across, runs it in. And 2 more for Najmal Hussain Shanto, the Bangladesh captain. 2 for 162. Nathan Lyon getting a warm reception from the grandstand here, the Morris Rioli grandstand. In control of that stroke though, Shanto.
Great shot. But what you would have seen with Marnus as well, he wouldn't be happy just leaving the ball out there. He would move around his crease a little bit. He'd walk into line, which we're sort of happy just to leave a little bit as well.
Green bowls, a full delivery, driving Shanto, a loud call of no. Now to Cummins at mid-off.
But Test cricket is that cat and mouse game. It's about making the bowler bowl where you want them to bowl, and being prepared to wait a period of time to make them bowl to where you want them to. And then once they do, then capitalise on it. There seems to be a real reluctance to go, you know what, I'm going to put the cue in the rack for 20 minutes here while this bowler's bowling a really good spell. Wait for the change bowler to come on and then capitalise.
The lefty Shanto picks up his bat as Green approaches and delivers. He's driving a beautiful straight drive. Xavier legs. Najmal Hussain Shanto with exquisite timing, and he moves along to 16, 2 for 166. And this is a man who said that he expected his bowlers to give Australia a tough time, and he's hopeful that our competitive nature will earn us another invite. Or they might just be doing that at the moment.
That was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? Just over pitching Cameron Green. Nice full flowing face of the bat. Transferred his weight into the ball beautifully. Just again, really nice timing. Almost bowling Green of an outfield.
Green bounds in, bowls to Shanto, who's pulling forward of square with beautiful timing. And Shanto is having no difficulties out there at the moment. He is along to 20, 2 for 170. Bangladesh are only 28 runs behind, and Pat Cummins has a few questions to work through.
A few questions indeed. Here's Cameron Green. You can bowl at both ends if you like. I am climbing in. Dropped into a pull shot, full-blooded, and hit it about 30 metres in front of square, if you don't mind. Great cricket shot from Shanto.
What about over pitches? Drives him down the ground beautifully. Bowls a short ball, pulls it in front of square. Just beautiful batting from Najmal Hussain Shanto.
10 runs off the over. Very productive one for Bangladesh. And they are really flexing their muscles here, aren't they?
Closing in on the luncheon interval. Tanzan on strike on 71, line bowls, and Tanzan goes back, turns it away to the onside. Onto it quickly, Jake Weatherald. Saw his dad Robbie at breakfast this morning. Came over and said g'day to Diz. We interviewed him in...
Week for Jake.
Yeah, we interviewed him in Perth last year when Jake made his test debut. Line around the wicket, bowling to Tanzan, who turns it very fine. And this will be runs again. They scurry down the wicket and come back for a second. 2 for 172. Tanzan on 73. When does it become troublesome for the Aussies here, Jaques?
About half an hour ago. They would have wanted 3 or 4 wickets this morning, and they've only got one.
Carey goes down, Tanzan goes forward and punches a drive, cut off by Marnus, and that short extra cover.
Bangladesh start well after lunch and they don't lose a wicket in the first half an hour, there'll be panic stations in there, in the Australian change rooms. They'll be really, really nervous.
Line bowling again. Townsend sweeping up-ish, but it will bounce into the deep and fielded out there by Josh Hazlewood. So one more for Townsend.
The reality is they're going to have the best of the conditions, Australia, and the wicket will probably deteriorate in fourth innings of the game. So how they bat is going to be the crucial bit. But they don't want to be giving up 100, 150 run lead.
Not with the way they're batting.
No. They need all the runs they can get. And that means that you're going to have to score 450, 500.
Line bowling to Shanto, who does get well forward and plays with the full face of the bat and middles it. Just smooth in the way that he just got forward again there. Maxwell Hussain Shanto. Very jerky movements. They take the bat pad and put him at silly mid-off. Line bowls again, gives it some air, and Shanto whips it off middle stump. They set off for a single and get through. Cummins firing at the non-strikers end, backed up by Labuschagne. 2 for 174. Shanto on to 21.
450, 500 runs seems a long way away, doesn't it, for Australia at the moment? The way they've batted over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah.
There's a few guys in that batting lineup under a lot of pressure. They're going to need to step up. That pressure is now falling on this Australian bowling lineup to make sure that doesn't happen.
Which is what has happened for maybe the last 24 months, maybe longer than that even. They've
got them out of a lot of situations, haven't they, with their world-class bowling attack.
We spoke about Nathan Lyon saying what he thought without saying what he thought of the Aussie batting performance.
He didn't like my question very much, did he, Ben?
It was a good question, though. You got the answer. A floating first slip, a gully and a spread field. Green around the wicket to Shanto, who's mistiming a drive down to mid-off. So that floating first slip, a gully, deep backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep square leg and also a fine leg. Interesting here, umpire Richard Illingworth just having a chat to Pat Cummins. Not sure what it's about or whether it's amicable or if there's some matter of issue. Still chatting though. Cummins has returned to mid-off. Great. Bounding in, bowling now, and Shanto driving a square drive, digging out a very full delivery. A deep backward point. Runs around to a deep point position to field and returns on the throw, Weatherald. 2 for 175. Bangladesh just 23 runs in arrears.
He's just been a little bit full or a little bit short, hasn't he, Green? There's been enough balls in that in-between area. Challenging that front foot defence. It's been either short enough to pull or full enough to drive.
Spoken about the Tigers. Good form coming in, having won 6 of their last 10 test matches, including that series against Pakistan. Green around the wicket again, bowling to Townsend. Full delivery on the off stump and chunks it out towards mid-on.
4 test wins in a row, wasn't it? Yeah. Right to Zimbabwe. And then lost to Zimbabwe over there and then came over here and lost to a CA 11, which was... You wouldn't say it was a full-strength Australia A team, was it? It was a lot of fringe state players, a couple of seasoned pros in there as well.
Maybe it got it out of their system, though.
Yeah.
That's what those games are for, and
maybe exposure on the conditions. And lowered the expectation as well and snuck under the radar a little bit.
Townsend picks up his bat as Green approaches and bowls, bangs it in, and through to Kerry it goes. Yeah, bang on there. Jaques, as per usual. I'd love to maybe hear from Dizzy about it as we move into the afternoon session as well, but I just feel like Cameron Green's either been not quite nose or toes, but he hasn't quite hit that good length very often here today, has he?
It's been a lot through that kind of chest high or belly button height and a long half volley. Not enough top of the stumps for mine. when you're bowling in this phase of the game, you've really got to be hammering that area for as much as you can.
Green into Townsend. Full face to the bat, defending a ball on the off stump. Coming up at lunch, Gav Doherty is going to join us, the former team manager for the Australian cricket team. We'll get some tales of that team. Also the CEO of Cricket NT, and chat to him about more cricket up here and how they can produce more homegrown players like Jake Weatherald. Plus, we relive the 201 not out at Chattergram. So Jason Gillespie will regale you in this story of his 201 not out. The Aussies might need him in the second innings.
He brought his pads with him on the plane yesterday. He's ready to go.
Green to Townsend, edging into the gully on the bounce, knocked away by Webster. The end of the green over. Got some numbers from Rick Findlay as well. The batting average at Chattergram was 33.6. At all other venues in the same time, it was just 30. So clearly a floodie. I won't say that in front of Diz though.
Dizzy always says it's a minefield. It was a minefield.
End of the green over, 2 for 175. What's often forgotten is you got out early on in that innings, didn't you?
I'm not going to lie, Ben. It was the flattest wicket of all time. And I walked off saying, I've just thrown away 200 of the best right there. At least 200 runs left out there.
And Dizzy came along and just hoovered them up. And he said, I'll have them.
And then I watched Dizzy bat for 2 days.
More conversations ongoing here between the Aussies and the umpires. So Kumar Dharmasena has the rings out. He's trying to see if the ball will pass through it. So I'm assuming this is what the conversation was last over between Pat Cummins and Richard Illingworth. And the ball is not going through. So the Aussies, maybe with a lack of areas to lay blame, are going to point it at the ball and say it's not giving us enough. Might have just lost its shape here, so we're waiting for the box.
Has anyone found the 2010 Ashes box?
Yeah. Whether they get a
205? The 205? Was it 205 for the Ashes? And they had the old jute balls.
Yeah, then it came out and it looked cherry red and brand new. So we'll get a ball change here. The Aussies just having a little bit of a conference.
I hope the umpire's got his sunglasses on and doesn't realise that there's print on the ball, the new ball that's coming out.
Yeah.
They need something with a bit of shine. They need something to happen.
Well, that's what the Aussies will be hoping for. They've opened up the magic box. I'm looking at Kumar Dharmasena and Richard Illingworth just inspecting the balls.
So having a good 10 overs old would be perfect. Ben.
Having a look at the ball on the monitor that is about to go back in and what they're going to replace it with. Well, the ball they've just put back in looked a little bit better than the ball they've plucked out, I think. So I'm not sure the Aussies are getting a better option. We'll see whether it comes with a change of luck.
Well, the new one's going through the hoop. That's a start. We'll see how.
One more over before lunch, and Bangladesh, it has to be said, I mean, even if they were to lose a wicket here, you've got to give them the first 4 sessions of this test match, which is just remarkable. We weren't expecting that.
Very, very solid work from this Bangladeshi team today.
We're ready to go again. Nathan Lyon bowling. Shanto driving forcefully back down the ground and work for Mitchell Stark. Coming around from a deep mid-off position. He won't get there. 4 more. Shanto driving beautifully back down the ground off the spin of Nathan Lyon. 2 for 179 Bangladesh. Closing in on Australia's first innings total of 198.
Come on. Just a little shuffle down, shimmy down the wicket from Shanto. Back past the stumps, great shot.
Line bowls again, and Shanto gets an inside edge. Squirts away down towards fine leg. Another couple for the Tigers. 2 for 181. Worth noting, if you weren't listening to us yesterday, 198, the lowest ever score by an Australian team against Bangladesh. And as Alex Malcolm wrote about last night, there is a little bit of a pattern developing when Australia come off a long break. Their first innings of their first test isn't a big score. Shanto facing line, a good length delivery, very wide of the off stump and allowed to pass.
Nice, guys.
Just a little bit of turn there for Nathan Lyon.
Just caught the edge of that mark out sort of stump. Nice turn from Lyon.
Gary goes down. Shanto awaits. Quicker, flatter delivery, closer to the off stump, and Shanto content to leave again.
Love that, Gillespie.
So Nathan Lyon just trying to work over Najmal Hussain Shanto. Slower with more flight, wider of the off stump, a little bit flatter and quicker and closer. Bowling again, more air this time, straighter and Shanto.
Lovely side, guys.
Leading on a forward defence back down the pitch to Lyon.
Beautiful. Gary.
Lyon would love a wicket here on the break. Last ball before the luncheon interval. Lyon trots in, bowls, and Shanto very watchful. A good stretch on the forward defensive. And Shanto turns and walks off with spirit, with vigour. And that is the way that Bangladesh have played in this opening session of the second day. They have won all 4 of the sessions played in this match. They trail by 17 runs, 2 for 181. Shanto on 28 not out, and Tanzan, his maiden test half century, is 74 not out. Phil Jaques, a quick wrap before we get into grandstand at lunch.
Yeah, big session. Tick again for Bangladesh. All over Australia, really 4-0, as you said. Really solid batting early on. They respected this Australian bowling lineup. They knew that there was a threat there in that first hour of this game. They earned the right in the second hour and really were the dominant side in that second hour of that first session, and really solid session from Bangladesh.
So lunch on day 2 at a warm Marara, and it is Bangladesh who are in control. Shanto 28, Tanzan 74, 2 for 181. Trailing by 17. Coming up next, grandstand at lunch with Corbin Middlemas, Gav Doherty, his special guest.
ABC Sport.
End of the over. Bales are flicked off. We're heading off for a refreshment and a meat pie. And that ends the morning session. That is lunch.
On ABC Sport, this is Grandstand at Lunch on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Lunch on day 2, and the story of the match is still the same. It is Bangladesh, the tourists, the plucky underdog who is on top against the all-conquering Australian team. 2 for 181 the score at lunch on the second day, and Tanzan Hassan, in just his second test match, celebrates a special milestone.
Hazelwood goes in, bowls, and Tanzan just dabs it away towards the deep point. They set off for a single, and he'll get down the other end. And Tanzan brings up a maiden test half century. What a moment for the 25-year-old.
He didn't stop there, by the way, so reached 50, kept on going. He's still there at lunch.
Webster bowls down the pitch. He has a crack and hits it over mid-off. Bingo, bango, bongo. 6. He's hit it all the way.
That is Jim Maxwell, of course, the voice of the dry season, as we've dubbed him, ordinarily the voice of summer, with us here on ABC Sport. Tanzan Hassan, 74 not. Najmal Shanto is there on 28. The deficit just 17. This is Grandstand at Lunch. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Bangladesh 2 for 181. Mominul Huq, the only man out. He went for 49. He nicked through to carry off the bowling of Hazelwood on the precipice of his half century. My name's Corbin Middlemas. This is Grandstand at Lunch. Jason Gillespie's alongside me. Hello, Des.
Hello, Corbin, and hello to all our listeners.
Xavier Doherty, headset on. Hello, Ax.
Corby, nice to see you again.
Room and hang time there. The reason we've got you both with us during the lunch breaks is because we've got a very special guest, a man who you know well. His name is Gavin Doherty. He's the Chief Executive of Northern Territory Cricket, but in another life, he was the former team manager of the Australian cricket team. Gav, appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
This must be a feather in your cap. You're the Chief Executive of NT Cricket, and for the first time in over 2 decades, there's a test match in your own backyard.
Yeah, it's pinch yourself stuff, and I was just saying to a few people there this afternoon, like I've been lucky to be involved with a lot of very cool things in my last job with the Aussie boys, but this is one of the best things I've been part of.
So I grew up in Sydney,
How on earth do you go from being the team manager of the Australian cricket team to end up in Darwin as the chief executive of NT Cricket? What does that career path look like?
Yeah, I was just joking with Doe. I married an English girl. I was just saying I'm sure she always dreamed of living in Darwin. But it's an amazing place, and I've been here nearly 4 years, and I'm just so passionate about it, and so passionate about bringing international cricket back here to the territory.
Did you need much convincing when someone said, hey, there's this job going, and would you be interested?
No, not at all, to be honest. We were living in the UK at the time, and we love warm weather, and I know Joel Morrison, my predecessor, pretty well, and he sort of sold it, and one thing turned into another, and here we are, and some amazing things happening up here with cricket, which is really exciting.
So, Gav, what have been some of the challenges that you've found in the time here at NT Cricket?
Well, I think when I arrived, it was trying to work out why has it been 2 decades since we've had international cricket. That was the thing I couldn't wrap my head around. And you've spent a lot of time here, and anyone that comes, you very quickly realise you've got 4 or 5 months of the year where you've got the best cricket conditions, I think, in the country. You've got blue sky, you've got cool breeze, and you immediately remove the biggest variable around rain and weather. So we think we've got a huge opportunity, and so a lot of hard work's gone into getting it back, and we think we've got a great product on display.
And do you think there's a real chance with your conversation with Cricket Australia that potentially we can see cricket every year in Darwin?
That's the goal. That's what I'm after. We had the first ever men's T20s played here last year against South Africa, sell-out crowds. They were hugely successful. And then obviously we've got a great test on display, and we've got some one-day cricket next year against the Kiwis, which is really exciting. So that sort of 3-year example of what winter cricket could look like, we think there's a compelling case there.
So my understanding was they were going to be T20s. Was that the original part of the contract? They're going to be ODIs now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's my understanding, is it's white ball in some way, shape or form, and the FTP gets sort of tweaked and tinkered with, but we think there'll be some white ball up here. I think there'll be one days, and that's really exciting. And look, there's a huge sort of window of opportunity at a sort of really interesting time with cricket, and we just think there's a great asset here that can benefit Australian cricket. And we've got more and more, which Disney knows, we've got more and more teams out of the subcontinent trying to come here and play also in this window. So we've seen Pakistan and Nepal and Bangladesh. We've got New Zealand coming. We've got some private franchises playing here now in August. The Kingsmen were here last year. They're coming again. So again, we think we've got a great asset.
How's the shape of junior development up here, Gav? I know there was some talk during a few months ago about Tassie and the NT and it just forming like an allies team, which sort of, I know it disgruntled quite a few people down in Tassie. But to be honest, we're not producing players that are going on. How is it happening up here?
Yeah, I mean, that stuff takes time, I think, to get your pathways right and to have the right coaching and the right facilities and get all those sort of things right. But we're certainly building a bigger and bigger base at the grassroots level. We've got more boys and girls playing the game than ever before. We know we're trying to get more First Nations boys and girls playing cricket and getting an opportunity to engage with the sport. So that's the sort of key focus area. And then we are trying to work out, how do we produce more talent, because there was a little golden generation. Jaques part of it, Tommy Andrews, Darcy Short, Kane Richardson, all at different points in time, came through the territory system. So we are focused on trying to make sure that we start producing more talent. And even the female space, a young girl that played for the NT in the under-16s nationals was the leading wicket taker. So we know the talent's there, but we need to make sure that they're coming through a little bit more regularly than they have been.
Sorry. I'm glad you mentioned the First Nations aspect of it. I mean, obviously there's a higher First Nations population in the Northern Territory than there is elsewhere. How do you go about doing that and connecting cricket to First Nations people in particular? And it is something that really the game has struggled with broadly across the country. And as you said, I imagine it'll be ever present for the NT.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, alongside winter cricket, being able to demonstrate that cricket is a sport for all Australians and First Nations Australians is another key part of the role we think we can play for Australian cricket. As you touched on, 30% of the community here are First Nations, so it's not a minority population like it might be in some other parts of the country. But you need to invest in it. It takes investment, and so the Northern Territory government's been fantastic, and they've given us some funding that's allowing us to employ people directly to drive better participation outcomes in that space. So we now, I think, probably the only state and territory that has 2 people directly employed to drive Indigenous Test cricket outcomes. But you've got to, you've got to build this over a really consistent period of time. In the same way that you see trying to establish footy in the northern states or rugby league in the southern states, it takes a really long time if you want to have genuine, sustainable outcomes. But we're really focused on trying to do that because we think it's really important.
Gav Doherty with us, the Chief Executive of NT Cricket, during the lunch break here on day 2 with Bangladesh. 2 for 181. They lost only 1 wicket in the morning session, trailing the Test match by just 17. Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Gav, obviously your previous role as the team manager of the Australian cricket team. Would love to relive some stories with you. You were there during a fascinating time. How do you reflect on, I guess, your time with the Australian cricket team? And if someone was to say to you, hey, what's the role of the team manager like? What would you tell them?
God, that's a tough question to answer. I've got Doe to my right and Dizzy who I sort of spent some time with. But, look, from my perspective, as like many Australians, you grow up sort of, it'd be a dream, wouldn't it, to be part of the Australian cricket team. These two boys next to me have obviously done it, and when you realise pretty quickly, like I did, that you've got no chance of doing that, getting as close as possible and being able to sort of travel around with the Aussie team and try and play a very, very small role in supporting the team. It was a dream job for me, 11 years, and met a lot of great people and saw a lot of great parts of the world, and it was fantastic.
So what kind of things would you be doing as I imagine lots of logistics and bits and pieces as the team manager of the side?
Yeah, well, to be honest, it often would be shaped by who's the captain and who's the head coach. So I was lucky I worked with a few different coaches, from Vinny to Mickey Arthur, Buff, JL, and then just finished as he did. Michael Clark, Steve Smith, Tim Payne, George Bailey, lots of different captains. So, they're all rightfully, they're driving the ship, and you just try and work out, okay, what's your role and what do they see as your role. So it would change from time to time, but you just try and complement their skills, a lot of operations, a lot of logistics, a lot of problem solving, a lot of stakeholder management, and you can go from a bomb going off in Hyderabad and how do you work with a high commission and a group of people that want to know what are we doing and how are we doing it, through to trying to work out where Mitch Marsh's shoes are. So it's a very broad spectrum, but that's what I loved about it. It was super diverse, and you try and be a bridge between a big beast of an organisation and commercial operation with lots of different stakeholders who want something of the boys, and then try and make sure that everyone within the team, whether they're players or staff or whomever, feel like it's a good environment and they've got what they need to go and perform.
Now, Gav, when you started, you're filling some big shoes. The great Steve Bernard, Brute's a great man, and but the way he went about was old school and archaic in some people's views. Was that a challenge to sort of shift the view on the players and the role of the team manager, I guess?
Yeah, it was. And before I took the role, I was doing the same role for the England rugby team. So I was sort of managing the England rugby team as an Australian. But when I saw this role, I thought, wow, that'd be a boyhood dream. And I came down. I remember I met Vinny, Punter, Pup and Watto as sort of the leaders at the time, end of 2010. But by the time I'd come back from London, we'd lost the Ashes and the Argus review was happening. It was a huge amount of change. But I was 29, 30 years of age, and I was replacing a guy who was 60 with a hell of a lot of experience, a lot of wisdom. I went about it slightly differently, probably made a lot of mistakes. I'm sure I upset a lot of people. Tried to bring, I guess, a little bit, maybe more of a more contemporary sort of feel to it, coming from a big footy code. Wouldn't change a thing. Very, very grateful and very lucky. The game's been super good to me.
What's the best thing about your time as a team manager? Is there a victory in particular, or perhaps something that you thought you'd never end up doing, and because of cricket you ended up there?
Yeah, or a favourite tour. Yeah, favourite place to tour, maybe.
Oh, it's a good question. I mean, one of the memories with sitting next to Doe, he was drinking in a rooftop bar with George Bailey and Doe after the 2015 World Cup. I think there was a few substitute bibs getting along, and I think they probably still claim they got us home in that World Cup, and the energy coming from that group. But it's really, really hard to say. You're just part of World Cups and Ashes and tours to India. I miss. I was chatting to a few of the guys yesterday. Get to see some incredible places, incredible people, but the Ashes were always, I think, pretty special, just because you grow up hating the Poms, and I think that 2019 Ashes World Cup period was pretty special, making a semi of a World Cup and then being able to retain the Ashes was pretty special.
Gav, really appreciate your time. Thanks for dropping by. All the best with your role in NT cricket, and hopefully we're here next year and the year after and the year after that. Appreciate your time.
And thanks for the cold drinks from the fridge too for the ABC boys. So thanks for that, Gav.
Pleasure. I haven't lost my manager touch there.
Yeah,
so anything you need, boys, let me know.
Big shout out on that front. Thanks to Gavin Dovey, the Chief Executive at NT Cricket, with us during the lunch break here at Marara Oval in Darwin. Just repeating that lunchtime score, 2 for 181. Bangladesh, they trail the Test match by only 17 runs. Shanto not out on 28, or Shanto not out on 28, and Tanzit Hassan is not out on 74. Just state of play quickly. Diz, what do you make of that morning session?
Oh, it was all Bangladesh's. Australia needed to come out pretty hard and look to impact with wickets. I felt they maybe just slightly got their plans wrong at times. They looked to bowl back of a length and some short stuff, and the Bangladesh batters were well and truly up to the task to keep the score not only ticking over but also preserve their wickets. To lose just the one wicket, Australia would be disappointed they didn't impact more. Conversely, the Bangladeshis will be delighted with that session.
X?
Yeah, well, when's the turn of fortune's going to come? You know, I think we sat through 6.5 hours of cricket yesterday and just thought at some stage Australia are going to turn this around. And then we said again this morning at some stage Australia are going to turn this around. You know, 2 hours into today's play, they fought hard, Australia. You know, there was not a lot wrong with the way they went about it. You know, Steve Smith dropped that chance at slip, which you don't see that very often, you know, so that's again just a little bit of rustiness coming to the fore. But they've been okay, but they've just, you know, they cost themselves yesterday, and it's actually looking like a long way back now.
Absolutely, Dylan. Do you think, guys, that maybe just the whole rhetoric, all the commentary around this Bangladesh side, having played the CA11, getting bowled out in their second innings for 54, has kind of just bred, not necessarily within the Australian side, but just the general public and the media, that this is going to be a bit of a pushover for the Aussies?
Well, it was bad for publicity, wasn't it, that CA game? Because if they'd come in fresh off, I know they got beaten by Zimbabwe, but prior to that, they
beat Pakistan.
And Ireland, I think, maybe their 2 tests before that. So they're actually tracking okay. But they rock up to Australian shores. Australia send out again 11 guys who haven't been playing a lot of cricket, so they're fresh off a winter, and they get bundled.
All sort of venue, by the way, that they don't always play at. So it's not as if Australia's got a lot of experience here. I think it'd be different if all of a sudden, you know, we had Bangladesh for 4 test matches and they're playing, or 5 test matches and they're playing at, you know, the usual test venues during a summer where Australia have dominated opposition for so many years. I mean, how many times have we built up? The Kiwis are coming. It's going to be a great competitive series, and the Australians whitewash them, and there's lots of other touring teams that have fallen for that. But maybe just the extra variables has made this far more of a competitive outing than what we thought it would be. Just a couple of other issues that are going on in cricket during the lunch break here on day 2. I'm just repeating that lunchtime score. So 181 on the board, 2 wickets down. Bangladesh, they trail the test by only 17. 8 of the last 10 matches where test matches Bangladesh have played, they've actually batted first. So only twice in their last 10 matches they've been in the field to open a match. They won both of those, so we'll win against both Zimbabwe and Ireland in a similar position they find themselves in now. Tom Morris had a story yesterday on Channel 7, which for us, huge followers of Shield cricket, I found was interesting, and probably relates to you a bit, X, as a match referee as you are nowadays. Tom reported they are changing the session times in Shield cricket this year. So the first session is going to be 2 hours long. The second session is going to be 2 hours and 15 minutes. And then the final session is slated to be 1 hour and 45. Now, there's also the extra half an hour option that would make that also a 2 hour and 15-minute final session. But the general premise, or the theory for this, is that the easiest time to bat is in the middle of the day. Teams and players in particular are short on runs. The top 10 in the run scorers list last year in Shield cricket, the best average was 37. So as a chance to give batsmen the more chance to bat in the best part of the day before the light fades and so on and so forth. And he also reported that curators have been told to err on the side of the batters. So if the curator's tossing up whether it should be 5 mil or 7 mil, essentially give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman for this year's Shield season. What do we make of that intervention?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? I think it's Cricket Australia just trying to find ways to lengthen the depth of the batting stocks, but also to make life a little harder for seamers. You know, I don't know about you, Diz, but I turn up to a Shield game and I see something that you can't tell the pitch to the outfield, and I just think, and that's the spinners' point of view. It's like, this is going to be tough work for the batters and spinners. So it's actually just trying to get that balance back between bat and ball. The session times is probably not something I'd really thought of. Adding some extra time in that middle session when arguably that is the best time to bat. And then again, the instruction to the curators to sort of just to cut a little bit more grass off, to make games go late into, if we see a few more draws, maybe we see a few more draws. That will be the flow on. We won't see so many results, but I think that's a good result for the whole of Australian cricket.
Well, there's something similar that happens in county cricket, and it's the middle session tends to be longer. So what they do, rather than actually put a time on it, like Cricket Australia put 2 hours and 15 minutes. So in county cricket, say you play your first session, you bowl 30 overs. The second session doesn't finish until there's 32 overs left in the day's play. And then you take tea. And I actually quite like, so that could be a 2.5 hour session. So it actually incentivises the bowling side to get through their overs as well. So whether that is bring your spinners on or whatnot, or hustle a bit more. Yeah. But that session could go 2 hours 20, 2.5 hours. And then once 32 overs are left in the day's play, umpires call tea, and then 20-minute tea break, and so whatever time that is, and then they do the final session, and you finish when the 32 overs are done. For me, I think that's a simpler system, and it works really well in county cricket.
I was going to ask, how has it worked? Has the game changed much? Has there been any trends?
It's been entrenched in county cricket for long, even back when I was playing county cricket. Okay. And what it did, you got through your overs, and spinners definitely bowled in middle sessions regularly. Like you never went into a county game without a spinner because you made sure that you get through your overs.
I guess the counterpoint would be, is that producing the best Test cricketers? Which again is the whole premise essentially of the Sheffield Shield.
So, this is my take on Test cricket. You've got to play, part of the parameters of Test cricket is playing within the laws, playing within the playing conditions. The playing conditions state you must bowl 90 overs in a day. So, for my opinion on Test cricket is it's called a test for a reason. It tests you physically, it tests you tactically, strategically. And part of that tactics and strategy is being able to complete 90 overs in a day. So I don't buy all this nonsense that I hear from modern players that, the surface doesn't suggest that we play a spinner. No. But the playing conditions state you have to bowl 90 overs. So you've got to find a way to get 90 overs in. So if that means on a surface you've got to play a spinner and he might have to fulfil a different role, then so be it, because the playing conditions dictate that you've got to bowl 90 overs. So,
but if the ICC aren't going to enforce that,
well, that's the issue. The ICC don't enforce it, and we see teams getting away with murder in terms of over rates. I mean, yesterday was ordinary. There was 77 overs bowled, and that included the extra 30 minutes. So 6.5 hours, and they're still 13 behind after 6.5 hours. It's unacceptable. It just isn't good enough.
This stuff works in cycles all the time, doesn't it? Where it feels like in Shield cricket we go through a stage of, the bat-a-thons and guys, put up big gaudy numbers. Then all of a sudden we say, hey, we've got too many draws, we're not getting enough results. They spice up the pitches a bit, and all of a sudden they're trying to get the balance right. It does feel like we've overcorrected though, hasn't it?
It certainly does. Yeah, it's too bowler friendly, too fast bowler friendly. It's not great for fast bowlers. They're racking up some amazing numbers, but is that preparing them for Test cricket as well? They're going to come out here and play on this surface, and it's like, right, I've got to work pretty hard. I've got to nag away, and I've got to go to England, and it's not, I don't have it all my own way all the time. So, and that's also the beauty, Corb, of having such a strong first-class system is, you can sort of start to jig the rules and play around with, tiny bits and sort of dictate, where we need to go as far as developing what we need.
Just picking up on what you said about the Tasmania Northern Territory link, can you tell us a bit more about that?
Did you guys hear about that? So that was certainly ruffled a few feathers in Tassie, that Cricket Australia, I think on the back of Tasmania and the ACT and Northern Territory not producing as many representative players over the last few years, and certainly, and they're not winning games like Tasmania, and their record over the last few years in the 19s championships and 17s has been poor and uncompetitive almost. So I think the idea was to sort of form an allies team. So those Northern Territory, it's been knocked on the head, by the way. I don't think they are going down that path, but certainly there was talk of aligning those three teams. They play a mini carnival. They come up with the best 11 players, and then they go and play as an allies at the National Carnival, which so they still get their opportunity to represent the NT or the ACT or Tasmania, but then not at a national level. But again, it's not good for anyone if we're sending, these junior teams and spending a hell of amount of money to send them away and they're not competitive. So, yeah, what the answer is, I don't know, but I'm glad that it's been knocked back, but, it's sort of a warning shot to those associations that, we need to start finding players and putting together teams that are competitive and making these national championships worthwhile for everyone.
But, Doe, isn't it in part population basis? Between Tasmania and the ACT Northern Territory, that wouldn't add up to the Melbourne metro area.
No, of course. There's always going to be that imbalance. I don't think anyone's expecting, the NT to come out and all of a sudden win a championship. And I know over the last few years, I don't know if it still happens, that there are top-up players from New South Wales or New South Wales country top up at the NT, and they take up 3 or 4 spots on there. But I think it's a good warning shot to those teams and those states that's like, right, you've got to... We're investing a lot of money to sort of develop some players out of your area, and we're not seeing the results at the minute. So, we'll see where that one ends up. It's not going through just at the minute, but I'm sure there were some feathers ruffled in those parts.
Also, Tasmania and South Australia, also in recent times have been almost like pseudo allies options for people in recent years, haven't they? Where we see players regularly move states, and I'm not sure we necessarily need to change the names of any of our Shield teams or anything like that to have one represented. Whereas it does give players an output or an option to go and play somewhere else in the less populous states.
Well, it's worked well for Tasmania, and it's usually a pretty good result. If we've got 50-50 of homegrown Tasmanians and some imports and guys who move their whole life and come down and really establish themselves, it works pretty well. When it starts to tick too far, with interstate players, it's not a good result for anyone, really.
Good hit out. Thank you, X.
No worries. We'll see you later on.
You're not going far. I think you're starting up after the lunch break. Diz, we'll catch up with you before long.
Absolutely.
Thanks to Jaques and Gillespie for his work, and thanks to Gavin Doherty for stopping by during the lunch break. That's us done for Grandstand at Lunch. We're not too far away from the start of the second session on day 2 here at Marara Oval. It's been more of the same. It's been Bangladesh's test so far, 2 for 181. They trail the test match by just 17 runs at Lunch on day 2, with Shanto, the captain, not out on 28, and also Tanzat Hassan there on 74. Second session next, but now it's news time.
ABC News, hello, I'm William Howard Evans. 3 runway incidents at Sydney Airport in under 2 weeks are being investigated, with the Prime Minister calling for immediate reporting. Tasman Buckle has more.
The Australian Safety Transport Bureau says it will review recordings from the Air Traffic Control Tower as well as interview staff and pilots in its investigations into each incident. One occurred last Sunday when a Virgin Australia plane was forced to abort takeoff after being cleared at the same time a Qantas plane was cleared to taxi on the same runway. Anthony Albanese says the Federal Transport Minister has met with airport officials.
We'll continue to make sure that we are very vigilant indeed when it comes to these issues.
The ATSB says around 60 runway incidents happen every year across the country, but not often at major airports.
The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has promised Western Australia will continue to get what he calls a fair share of the GST. The Productivity Commission will release its interim report into the 2018 GST reforms today. Under the current system, no state or territory can receive a share proportionate to less than 75% of its population. Mr Albanese says it's pointless to discuss changing the system before the full report is released.
This interim report is just that, an interim report. There'll be a final report before the end of the year. This is a report that was commissioned by the Morrison government, not by our government. We'll wait and see what they say at the end of the year.
Former Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen has announced she's leaving politics after stepping down from the Labor leadership just over a fortnight ago. As state political reporter Rachel Eddy explains, she's made an emotional plea to clean up the tenor of debate and misinformation.
Jacinta Allen this morning confirmed she would not contest the November election, 27 years after entering Parliament as the member for Bendigo East. In an emotional press conference in her hometown, Ms Allen said democracy was at risk from misinformation and division shared over social media.
I do not remember a time when our foundations have felt so unsteady. Social cohesion is under pressure, public debate is deteriorating, and it's not just about politics, it's about how we live together.
The former Premier, who was replaced by Ben Carroll last month, also said women were unfairly held to a higher standard in politics.
Australian musician and entertainer Johnny Young has died at the age of 79 following a brief battle with pancreatic cancer. Sam Wilkinson takes a look back at his life.
At age 6, Johnny Benjamin Arthur de Jong and his family migrated from the Netherlands to Australia. He grew up in Perth and moved to Melbourne in the mid-1960s. Johnny Young, as he was known, once toured with the Rolling Stones and supported Roy Orbison. As a songwriter, he penned the #1 hits The Real Thing and The Girl I Love for Russell Morris and Smiley for Ronnie Burns. But it was a TV show he created and hosted that saw him become a household name.
Here's Johnny Young!
Young Talent Time aired from 1971 to 1988 and launched the careers of many pop stars, including Tina Arena and Danny Minogue. Johnny Young was inducted into the Logies Hall of Fame in 1990 and the ARIA Hall of Fame in 2020.
Goodbye, everybody.
Close your eyes and I'll kiss you.
Israel says it will arrest a group of Jewish settlers who have laid siege on 3 homes and their Palestinian residents in the occupied West Bank. More from Sarah Amir.
The Israeli military is facing criticism from Palestinians who believe the IDF is allowing Israeli settlers to act with impunity. The settlers have closed off the road to 3 homes in the Palestinian village of Kusra, cutting off water and electricity supplies. The IDF says it has dismantled 2 illegal outposts and detained 1 Israeli, while the US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, says the siege is a horrific act of terror. Israel's military has also used tear gas to disperse the settlers, but the move has been criticised as a PR stunt as the settlers remain.
Australia is being urged to consider updating its clothing waste regulations. The European Union now bans the destruction of unsold garments. Brands must now come up with other ways to dispose of their unsold stock, including resale and donation. Fashion and textiles researcher at RMIT, Yasmi Sami, says it's hard to know how big the problem is.
We don't have enough visibility. There is an estimation that says around 3%, that is 47 million items per year, but that is conservative.
You're up to date with the very latest. ABC News.
Every community has stories worth sharing. ABC Your Say is your chance to join the conversation. Tell us what's on your mind. Visit abc.net.au/yoursay.
It's a straight back to the ball and a return catch.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh.
Would be non-strike to start. He's hit the stuff.
Ball-by-ball coverage.
Hits the pad. How is that? Out. It's LBW. The finger is up.
Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Welcome back to the central commentary position here in Darwin. We've had a little bite to eat and you've been able to chew off a bit of chat during the lunch break. And the Australians will be wondering, should they use Brill cream or what can they do? They've had the ball changed already because they told the umpires they thought it was out of shape and somehow the umpires agreed. But I don't know about you, Xavier. I don't reckon I'll be taking many wickets until they get a second new ball. And then even that is problematic. And good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you, Jim, and
You
to
little
everyone
devil,
tuning
you
in.
look
Yeah.
at you.
Do you like my hat?
I do.
The devil's hat. I'll see if I can set you one up now that you're on board.
Well, it's good to have a sort of memento souvenir of something that may happen
Don't even
one
go down.
day.
Don't you dare, Jim.
Well,
Don't you dare.
I'm sure there's more likelihood of Tasmania disappearing into the Southern Ocean, but it might take a little bit longer.
It's happening. It is happening. We're believers down there, so the footy team is coming, and I know,
There's less of you every year, though, isn't that the case?
The population's growing down there.
Is it?
Very slowly.
Oh, really?
Is that right?
I
I've
don't
gone
know.
out on a limb there. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it is. But what was the question you asked? Oh, the Australian new ball. Well, they needed to.
How are they going to get a cluster of wickets?
They created 2 chances that session. They weren't able to take the second one, a nick off. Who was it? Nathan Lyon clipped the gloves of Carey, and Steve Smith full stretch, but it didn't have a lot of pace on it. You see Steve Smith take more often than not in that case. He's getting older. He certainly moved okay, so they created 2 chances, but even then, if it's 3 for 181, the deficit's only what is that, 17 or something, is it now? I can't even see that far.
There seems to be this wishful thinking on the part of a lot of people, pundits on the social media, those who come along today, that we'll just get a wicket or 2 and they'll fall over. I think they're better than that. We've underestimated them.
I'm one of those, Jim. I've been speaking like that for the last 4 sessions. At some stage, I'm just expecting for a big clump of wickets and
day 5 maybe
the Bangladesh just to fold like they did last week against the CA11, but it just hasn't happened. And we've seen a big enough sample size, 4 sessions of Test cricket, and they've been the better team for the entire 4 sessions. So I am guilty of underplaying how good Bangladesh have been so far, and Australia's bowling's been okay. I don't think there's not a lot to fault there. They've done what they've done so well. They've tried to be patient and nag away, but they just haven't had the results. And the batting yesterday is just going to bite them for the rest of this Test match.
Well, maybe for the rest of the summer, if they don't either find some form. We're talking about Wildermuth and Labuschagne and Green, essentially, I suppose. But where do you go to, my lovely? Who's going to replace
Weatherald's the man. Jack Wildermuth is an all-rounder for that bloke. For Queensland. You got your W's
mixed up. That's all right.
Well, they've got Sammy Constas sitting in the wings. They've got some players there. McSweeney's a man who I'm sure at some stage will get another opportunity, and Matthew Renshaw is a guy who's had a nice summer last year and played some short form cricket, and I'm sure would love another opportunity. They've got some players there, and I know there are. You scroll through the socials, particularly last night and this morning, and there are. All the experts are out saying, why aren't they playing this Test? And if you look at some of the batting records of the 3 guys that you mentioned, there is a case there that maybe some of those guys that we mentioned should be there, and if not there this Test or next, then very shortly.
There's obviously a contagious situation in Victoria. Not only is Victoria as a state on the nose, but so are their cricketers. They can't get any Victorians into the Australian team. What's going on? Ollie Peake,
Kellaway, they're both very good cricketers.
O'Neill, aren't these fellows good enough to play?
I'm not sure. Maybe that's something.
The producer's getting very upset about this.
I know, you're not.
But he's a Western Australian anyway, so I don't know why he can carry on about the poor old Victorians.
An adopted Victorian, isn't he?
You've still got AFL. You'll be all right. You'll get a grand final. You might even get a Melbourne-based team playing in the grand final. Wouldn't that be something?
Well, it looks unlikely just at the minute.
It won't be Essendon.
And it won't be Essendon, Jim. And it won't be the Devils this year.
Now, what's happening here?
I'll tell you,
we're talking about a lot of stuff.
I can tell you what's happened, Jim. The ball change that happened right on the stroke of lunch actually happened after the scheduled lunch break. So I think lunch wasn't taken for about 5 or 6 minutes after the scheduled. So we're filling time until the umpires start to walk out.
It's 12:41 by my clock, so they should be playing.
I didn't register the walk-off time, but I'm assuming they can't be far away. The Australians have been standing there to get out there.
They're lingering here at the moment, waiting for the umpires to have their.
The umpires are coming.
Their affogato. Do they have an affogato before they go out?
They're on their way.
Just to get them revved up. But as we keep saying, sitting here, it's a beautiful day in Darwin.
Yes.
It's 30 degrees or such, and it's warm, humid, a little bit of sea breeze around, and here they come. They've demolished the triple ice cream cone, and they're on their way to the middle. Umpires Damascena and Illingworth. So this morning, Australia struggled. Probably the shot, the ball that put the stamp on what Bangladesh were up to was a 6 that was hit into the long stand down there. Wasn't that a real stroke?
You go a long way to watch a cricket shot like that. Tans advancing off Big Bo Webster, who's not the quickest of the bowling attack that Australia have sent out, but still sends him down fast enough. And it's 6'7", and he's plonked him, a good 85 metres over long off. That was a serious highlight of the first session.
So they went from 1 for 96 overnight, and they've taken their score pretty close to Australia's at 2 for 181. The only man out was Mominul Haq, who flashed at a ball from Hazelwood outside the off stump, and Kerry took the nick. He was out for 49. But Tanzid Hassan, who's a new boy really in Test cricket, he's 74 not out, his first Test half-century, which included 6 fours and a 6. And the captain, Najmul Hussain Shanto, is 28. And he's hit a couple of good strokes to the boundary, a drive and a pull for 4 of consecutive deliveries. A highlight there. Not much to say about the bowling, other than they've used 6 of them so far. We'll talk more about it when something happens. But they're out there now, and we're ready to go. What's your tip in this session? What will we see? Potential.
Well, I'd love to say Australia are going to show something at some stage, and that's what I've been expecting, but I'm going to have to steer clear of that. The conditions look good. Shanto's looked really good, Jim, since he came to the crease, as you mentioned. Australia's probably been a little defensive bowling to him. You know, they may be expecting, they know more about him than I do sitting up here. But they've set some sweepers back and allowed him to settle in a little bit. But it's pretty good batting conditions. These bowlers have got some overs under their belts now, so I'm expecting a bit of a batting fest now.
So we go off with Hazelwood around the wicket, and he comes in and bowls a ball that's hitting inside edge to pad as he plunged forward. Tanzit 74, Shanto 28. And they're going to bang a few in. Not much in this pitch, it seems, after it's settled from yesterday's tackiness and Australia's edgy batting. But they've tried the short ball on a few occasions, but not at this end where they're batting, at the scaffolding end. It's not a lot going on. A bit more variable bounce down at the airport end, perhaps. But it looks good to have a bat on as Hazelwood goes up, and he's leaning into the drive, and he sends it away on the offside, and it goes out to the boundary for 4. That was attractively played and beautifully timed. And it takes Tanzer up to 78 on the cover drive.
Yeah, that's a loosener from Josh Hazelwood. Overpitched. Tanzer just helping himself to that one straight after the break. Beautifully timed. Jake Weatherall, the man at point, who's had to do the work to fetch that one, had no chance at all. Just like a tempter from Josh Hazelwood. I know he bowled some nice deliveries in the first session, and it was probably the loosener that got him the wicket. It didn't on that occasion.
He tries again around the wicket and a tighter ball. He pushes away down towards third man through the gully. It won't run all the way as it's chased back by Green, and they collect a couple of runs. But it must help when you're batting to feel as though most of the deliveries that come at you aren't going to do much, certainly not in the air, and maybe not much off the surface. So you can play through the line a little bit, being wary of chasing and nicking and things. But he's looking very composed, Mr. Tanzit. Very composed. He's an 80 not out. Hazelwood in again, and he's looking to drive and does. Out through a vacant mid-off. There's more runs here. It's chased back towards that long-off boundary, and Labuschagne, as ever, does a kind of dive and roll, as it were, in the field. He chases, he picks up, swivels, turns and throws all in the the one action. But the result is a couple more. And Tansit moves to 82. And the score's gone up to 189, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yep, you're right, Jim. Josh Hazelwood just spent a good 5 or 10 seconds scratching his head with that one. It was a nice delivery, top of the stumps, straight head off stump, and Tansit punching that one down the ground. So they feel like they're running out of answers here, Australia.
Hazelwood in again, and Tansit forward, defending a length delivery away. Straight down the onside to Pat Cummins, who collects it. So Nathan Lyons bowled a handful of overs, but he may be needed for a lot more. What's he? 8 overs, none for 33. And not as economical as usual. Webster, 5 overs, 1 made, none for 16. He moved a couple off the surface. And here's Hazelwood with 1 for 40 in his 12th over. 2 slips in the gully weight, and Hazelwood comes in, turns it back and across, slides it away, just behind point. And it's fielded out there by Weatherall to end the over. So that was a good start for Bangladesh. 8 runs scored. And Tansit 82, Shanto 28. They're only 9 runs adrift.
Yeah, unbelievable, Jim. It's been a fantastic start. As we mentioned, dominated every moment of this game so far. Josh Hazelwood just completing his 12th over. It's another thing Australia will have to consider is the fitness of him in particular, and Nathan Lyons, the other one, who, as you mentioned, Jim, he's going to have to shoulder a lot of this workload. 2 guys who have had their injury history and haven't played, 2 of the guys who haven't been playing, overseas recently. So this being back out on the park is new to them. So they'll be hoping, firstly that they can get through, and secondly that they can be effective and have an impact on this game.
So Mitchell Stark's got hold of the ball down at the scaffolding, a la Michael Long end of the ground, and he's going to bowl to Shanto. Left-handers everywhere. Stark comes up, and Shanto's whipping it around the corner off the line of the leg stump to deep, backward, fine leg. Hazelwood under the floppy, tosses it back in, and Shanto goes to 29, 2 for 190. Yes, that's what it is, folks. Australia 198, Bangladesh 2 for 190. It might be the new world order coming up for cricket, to see another team from the subcontinent starting to build up its confidence and ability to play away from home and do well. Took Sri Lanka a while. Pakistan, yep, they've always been thereabouts. Stark bowls, and he leaves it outside the off stump. So there's 4 cricket-playing countries in that part of the world: India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka's already won a World Cup, 50-over World Cup. Pakistan's done that too, and India a couple of times. And Bangladesh have upset quite a few teams. But Test cricket, not in the top 6 in the world, but just showing as they develop, evolve, that they can play, as we're seeing here, with Stark going in and a very wide delivery outside the line of the off stump.
You're going to have to give me a history lesson, Jim. When was Sri Lanka's first test? When did they start playing Test cricket? 80s?
Early 80s.
80s?
Against England, I think, their first test.
Okay.
Graham Gooch was there, I think, early 80s.
Okay, and then there was the 96 World Cup is where they starred. But
that was the big one, beating Australia in the final, yes. But, of course, the arrival of some very good batsmen, De Silva, Ratatunga, later, of course, Sangakkara.
Yeah.
But it was more Muralitharan's bowling that brought them onto the stage, particularly playing in the subcontinent. Stark bowls tight, and that's pushed back down the pitch.
Yeah. So it took them some time. Bangladesh, I think, 2000 and 2001. was their first Test match. Sound about right? It is right, because Benny just showed me at the back of the box.
Yeah. That's probably right.
20,
well, you got to remember they were only Bangladesh from 1971.
Of course.
And before that, they were East Pakistan, and they actually played Test cricket in Dhaka in earlier years, on the mat in Dhaka, where, of course, now they play, well, they don't actually play very much in Dhaka, but they play on grass, on turf, of course, as start bowls, and it's pushed away firmly into the covers. But yeah, even if you go back to the start of New Zealand playing Test cricket, it took them a long while to be competitive. And in fact, the story goes the rounds historically that the main reason Australia didn't play Test cricket officially against New Zealand until 1973 was that Australia took the view that, well, they haven't quite arrived, these blokes.
They didn't want to give them the credit for it.
Right. I heard another story. There was a Test match played between the two of them for the first time just after the Second World War. It lasted just 2 days. We're used to that now. Stark bowls and back and away to the onside. It goes into no man's land for a single. 2 for 191 is dear old, the late Don Cameron told me. He said that story about Australia looking down its nose at New Zealand, and we used to send A teams, B teams, or whatever over there until 1973. He said it's not true. He said the fact is New Zealand were worried about being completely embarrassed after what happened in 1946, when at the Basin Reserve, Australia won the game on an iffy pitch, perhaps, but won it decisively inside 2 days.
Right. So they just decided, New Zealand just decided, right, we don't want that.
Well,
so
that was his story. It was more about New Zealand wanting to just go quietly and wait until they had a better team.
Okay.
And that's certainly been the case in the last, well, it's 50 years now since we started playing, and it didn't take long for them to beat us in a Test match, famously at Lancaster Park. Now, around the wicket, here it comes. It's pitched up from Hazelwood, and it's pushed out there on the offside when Glenn Turner scored 100 in each innings of the Test match. And the great spin bowler who's here at the ground doing commentary on the telly, he used to work here, Kerry O'Keefe, he played at that game.
Did he really?
So this is your trivia question. How many overs did he bowl in the game?
Well, I'm going to say 0.
That's the answer, yes.
That's the answer.
Did not bowl one ball.
Not a ball.
Not one ball.
Wow. Right. What was the reason there?
Well,
and Australia lost.
Depends who you ask.
Okay.
As Hazelwood bolts, and it's a bouncer outside the off stump. Kerry always made a thing about it. He used to have a list of questions about himself when we went on the ABC tours to the regions. And that was one of the multiple choice questions. How many overs did I bowl in Christchurch in 1973-4? Was it 10? Was it 40? Was it none? It was none. And I suggested to Ian Chappell around whenever it was, 20 years ago, I said, when he asked me the question, how's Kerry going? And I said, oh, yeah, he's okay. Hazelwood bowls and forward, driven away through the covers. There'll be a run or two in this. Lavishane's onto it. Oh, good pursuit. A diving roll again to stop it, and they get just a single. I said to Ian, well, he's all right, but, he's still angry with you, of course, as you'd know. He said, what are you talking about? I said, that Test match, when you lost, because you spent the game trying to knock Glenn Turner's head off, and he got 100 each innings. Kerry's still upset about that. He didn't get the ball. Oh, did he? No. So the next thing I see him in the box, going through Wisdom or something, just checking if that in fact was true. Australia picked the wrong attack. Everything went wrong there. And he goes forward and plays and misses the next ball outside the
So you're telling me that Ian Chappell couldn't recall that he didn't bowl it?
Well, I think he could if he thought about it, but he was trying to find a reason for that not occurring.
Okay.
So we were there 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, we were.
And the night before the Test match, they had a reunion of that New Zealand team.
Oh, they did too. That's
at
right.
the Hagley Oval. And most of them were there who were still with us. Richard Hadley, Richard Collins, Turner himself was there, Jeremy Coney. They had a good parade for the reunion. 2 slips in the gully, Waite. Hazelwood's around the wicket and he bowls it, and Shanto leaves it alone, 2 for 192. And I thought, I'll just give the man a ring. I rang out Travellers just quietly in the back of the room. I said, I'm at this function and they're celebrating here in New Zealand that game you might want to forget all those years ago. And I get this from Chevelle. Ask them what happened in the next game. Phone goes down. The next game lasted 3 days in Auckland and Australia won pretty easily, yes. The wonderful trivia thing about that game too is he bowls short, he goes after it, and he hits it enough to get it fine, wide of the keeper and wide of Stark, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. So that's what happens when you bowl the short one at the moment. It's either being blocked, ignored, or going for 4 as it did then. Shanto's 33, and they're almost level, 2 for 196 at the end of the over. Just a little thing about that Test match.
The next one that Australia won.
Yeah, in Auckland, right? Keith Stackpole was out for a golden duck.
Okay.
Right? He was caught at slip, and the ball never touched the ground from the time it left Hadley's hand until it was caught by John Parker at slip. He bowled him a full toss.
Oh, wow.
And he nicked it. He's still going, it wasn't a no ball full toss, but he nicked it straight to slip, and that was that. What have you got there? What am I trying to read? Say something interesting.
Oh, sorry, Jim. You're just trolling through Benny's Instagram, are you?
I don't know. I can't read it. Here's Stark, and he bowls down the leg side, and it's well taken there by Carey.
Okay, so a low full toss.
Low full toss.
Nicked by Stackpole.
Outside the off stump.
Caught it where? Second slip?
At slip. John Parker at first slip.
Wow.
Yeah, he just sliced it to him. And, so that was a bad start for Australia, but they recovered pretty quickly. Now, the producer, he's doing everything. He's turned into a removalist, moved the furniture all around the shop here. Greens averages, what's this? Okay. Only the second time Bangladesh have had a back-to-back 50-run partnership against Australia. Huge! Stark bowls. It's cut away down towards third man. And it's going for 4. It was a very neat stroke. And it's taken Tanzit to 88. And it's given them a first innings lead. First innings points to Bangladesh here. They're 2 for 200.
Extraordinary, Jim. Only 2 down, Bangladesh. They have dominated every single minute of this Test match so far. Australia came out here on day 2, hoping to turn the tables, and they haven't been able to do it.
You know why that 50-run partnership back-to-back was so important? Because Benny looked to see where else it occurred. Was that when Dizzy was playing? All right, I thought it would be. We don't mention that much, do we? It's just played to the onside, and we haven't had the 3-hour expose on Dizzy. Is that tomorrow to fill the lunch break? Right. Okay. See, there'll be a lot of Dizzy filibuster there.
Because we haven't heard enough about it just yet.
He's got a trophy named after him.
Yep.
But it's got the letters NRMA on it, so I'm not sure what we get the Dizzy Gillespie 201 not out trophy. But anyway, that's what apparently it's been called. And there you are, Bangladesh in fine nick here. They're enjoying this. Stark trying to find a way to get this bloke out. He comes in now, and Zanzibar turns it around the corner, off a bit of pad perhaps. We'll wait and see what the umpire has to say. It's a leg by, very daintily manoeuvred and signalled to the scorers there by Kamasena. Now, who were those likelies with Dizzy who helped at 50? Jaques was one, I think. Anyway, Ben, I'll let you work that out. Corbin's ready to go. He still hasn't got to his shorts.
No,
it's
he's got his golf pants on.
2 more balls so you can prepare yourself. Do your hair, put the Brill cream in it, and whatever you need to do. As Stark charges in, and that bouncer of sorts.
So I think
doesn't get up much.
It doesn't. I think that's what we're reverting to, Jim. The bouncer plan has started. You know, we saw the last ball, the last over. Hazelwood get one up around the ears, and Shanto. Was it Shanto last ball, last over, or was it Tanzit who gloved it down the leg side and it ran away for 4?
I think on this pitch it's like putting $50 on North and roulette.
The bouncer?
Yeah.
Well, you certainly need the house to play fair, don't you? You need them to play the game. And it looks like Shanto's keen to take it on. He ducked that one, but the Aussies have got the sense that he won't do that forever.
2 men back. Stark bowls wide of the off stump. It's ignored by Shanto. 2 for 2, 101. 33 to Shanto. Tanzit's 88. I'll leave you with the devil, and Corbin's coming in.
Test cricket is on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin. On ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Jim. Afternoon, X.
Hello, Corby.
Xavier Doherty, 3-format spinner for Australia. 3 for 201 is the score at the moment. Effectively, what you need to know is that, 2 for 201. Getting ahead of myself. Lead is 3. That's where the 3 comes from. Bangladesh in front in the Test match. Who'd have thought with 8 first wicket innings, 8 first innings wickets, crazy in hand.
Is this the point where Australia now think, right, we are actually a chance to lose this? I think until now, and certainly my belief is like, they'll turn around, something will happen.
Hazelwood on his way in, bowls to Tanzit Hassan, who's on the back foot, just drops it in front of Travis Head, who fields it mid-on, and Tanzit makes his ground and leaps in the air to try and avoid the ball, and zipped in at him. 1 more moves to 89. Tanzit Hassan leads up to 4 for Bangladesh. You got to start changing your mind, don't you?
I think so. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure there are some Australians out there in the middle are now thinking, right, we are a chance to lose this. There's the way that they've played, particularly in this little 20 minutes since the break as well. Just the forward defence have just been so solid. Nothing's going past the bat anymore. And they're just turning the strike over.
Shanto on strike, he's forward and defending back down the pitch to Hazelwood. So why are we so slow to get here? Is that Aussie arrogance?
This is absolutely. A little bit of disrespect, I think. You know, they're not deliberate, but I think there's some. And I'm not saying that's from out in the middle. It's certainly my point of view, and the general supporter around there came into this Test match thinking, are we going 2 days? Are we going 3 days? You know, how long is it going to take us? But yeah, there was certainly that element, and then even when Australia got off to a bad start yesterday, it's like, you know, they'll hit their straps eventually, and the longer we go, the more it looks like they're just not going to.
Also, when was the last time Australia batted big and, more importantly, long? As Hazelwood's on his way in, uppishly driven but safe by Shanto out on the offside as he drives through cover point. The ball will race away out towards the boundary, picked up though by Jake Weatherald, and he zips it back in. So Shanto with 2 more moves to 35, 2 for 204 in the lead up to 6.
Well, I don't have the numbers in front of me, Corb, but they're certainly going to have to, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, a repeat of the first innings from Australia, and we are going home on day 3 with a Bangladesh victory. So they are looking like they're going to have to score their 450, 550 plus in the second innings just to sort of keep their heads in it here, Australia. And to be fair, it does look very good batting conditions at the moment.
Here comes Hazelwood again as he bowls to Shanto, who looks to cut. A little chopper bouncing away out towards point. It's interesting this is only the 7th Test match that's been played between the 2 teams, so the 4th series, 2 Test matches in all. It's the second time that Bangladesh have taken a first innings advantage. The first occasion was actually the first test of the 06 series. Of course, the second test there was Dizzy's test, but the Aussies actually fought from a pretty way back in that test match. Bangladesh made 427. The Aussies responded with 269.
Wow.
So essentially 160 behind on the first innings. Hazelwood, a short ball, and it's pulled away. And umpire Dharmasena's got to take evasive action. Fielded in the deep. Korsnek, who's the sub fielder, zips it in. A single taken, so Shanto moves to 36, 2 for 205 Bangladesh, and the partnership is worth 67. So from that point on, Bangladesh batting a second time in the third innings of the match, all out 148. Yeah, the Aussies needing over 300 to win, got their 7 down.
Wow, good test match.
Yeah.
Good test match.
And the only other occasion was the one they lost. The one they lost, 2017.
Okay.
Tanzat Hassan on strike on 89. Hazelwood to him now. Flirting with it outside the off stump and carrying through around chest height to keep a carry. Partnership now worth 67 between the skipper Shanto and Tanzat Hassan in his second test. 89 not out. What a moment this is turning out to be for the left-hander in his second test. Bangladesh lead the test by 7 runs, 2 for 205.
Yeah, so and am I going easy on them, Corbin? The Australian bowling's been okay here, hasn't it? Like, is there something that they should be doing that they're not? Or is it, I know there's been some solid batting. The wicket's not offering a huge amount. They are, like, every now and again they beat the bat, or they, earlier in that over, Shanto played a drive on the up. Not close to Jake Weatherall, but it's one of those ones that it doesn't take a lot to go straight to hand. They're sort of trying to hang in Australia, but just it's not really happening for them.
Change of bowling here from the Michael Long centre end of the ground, and this is Pat Cummins who's into the attack. So interesting, we've spoken a bit about the northern end of the ground, and we touched on this pre-game X that it feels like there is more bounce and carry from this end of the ground.
Well, I think inconsistent. This is my feeling. I think that the end that Hazelwood just bowled from is probably the one that comes through, and then the Pat Cummins is where if there is any variation, it might be slightly from this end, the Michael Long centre.
Let's see what it leads to. As he's on his way in around the wicket to Shanto, who jumps back in the crease and defends back to the bowler.
But again, they've employed the 2 men out on the hook. They've got a mid-wicket in for the pull shot that might not get up, and only the 1 man in front of square on the offside, Marnus Labuschagne, who's playing like a wide mid-off role. Which tells me they're going to go hard at the stumps. Pat Cummins coming around the wicket with the occasional short one.
Tough old day for the Aussies so far. Early stages here, first half hour. The second session, just the 1 wicket. Cummins on again. Shanto, who again defends the ball off middle and leg out on the side. So the field that he's got here, there's a man out at deep backward point, which ordinarily we hate. That's Nathan Lyon. And then Green in the gully. There's 2 in the grippers. Webster alongside Smith, and the keeper obviously there, Carey. So Webster at first slip. And just dropping back now a little deeper at square leg. And Travis Head, he's probably just short of 3/4 of the way to the boundary. So a little deeper than regulation. Starks at mid-on. And the cover fieldsman in Marnus Labuschagne is quite square. He's almost at a regulation extra cover. They've also got Weatherall back at deep backward square and Stark down at fine leg. Cummins has a look around. Start of his 12th over. He's wicketless so far, Captain Pat. Captain to captain. Short to Shanto. He ducks underneath it. Carries through to Carey. 2 for 205. Corbin, Middlemas and Xavier Doherty. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. The only other thing, which, again, I've referenced a couple of times now from the CA11 game, they bowled at the stumps enough.
They've been hit down the ground a little bit, so it suggests to me that they have. That, they've tried to go full and straight. I didn't watch a lot of that CA11 game. Was it if there was any swing or reverse swing? I think it was only late on day 2 or early day 3, maybe.
2 for 205. Cummins on the way in, bowls to Shanto, drop and run on the leg side. And we'll get a cheap single there. It moves to 37. And leads up to 8. Bangladesh 2 for 206.
Yeah, I certainly feel like, well, I don't know, maybe it's me, putting too much trust in the Australians. I feel like they've bowled okay, they've put it in decent enough areas and just haven't been able to extract enough just yet. The other thing is, I know it's only day 2, but even looking forward to day 3 and 4, we're not going to see a lot of reverse swing here. There's only one pitch. Is there only one pitch? There might be a second one, which is really, really green.
Yep.
So there's no surroundings, which is going to sort of make any scuffs on the ball. The pitch is well grassed.
Cummins gets a look at Tanzit Hassan in the 80s as he walks at him, and a plain miss through to the keeper. It was a rising delivery, a premeditated run down the wicket. In the end, he tried to check his shot and missed it completely into the gloves of Carey. And there's a nervy moment for Tanzit Hassan on 89, 2 for 206.
Well, we did see him panic after he was stuck on 0 for 6 or 8 deliveries and play. One of the worst shots I've seen from a Test opener in my life, and it was skewed out to point. And Nathan Lyon missed that opportunity. That was another one. That just looked like a complete brain fade. Pat Cummins bowling 140 Ks, back of a length. He's not a big man, Tanzit. I'm not sure what he was trying to achieve there.
Tanzit Hassan looks at Cummins, who delivers, and he works the ball off leg stump through the vacancy at mid-wicket for 1. The mid-on fieldsman and Mitchell Stark trots down to retrieve it.
I'm off court.
He's into the 90s. Tanzit Hassan, thank you, Xavier. More from him throughout the day. Xavier Doherty. Shanto not out on 37 and Bangladesh lead by 9. 2 for 207. A couple of milestones beckon here. Tanzit Hassan 10 away, and Najmul Shanto is 13 short of a half century. Talked a bit about him throughout the match so far. There's a lot of feel-good story for years in just his second Test match, 25 years of age. He's got 5 first-class hundreds to his name. This would be the 6th if he can get there. 11 runs or 10 runs away. And it comes against a world-class attack with 4 future Hall of Famers making up their bowling unit. And another one of them here, Mitchell Stark, replaces Josh Hazlewood at the airport end. Jason Gillespie sits down. Hello, Des.
G'day, Corbin. Hello, all our listeners. It's been excellent from Bangladesh, hasn't it? Been absolutely brilliant.
Crowd involved. And the Aussies desperately need a breakthrough. Stark bowls to Tanzit, who's forward and defending out on the offside. He told a little bit of his story and his personal background before lunch, but comes from a small town in the northwest of Dakar. His father, like many parents in the subcontinent, he was keen to try and encourage him away from a sporting career that he was keen to pursue. Not because, obviously, it's not a great thing to do, but just you think, a country of
so many people,
hundreds of millions of people, and the likelihood to be able to make it out and try to push him down a path and a career,
or academic,
a more academic career,
or lawyer or
something like that. Yep. And yet he stuck with his cricketing journey, ended up travelling to academies to make his way through. It was part of the under-19s team that won an ICC event back in 2020. And here he is playing his second Test in Australia, representing Bangladesh at just 25. He works the ball off his hip here, very fine. That'll be a tough chase out in the deep. Cummins is going to get there, though. As he pulls, Hazlewood, gets there in the deep. They can zip it back in for 2. So Tanzit moves to 92 now. He leads up to 11.
Yeah, it's Mitchell Stark just getting a little bit straight there. If there's been a criticism of the Aussie bowling, it's been just that little bit of inconsistency with the lines. And just probably being a fraction short at times. I know it's probably been their tactic to go short, which is fair enough, but I think the line sometimes just getting a bit too straight, and the Bangladesh batters have been able to just manipulate the ball to the leg side.
Partnership with 71. Stark on his way in. He bowls to Tanzit, who's forward and just defending the cover point. Some indecision. Picked up by Marnus. He throws it at the stumps, misses. I'm going to get one on the overthrow. All the way out to what would be the regulation deep backward square, and it's backed up out in the deep. One more for Tanzit Hassan, and it goes to 93, 2 for 210.
Yeah, there was a little bit of ball watching there from Shanto at the other end, because it was a pretty easy single there. It's close there, but probably just home.
Just saw the replay. He's pretty flat-footed, wasn't he?
It was very much ball watching. Wasn't trusting his partner's call.
In the fire here. Much more Shanto, the skipper, on 37, looking at Stark, coming at him over the wicket, and he lets it pass well wide of the off stump. What have you made of the Aussies' performance with the ball?
Yeah, I was just saying, just a little bit inconsistent with their lines. Is there a bit of... I mean, we talked about maybe a bit of rustiness with the bat. Is there a little bit of rustiness with the ball? You know, it's you know, you can have all the... We talked about in the pre-show about match practice and centre wicket scenarios. Well, I've always felt match practice is, you know, Phil Jaques was alluding to it as well, that match practice is the best practice to get ready for test matches.
Lead 12. Stark on his way in again. Bowls to Shanto. It's short. He's pulling. Wasn't that short. And in the end, off the bottom, the bat rolls away to mid-on and Cummins collects. I was quoting Xavier a short time ago that the scorecard from that first test of the famous 2006 series between Australia and Bangladesh. Do you even have any memory of that there was another test match in that series, or you just only think about the second test?
No, well, I hit I was not out at the end in the first test. And I actually put a little, got a Sharpie because I hit a 4.
Yep.
And I think it was winning runs and had a little red mark on my bat, so I actually put a circle around it. And you could see that in the next test in the Epic Doc.
Right.
Yeah, you could actually see this little circle.
2 for 210, Shanto on strike, awaits Stark, and Shorty cuts, and it's through the infield. It's a nice shot, just stood up nice and tall, hammers it away with the horizontal bat, and Shanto moves to 41, and Bangladesh, their lead swells. 2-14 on the board, 2 wickets down, and they're on top in this test match in a big, big way, with still 8 first innings wickets in hand.
Gee, that's a nice shot by Shanto. Just top of the bounce with the horizontal bat. Beautiful, great weight distribution there. It's a beautiful cricket shot.
He must have had to get out of a fair bit of bother in that test match. 160 down on the first innings.
Oh, we were in trouble.
Yeah.
It just needed someone to be there, steady the ship, guide the team home. So maybe that was just a bit of an inkling of what was to come.
Yes. The dominant second test. Just a little tease.
Again, yesterday, you and Benny both led me in, and you've led me in again.
People I can't believe this. People actually text in when we promoted that we're going to chat about it at lunch. And we thought, we're a bit tight for time. This test's going to go multiple days. We'll have other opportunities. People texting in saying, where's the stories about Dizzy's double 100?
All right, let's make sure. Can we lock it in?
Lock it in tomorrow.
Benny, can we lock it in tomorrow?
We'll get some audio. We'll make sure it happens.
We'll lock it in tomorrow.
I didn't want to just...
We've got to give the people what they want.
I didn't want to drop it in the back end of lunch. It needs a bit of time to actually explain the journey.
Well, I mean, geez, how much time do we have?
Not out at stumps on day one.
I mean, if you go to YouTube and you want to watch the highlights,
yes,
that goes for an hour and a quarter. Cool.
Not out day 2, not out day 3. Cummins on his way in, starts a new over, and Tanzan Hassan just defends, blocks it out towards mid-off. 2 for 2-14, a 16-run lead for Bangladesh. In all seriousness, though, what was going through your mind in that first test collectively when you get to the halfway stage of the test? You're all out, you're 160 behind, you've got to go bowl again. Was there any thought thinking, holy smokes, we're going to lose this test match?
We knew we were behind the 8 ball, there's no doubt about that. We knew we had to bat well in that second innings, or bowl well, sorry, and then we knew we were going to be chasing a significant total. And I think Gilly, from memory, scored some runs and got us over the line in the end. A couple of good contributions up the top.
Cummins continuing around the wicket. Tanzan Hassan drop and run out through a point. There's a gap there with Nathan Lyon back on the boundary. A deep backward point and an easy single, so he moves to 94. 2 for 215, Bangladesh. This is going to be the other way around. Rather than relying on a strong bowling performance, the Aussies, where their batting has been a little fragile at times, and they're going to need a big innings and potentially a long one to try and get out of a bit of bother here.
Yeah, most certainly. It's been, a lot of media coverage, a lot of debate and discussion publicly about the Australian batting. Probably, to be honest, probably more questions than answers at the moment, Corbin.
Cummins around the wicket to his fellow skipper, and Shanto ducks underneath it. 2 for 215.
Certainly with 3 men out on the leg side, deep. Got a man in front of square, probably 2/3 of the way back to the fence on the leg side. You've got a deep backward square, a little bit deeper, and then Mitchell Stark, a deep fine leg. Deep backward point as well, so it's clear Pat Cummins is looking to impact with the short ball.
Shanto on 41. Cummins to him now, and he's forward and just defending on the leg side. 2 for 215. The only wicket to fall today, that was Nominal Huck, who went in the morning session. He nicked through to keep a carry off the bowling of Hazelwood. The ball was in its 40th over there. The ball is now 59 overs old. The score was 2 for 138, so second wicket put on 102 runs.
So Bangladesh here, strategically, if they can bat this 20 odd overs before the availability of a new ball, if they can get through relatively unscathed here, they're really in the box seat.
Cummins over the wicket now to Shanto, takes it off his thigh pad, and there's a single there easily to Travis Head, who's a little deeper than regulation and mid-wicket.
Because they can conceivably be 100 in front with 7 or 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
With the new ball availability, Australia have to have a big push with that.
Not to mention, long layoffs and zapping out there. Like, you got to stand out there for 10 minutes and you realise it.
And with, the talk about, Nathan Lyon spoke about how good a preparation it's been. They've had these centre wicket scenarios, all this sort of stuff. How many back-to-back spells have these bowlers had? Have they bowled 20 overs in a day at training?
Townsend on 94. He's forward and defending back out on the leg side. That's the end of the over. Bangladesh lead by 18 runs. They're still 2 down. 2 for 216. We're 40 minutes into the second session on day 2 of the first test, Marara Oval in Darwin, right here on ABC Sport. Changing comms, Jason Gillespie's hanging about. Ben Cameron is in next.
Live Test cricket on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh. On ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thanks, Corb. Well, this wasn't what we were anticipating. They just continue to press on here, Bangladesh. 2 for 216, Shanto on 42, and Townsend on 94, eyeing a shock maiden test century.
Hang on, a shock maiden test century.
It's his second test.
Yeah,
he's got 26 and 4 against Pakistan.
He's a top order batter though.
Yeah.
Well, you're expected if you're playing Test cricket and you're batting in the top 6, you're expected to score runs. It's not a shock.
I'll tell you, it's a shock after seeing his shot late last night when he was dropped by Nathan Lyon at cover.
Fair. It wasn't his best shot, no.
It was an out-of-body experience, I think, for Townsend, who's looked much better since then.
No, he's been excellent, and Shanto's been fantastic as well.
Shanto on strike here, slipping about Pat. Lyon with his off-spin, toiling away from around the wicket. Shanto lunging forward, Pat and Pat close together. As he defends, then wicks away the sweat. It would be a shock if one of our top order batsmen made a test century this.
Well, there's been some struggles, hasn't there? It must be said.
Lyon shots in again, bowling from the airport end, gives it some air, and down the track, Shanto plays that well, down towards long on. Log off will run around and make sure it's only a couple. Little relay throw between sub-fielder and Pat Cummins, so 2 for 216, make that 218 rather, as the scoreboard ticks over.
I think that's Josh Inglis out at long off. I don't know who's off the field. Is it...
Hi, guys.
Is it Mitchell Stark, maybe?
Yeah, it does look like Mitchell Stark isn't out there. Shanto facing Lyon, quicker, flatter, straighter. Forward defensive.
Might just have a comfort break, an opportunity to change his shirt.
Yep. Cool shower.
Yeah, cool shower. A bit warm out there, Benny.
Shanto A waiting line, sunglasses on, unfurling, giving it some air and a straight delivery. Shanto knocks it away to the onside.
This partnership's worth 80 now, Benny. It's 122 balls, so they're going at a decent clip. They're scoring at a good rate. They've been busy.
Rick Finlay's told us that it's only the second time that Bangladesh have had back-to-back 50-run partnerships against Australia as Lion bowls, and Shanto tries to drive a thick inside edge through mid-wicket past Weatherald under the lid at bat-pat. A single, Shanto onto 45, so I dare say they've never before had back-to-back 100-run stands against Australia, but Rick will inform us. It back on strike. On 94, Bangladesh leading by 21 runs on the first innings. Facing Nathan Lyon. Straight-ish delivery on a fourth stump line, and Tanzit reaching away from his body to fend it away. He's still there on 94. 2 for 219. Bangladesh, a lead of 21. A few texts rolling through. Seb from Perth says, Green averages, or these are Green's averages in his last 10 tests. Batting at around 23, bowling in the mid-70s. Marnus in his last 10 innings about 28. In my mind, they're not doing the job they are paid to do. At what point do the bare statistics overtake the narrative that we're being sold? And no one coming through the state teams can't be the excuse anymore. We need accountability. What do you think of that, Diz?
Well, I'd be interested to know what the question is. What are we being told? What is the messaging from the selectors, Benny? That would be my question. So, who was that? Who texted that in? Seb.
Seb from Perth. I think the problem is when Marnus and Cam go back to Shield cricket, they pile on runs and
that's
take
exactly
wickets.
Right. So, you can understand the selectors because you give feedback to in roles, and I've had in the past as a selector and a coach. You say to players, go back to the level below and perform.
Shanto on strike, Cummins around the wicket to the lefty, who ducks under a bouncer.
And they do that. And so if you say you go back and perform, and then they outperform everyone else, it's reasonable to go, okay, well, you've earned the right, you've earned that opportunity. So I kind of get it, but I suppose there will come a time if those numbers that Seb mentioned continue and the needle doesn't move on those, then the conversation or the questions, I suppose, or the drums will be beating a bit louder, won't they?
Cummins in and bowling again. Shanto for defensive, middle and off. Cummins digging away to trench on that good line and length like he so often does.
I'll be really interested to see how the Australian quicks pull up after today. So they bowled yesterday. They each had a spell yesterday. They're going to have a number of spells each today after a big layoff.
Particularly if they've got to back up and bowl tomorrow morning. How tough would that be, Diz?
That could be tough. It could be tough.
Shanto awaiting again and going forward, just dropping it down on the offside, and a loud call of no.
I'll tell you what was tough, Benny.
Yep.
Kolkata, 2001.
Yep.
VVS, Laxman, Rahul Dravid. We made them follow on. We worked out.
Killed the follow-on forever, that decision.
It pretty much killed the follow-on forever. But we worked out, I think it was, I'd have to double-check the stats, but I think, including the first innings we bowled, then we made them follow on, so we'd bowl again. So all the overs accumulate. I think we were in the field in India in those conditions for 245 overs straight.
Third new ball's overrated, Diz?
Oh, very.
Cummins back over the wicket to the lefty, who turns the ball from the leg stump through backward square leg, takes a very comfortable single. Shanto onto 46. Bangladesh 2 for 220, a lead of 22.
Shane Warne used to say there were three things in this world that are overrated. Lettuce, holding hands, and the third new ball.
I thought queuing up was one of them for some reason.
Queuing up may have been.
I might have been telling that story wrong for a little while.
Nah. The King had a few different names, a few different things that he thought were overrated. We called him the King, Benny, because he insisted on it, you know.
Tanzit facing up to Cummins, driving, punching back down the ground, and runs here. At least a couple of them. He'll come back for a second. And he's along to 96. He's potentially one boundary away from a maiden test ton in his second test.
Technically, it was 2 runs ago, Benny, but it would have been pretty raucous to... Would have been pretty aggressive to go for a 6 to bring up your 100.
So still on strike, a slip in a gully. He's facing Cummins again, and he's hit awkwardly in the hand. He didn't know much about that. A rearing delivery right at the armpit. Took the hand off the bat, and luckily for him, it deflects away safely towards fine leg. And he's still there, Tanzit, and you need a little bit of luck. Maybe that was his 2 for 222. Bangladesh, a lead of 24 runs.
Yeah, it was a nasty delivery from Pat Cummins. Yeah, it caught him. It looked like it got him in the stomach. I don't think it bounced as high as he anticipated.
Didn't miss the leg stump by much either. I don't think Diz, just looking at the replay, Kerry was able to gather it, but...
Just misread the length a little bit there, Tanzit.
So, just in case you're joining us late, he's a 25-year-old left-hander, played 1 test, that was against Pakistan in Sylhet. 26 and 4 he made in that innings, in that test match across both innings. Shanto on strike to line, around the wicket to the lefty, who's lunging into a drive along the ground down to long off. The easiest of singles, so Tanzit back on strike. What's he thinking here, Diz?
Look, just watch the ball react to it. He's been doing that for the whole innings. You don't need to change a thing. You know, having had experience in being in a situation like this, that's the way you need to go about it.
Line in and bowling. Tanzit tried to play a late cutter, playing a miss.
Oh, did he hit it?
Oh, Carey spilt it. He was dropped on naught by Nathan Lyon. If you can call it a drop, it was very catchable. Ran around from point. If he got a hand to it, it was a bare fingertip. He was put down then, and now he's on 96. He's also dropped on 62. Lyon bowls again. Tanzit pushes it back to Nathan Lyon in his follow-through.
Yeah, we've just got the benefit of a replay here. No, I don't think he got an edge on that one.
The nervous 90s. Tanzit. Line bowls and he drives out into the covers. 2 balls left in this line over. Tanzit on 96.
I don't think there's any one person in the ground, Benny, that would begrudge this young man a first Test 100.
Line bowls again. Tanzit goes back and defends the ball right off the top of the off stump. Back down the playing strip. 2 for 223. These are tense times. A slip in play. Field spread. Line around the wicket. Bowls to Tanzit, who hits it down the ground. It's in the air towards the subfielder. It bounces to him. He misses it. And this will be a couple. And he will get to 98, Tanzit. I was worried for him there. I thought he was going to perish in the deep. A little rush of blood.
They call it the nervous 90s, Benny.
98 not out is Tanzit Hassan. And he lives. How close was this to the man in the deep? He hit it off the toe of the bat.
Oh, his heart would have been in his mouth, Benny, for just a moment there. Not the best piece of fielding there from the sub-fielder. He gets English from... I don't have the benefit of the binoculars.
No, it's one of the local...
The local lads.
Sub-fielders.
Yeah. Have we got the names of those?
We certainly do. Jack Korsneck is the fielder down there. Would be a nervy time being a sub-fielder. So Cummins to continue. Around the wicket, bowling here to Shanto, who just deflects the ball behind square on the leg side, takes an easy single, 2 for 226.
Here's my question. I know they got the sub-fielders, but Scott Boland and Josh Inglis are here.
Yeah.
At the ground.
Yeah, why are they not fielding? I don't know. It's a good question, Diz. I do remember when I played cricket in Perth, I went and fielded for the first one day as a sub-fielder. And they said, just go to point if you can. So I just went to a sort of regulation area. Said, just go deep. He absolutely smokes them through that region if you can. I thought, great, awesome, magnificent.
Put you in the hot spot.
Danzit on strike on 98. Cummins bowls and he ducks under a bouncer. So the nervous 90s continue. 2 for 226.
I reckon he's had his nervous shot last over. That was his nervous one. I think if he just gets one a little bit straight here, he could just tuck it away into the leg side. It looks like Pat Cummins will persevere with this short plan, but there's lots of real estate on the offside. You got Marnus Labuschagne at mid-off, and then the next person is Nathan Lyon at deep backward point.
98 not out. Cummins is in and bowling to Tanzard and a bouncer, and he ducks underneath it again. It was well down the leg side and ill-directed. 2 for 226. What's he going through, Diz?
Yeah, it's obviously, there are nerves, there's no doubt about that. But you just got to continue what he's been doing. His process is, he'd probably have a pre-ball routine. I think it's simply a case of watching the ball and reacting to it and trusting his skills to react to whatever gets bowled. And I suspect, so Pat Cummins just making adjustment in the field. It's bringing Travis Head up from that almost a deep mid-wicket. It's bringing another man over on the offside. Bo Webster, I think that is, moving to mid-off. Marnus is moving to cover.
Is this just gamesmanship?
Yeah, absolutely.
Make him sweat on it.
Yep.
Deep backwards square, a fine leg as well. Tanzit Hassan facing Cummins, who bowls. He drives without timing down towards mid-off. Still on 98.
It's well bowled from Pat Cummins. It's just that length that's not quite full enough to drive, but a player that's been in for a while, was seeing the ball well, probably feels it's full enough to be able to play at. That's where the opportunities can come for the Australians. But Tanzit's playing beautifully.
He's whacking away here, picks up his bat, Cummins bowls to him now, flicks it away through square leg. This will be one. Will they come back for a second? No. He gets to 99 and he's down at the non-striker's end. 2 for 227 and Tanzit will have to sweat it out on 99. I thought for a moment they might be able to double up there. They couldn't. And he stays in the nervous 90s for the moment. So Shanto back on strike, slipping a gully. Cummins bowling. Short ball right around the armpit, and he goes with it, turns it behind square, and takes a single. So the end of the over, 2 for 228, and Tanzit 99 not out. Shanto on 49 at the other end, and we're about to have a drink. Are we? No, one more. So we won't have a drink just yet. So the nervousness persists. Phil Jaques, I know Dizzy likes to play up to it, but you are more equipped to tell us what Tanzit Hassan would be feeling right now. What would he be going through?
He'd be really nervous. He'd be really nervous. There'll be that heart in the throat. I think there's another big shot in him here. I know Dizzy said that he thought he got it out of him. I think there's another one coming.
He doesn't want to go to drinks on 99, does he?
And absolutely not.
He's off strike. Shanto on strike, slip and a bat pad. One skipping in, bowling now, giving it some air back and cutting is Shanto. The cover point fielder there in Bo Webster. The fielder slip, backward point, cover point, a long off, mid-on, a bat pad, deep square leg, and also a short fine leg. Nathan Lyon bowling again, quicker, flatter, driving Shanto, and a single. Hands it on strike. Will they bring in the field here? A 50 for the captain, Najmal Hussain Shanto. Not to be played down. He is leading from the front. He said coming in that he was hopeful that their competitive nature would earn Bangladesh another invite. And he's holding up his end of the bargain.
It's a well-made 50, isn't it? You see Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon just discussing how far up to bring the deep fielders. Mid-offs come up 10 more metres.
99 not out. Lyon bowls to Tanzit, very slow and loopy in defending. Back down the pitch. He was tempting him. He was dangling the bait.
He's dangling that carrot right in front of his eyes. He's throwing it up, encouraging him to go over mid-on and trying to get a little bit of turn to get caught out at the mid-off. That's what he's trying for, that long off position.
Lyon bowls to Tanzit, who's leaving a wide delivery. Not tempted. He's doing well here to just keep his head, Tanzit Hassan.
He's smiling away as well. I reckon there might be a little bit of chirping going on around, just letting him know how nervous it is.
Whacks away. Awaits Lyon, who bowls to him now, and he's leaving again, very wide. Lyon's tempting him. Tanzit's not biting. And we are one ball away from drinks.
Is he prepared to go to drinks? And just think about it just that little bit longer.
One last chance before drinks. Lyon bowls, Tanzit drives down the ground, and there it is! An innings from his wildest dreams. A maiden test century, and it's against Australia, in Australia. And this vaunted bowling attack. Soak it up, young man, you deserve it. 100 from Tanzit Hassan. Bangladesh 2 for 230. What an innings, Phil Jaques.
Tanzit Hassan, what an innings indeed. Maiden test 100. What a moment for this young man. He's played superbly well. He's shown everybody at this ground how good a player he is and how to go about it in Test cricket. And that's a fine Test 100. Well done, young man.
He's just having a drink and sorting himself out. His second test match, and he has made a test start. He was dropped on naught by Nathan Lyon, if you can call it a drop. He was dropped on 62 by Steve Smith as well, and he has scored a test century against Australia in Australia. Jim Maxwell is about to come in. He's seen a lot of cricket, but that is right up there. We're having a drink midway through the second session here at Marara.
Okay, let's do it. The ABC Listen app now has a space just for kids and families. The only place for new episodes of Bluey Listen Along. Radio, podcasts and routines. I love it. Everything families need anytime on the ABC Listen app.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh.
Hazlewood goes up and he's leaning into the drive and he sends it away on the offside. And it goes out to the boundary for 4. He bowls short, he goes after it and he hits it enough to get it fine. Wide of the keeper and wide of Stark, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. Stark bowls. It's cut away down towards third man. And it's going for 4. It was a very neat stroke. And it's given them a first innings lead. First innings points to Bangladesh here. They're 2 for 200.
Shanto on strike, awaits Stark, and Shorty cuts, and it's through the infield. It's a nice shot. Stood up nice and tall. Hammers it away with the horizontal bat. And Bangladesh, their lead swells.
Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
What do you get when you get a maiden 100? You get the masseur to come out and give you a massage. That's what seems to be going on out there now. But well played indeed to reach that lovely little landmark so early in his Test career. And to do it against the world champs here and there. Number one rated team at the moment, at any rate, and to do it on foreign soil with quite a few Tigers Bangladesh supporters at this ground. They've been making some noise as the game develops here. They've come out of their shell, as it were, given that Bangladesh have excelled themselves by bowling Australia out so cheaply, it would seem, and now they've taken the lead. And that's the next question. How far ahead can they go?
Well, the way they're going at the moment, who knows? They've played with beautiful, great discipline, haven't they? The entire innings so far. There was a couple of little moments where, they let the window open. They weren't able to take those chances. Ben spoke a little bit about Nathan Lyon dropping one early off him, and he's just made them pay, hasn't he? You can't drop catches at this level and not get away with it. And he has really dominated these 2 days. And Bangladesh have been outstanding. They've really impressed me. I must admit, looking at their warm-up game and their loss to Zimbabwe, you didn't give them much hope leading into playing against this all-conquering Australian side, but they have really stood up and been counted as a force in world cricket, and they've been really impressive, haven't they?
They sure have, and let's hope it's the beginning of more opportunity for them to play some major cricket. Yes, they've had some overwhelming losses here and there along the way, but they've got, if you look down the list of players here, a number of pretty experienced players now at the top, some new ones, as we've just seen with his century, and 3 or 4 players of quality are not playing here, so there's a little bit to look forward to as we press on. Now, how far we press from here and then to Mackay is fascinating, and that's why we're here, folks, to tell you all about it, whether you're listening around Australia or on the BBC in the UK through Sports Live, Sports Extra. So, we've had some refreshments. I don't think there was a little toddle of champagne, but there's a ball being bowled outside the off stump from Webster now after drinks, and it's allowed to pass outside the off stump. So Bangladesh on top at the end of play yesterday, and that has not changed today. In fact, they've consolidated an impressive position. You wouldn't say control, but they've certainly built up a very promising position with Webster in from the top end, and he bowls wide of the off stump again, and it's allowed to pass through to the keeper. So at the moment, Tanzit is on 100 and Chanto 50. A superb partnership here that keeps the innings going at a touch under 4 runs and over. And Australia finding there's not much in this drying out surface to assist them, and they just have to plug away in the hope that there'll be a mistake or a miracle or a shot that goes to hand. That one doesn't. It's along the ground out to Cummins, who's there in the covers.
We've got 16 overs till the new ball, and if they keep going at 4 runs and over, that's another 60 runs. They're effectively going to be just shy of a 100-run lead. And if they can be only 2 wickets down leading into that period, they're in a really dominant position, Bangladesh.
Webster comes up and it's allowed to pass outside the line of the off stump.
And that's going to be the crucial bit, is to make sure that they've got set batsmen in when that new ball comes. They don't want to be having new batsmen coming in and around that second new ball. Australia need to make sure that they've got fresh bowlers, which is why Bo Webster's going to be doing a fair bit of legwork here, I think, along with Nathan Lyon. Maybe Cam Green another spell.
He's looked more likely than Green, I would have thought, on the small sample we've had of each. None for 16 in his sixth. He's coming up and he's again wide of the off stump. And it's left alone. But the fact that Australia have had a bit of a clamp on them has allowed, I suppose, 2 slips, gully, backward point. They've kept fielders up for the most part. They haven't been under a lot of pressure in the field, but their bowlers have just been under pressure to try and deliver a ball that'll create a wicket, either through the batsman's lack of judgment or their own skill. And that's pitched up and it's flicked away. And it's gone deep backward square where Stark is fielding for a single. And so Tanzid's up to 101. Shanto 50, 2 for 231. The partnership 93 at the end of the Webster over. I'm worrying and wondering when Labuschagne will be given the ball. That's a trigger point in the game. It could go one way or the other. But it may happen in the lead up to the new ball.
Are we going to see the little medium paces, the bounce plan again, or are we going to see some leg spin?
We might get both. Right. Show off.
Travis Head, is he an option?
Well, he is. Those straight breaks, it's going pretty straight. He won't make much difference, but he has a knack, doesn't he?
He has a knack. He's got a golden arm, no doubt.
Well, it's Lyon for the moment. A chrome dome chap. He goes in and pitches up and it's pushed away down the pitch there by Tanzid. 101 not out. No success for Lyon today. He's operated from both ends of the ground. He's down at the airport end with just a slip and then a ring field. He goes to Tanzid, and the little lefty plays inside a ball that bounced a little bit outside the line, but he was watchful and allowing it to pass, as you heard the awe of hope outside the line from the keeper. It wasn't turning, but it was a little bit quicker and it bounced. Lyon comes in and he's driving at this. Where's that? Up in the air. It's going down towards Stark. He takes the catch. He takes the catch in the deep running around from long off. It was wide of him in the air, but it was in the air for such a long time. And unfortunately for Tanzid, the loose shot has come. Thankfully for him and the team, it's come now and not when he was in the 90s. And he played a similar shot which didn't go as far as the fieldsman. And that time Stark from long off moved to his left and got comfortably under the ball as he moved forward and took the catch that's ended a fine innings. He just got a bit optimistic there about taking on Lyon with a man back. Well played, Tanzid. He's getting the applause, as you can hear in the background. Everyone standing below us in the Morris Rioli's stand to clap him back into the dressing sheds. He raises his bat. Thank you, Australia. I've loved being here. I'll come again.
Fine innings, wasn't it? Just a little bit of a loss of concentration post the milestone, potentially. Very, very good innings, though. He's put Bangladesh into a very strong position. They would have liked him to have reset and made it a really big one, but take nothing away. That's a fine 100. And I reckon there's a very relieved sub-fielder who'd just gone off the field. When Mitchell Stark went back on and took that catch, because that was up into the blue sky. A very smart catch from the big quick. Made good ground, judged it beautifully, and took a really nice running catch.
So the new batsman is Mushfiqur Rahman, and he is a right-hander. He's had a series of left-handers so far in the batting order, and yes, is that enthusiasm or chemicals? I'm not sure. A bit of both, maybe. Now he goes forward and he plays the first ball away towards Stark. He's still back in the deep, which seems unusual maybe unnecessary for a bloke who's just come to the crease. But Shanto will be back on strike. Mushfiqur off the mark straight away. 3 for 2, 3-2. So can Australia keep this innings to around 300? Or is Bangladesh going to find another partnership? They've got some depth in their batting and try and push their score to a big lead. Now Lyon wheels in and Shanto punches back down the pitch. Lyon fields in his follow-through. Slip and a short leg. Backward point cover. Short sort of extra cover, mid-offish in there. Deep mid-off, mid-on. The man on the sweep and Shanto back. Plays it firmly. Past the inner field for a single. Down towards Mitchell Stark. And that completes the over. Success for Nathan Lyon. And he has 1 wicket in this innings. He hasn't bowled a lot so far, but there may be a bit more to come. 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. And the score's 3 for 2, 3-3 at the end of the over.
Very crucial breakthrough, wasn't it? And it was a very relieved Nathan Lyon. A little bit of a fist bump on the way off from him as well. Very happy to get that breakthrough for his team. It was a bit of a ginger Mitchell Stark too as he got up. He got his knee stuck in the ground a little bit and he took that catch. Seems to have ran it off though. It is a very soft outfield here, isn't it? You've seen a few guys take a bit of that turf off the top. It's a good wicket for Nathan Lyon.
Webster starts a new over and he cuts and miscues. Got the bottom of the bat and went past Carey along the ground. And he ran back as they took a single from a miscue. Attempted cut, bottom edge, inside edge, past the stumps.
Next up.
Chanto goes to 52. Mushfiqur takes his guard from umpire Dharmasena. Interesting to watch that replay of the Stark catch. Did you see that? He took the ball sliding on his knees and he made every effort to keep it in his hands away from the ground. Still in his memory is what happened at Lord's.
Yeah,
when he took the ball and his hand hit the ground and not out. I mean,
yeah, he certainly knows the rule now, doesn't he?
Here's Webster pitching up and Mushfiqur drives down to mid-off. Yes, it's just the memory is clicking over when the ball goes up in the air. He's never going to do that again if he can avoid it.
No. It's funny though when you get those little the intricacies of those little rules that you don't see every day. It only takes you to do that once, and then it's a lesson learned, isn't it?
Yes. Webster bowls and he drives expansively through the covers and it races away out towards the advertising hoardings and a few in the distance. A square cover for 4. That was an attractive stroke to maybe a bit of a gift ball from Webster up and outside the off stump. Nicely played. 4 runs.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? On the one knee. Big wide half volley. Just smashed that through the covers.
Straight out of Leary Constantine, that famous photo. In he goes, pitches just outside. That hits the length and bounces through past the edge of the bat. 3 for 238 with Mushfiqur on 5 after a fella playing his second test. Scored 100 and a very good 100 too. Out for 101. Tanzit Hassan. 197 balls, 8 fours and a 6, and the Mushfiqur push back down the pitch, heads up towards mid-off. So we're about 40 minutes away from the tea break here. It's coming up to 2 o'clock local time, and Bangladesh in a very good position, but they're only 40 runs ahead with 7 wickets in hand, which tells you that they need to be making a few more. Can they do it as Mushfiqur is leaving the ball outside the off stump? So that's the end of the over. Corbin, Middlemas is going to come in and
Join Phil Jaques. 3 for 238. Chanto 52. Mushfakir on 5.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thank you, Jim. I'm in the way here, aren't I? Let me go around to Jim. My apologies. Standing right in the stairwell. The one spot I shouldn't have been, Jaques, and there I was. Story of my life. How are you?
They moved again, as we have been all week. I'm well.
3 for 238, leads 40 for Bangladesh. There's a new bat out there. The set man's on strike and Shanto's back to line and just plays a back foot drive to cover. So Shanto's 52. Mushfiqur Rahim's just arrived. He's on 5. First time we've seen a right-hander. Bangladesh lead by 40. The man out, Tanzid Hassan. In the back of his century in this session. Shanto's forward and defending out on the offside. He got to 100 in the session. He didn't score 100 in a single session, but you're picking up what I'm putting down. He started last night. He was not out at stumps on, what was he? He was 32, not out at close. He went to lunch on 74. A short time ago, he got the 3 figures and got out shortly after. It's a nice drive from Shanto. Splits the 2 cover fieldsmen. Both in catching positions and a single out into the deep. Picked up by the man up long off in Stark. One more for Shanto, moves to 53. Bangladesh's lead 41 on the first innings.
You could sense that something was going to happen, couldn't you? It was either going to be before the 100 or after the 100. There was going to be a little opening or a little opportunity. And he navigated the 100 really well. Big celebration not long after. Caught up in the ocean, caught it long off. And then that door is just slightly ajar for Australia now. 2 experienced Bangladeshi batters at the crease. Mushfiqur's on strike and he drives along the ground straight to head at cover. So line to the right-hander. So what does it speak to? Just a little lapse in concentration? How much was, I guess, put into getting to 3 figures? Yeah, and that emotion, the emotion of the first 100.
His line again. Bowls to Mushfiqur, who dead bats it on the offside.
I did exactly the same thing after my first Test 100, and I had a pretty good conversion rate from 100 to 150 generally, but the emotion of everything just didn't reset, and played a shot that I'd never played the whole innings, just to sort of run down.
Mushfiqur drives along the ground, can't break the infield. Well fielded by Marnus Labuschagne at mid-wicket. End of the over, 3 for 239. Shanto 53, Mushfiqur on 5.
You know, playing against Merilithran, and I hadn't left the crease the entire innings because I didn't know which way they were going. Yes. and for some unknown reason, the over after I got my 100, I decided I was going to charge and try and hit him over his head. Yeah. And missed it by about 4 feet. Stumped by about 4 feet. And I walked off this. I don't know what happened there. It was an absolute brain explosion. Yep. And just the emotion. I don't think you can really gather that or understand the emotion of getting that first 100 until you've been there and done that. And
Bo Webster on his way in, bowls full, and it's driven through mid-on. Didn't quite get it, Shanto, but I think he's got enough. It's going to roll out towards the Toblerone and into the rope it goes. So 4 more for Shanto, moves to 57 on his miscued on drive. It was more meant to go through mid-off, but they count the same in the scorebook. So Bangladesh now lead by 45, 3 for 243.
Yeah, you say the build-up of emotion from the innings and the build-up of the energy of using, that it takes to make 100, but it's also the build-up of what it's taken to get to that level as well. Yeah. And you're playing for your country. You've just hit your first ever 100. It's a big occasion, and not surprising there was a brain explosion there.
Webster pushing across the left-hander. Shanto lets it go. Does all that go through your mind when you get to 3 figures? The journey you've been on and how you got there and everything else?
Well, not at the time, but it's just this overflow of emotion. It takes a lot out of you to make it to that level, and it means a lot to play for your country, and not only play for your country, but then also to contribute significantly for your country. And to make 100, it's something you dream about as a young fella, and to be able to live that, it's a big occasion.
Webster bowls to Shanto, who's forward and defending back down the pitch. Collected by Travis Head at mid-off.
And no matter how hard and how much you want to reset, you know how important it is to reset. It's a tough thing to do, is just to calm down and breathe and then move on to that next ball and that next period of the game, and make sure that you're not making a mistake, because it only takes one mistake and it's all over, and you walk off shaking your head going, what just happened?
Shanto's on strike, he's forward and just drops the ball out on the leg side. So it's a dot ball, 3 for 243. Shanto 57, Mushfiqur on 5. And the ball, by the way, in a 69th over. Australia made 198. And for just the third time in 7 test matches against one another, Bangladesh lead in the first innings, 45 runs ahead. They've still got 7 first innings wickets in hand. Still a little bit on Tanzit Hassan, by the way. We've spoken about him throughout. 25-year-old from a town called Bagra, which is a small town northwest of Dhaka. It's just his 6th first-class century, so he only had 5 first-class centuries leading in. Keeper's up. Shanto's on strike and he lets it go. Thuds into Carey's gloves. From Bangladesh, 3 for 243. He becomes the second Bangladeshi to score a Test 100 against Australia, but the first to do it in Australia against the host. So there's a little piece of history for Tanzit Hassan. I spoke about him in the pre-game as well on day one. He was the man who top scored with 22 of the 54 against the CA11 when they were rock and roll cheaply there. The only one to double digits. As Shanto again lets it go into the gloves of Carey up to the stumps, and that's the end of the Webster over. So Bangladesh 3 for 243. So I don't know if that counts, but took whatever form he had out of the tour game and peels off a maiden 100 in his third innings here.
Well, runs in context we talk about.
That's right. Percentage of
runs. That's the new vogue, isn't it? Not averages anymore. Well, he looked in good touch though, didn't he? This match, it was a very good innings indeed. And now it's up to 2 of the more experienced batters to navigate this period, make sure that they're set for this second new ball. They wouldn't want to lose another wicket here, and that would certainly open the door right up for Australia with the second new ball to be able to expose the lower order of Bangladesh. As it stands at the moment, only 3 wickets lost and 243 runs.
You might have heard a couple of boos, and you can hear the crowd chanting there, give us our ball back. I think there's a few beach balls that have gone the wrong side of the fence and hasn't ended too well beneath us in the Morris Rioli stand. It's interesting you look at the 2 dismissals today too, and probably goes to show just how in control Bangladesh are. They're 2 really loose shots, aren't they? So you had Mominul Haq, who was looking superb for his 49 and then chased a wide one, nicked off. Caught by Carey off the bowling of Hazelwood, and the only other man out was Tanzit Hassan, who hit out after getting to 100. Mushfiqur's back plays very late, the starting new Nathan Lyon over 1 bounce from Smith at first slip. Tanzit caught Stark, which was a superb running catch, by the way, down at long off the bowling of Lyon for 101.
Well, what it shows is that it's a very good batting surface now, and
Mushfiqur forward, driving, finds the gap. That's a superb shot through extra cover. Perfect placement. And then a runaway for 4. You can't fault that. He moves to 9, and Bangladesh's leads up to 49.
Just a little bit more air by Lyon. Good use of his feet. As you said, timed it and placed it to perfection. Full swing of the bat. Really nice cover drive. And he's looking sharp, isn't he? There we go. Very experienced, 39 years old.
Plenty of batting still to come for Bangladesh too, as Lyon on his way in and Mushfiqur's forward and defends. So this man, Mushfiqur Rahim, for those of you unfamiliar, 39-year-old, more test runs, more test hundreds than any other Bangladeshi cricketer. He's ranked 17 in the test rankings, the highest rated Bangladeshi batsman. Linton Das is up next, the keeper bat. As Mushfiqur chops down on a ball outside off stump. Linton Das, by the way, leading run scorer across the last 5 years for Bangladesh in Test cricket. And then there's Mehdi Hassan Miraz, who scored the 100 against the CA11. He's the 3rd highest rated all-rounder in the ICC rankings currently.
To come.
Yeah. Still plenty to go before they're into the bowlers as Mushfiqur's forward and defending. Leads 49 already.
The average is 39, Mushfiqur as well. He's had a good career. As you said, leading run scorer of all time. Just shy of 7,000 test runs.
Come on.
He's a good operator. Good player. We're going to need all of his experience here.
Here's a stunning scoreline, isn't it? When you think 3 for 247, the second innings of the match, responding to the side that made 198 batting first. The predictions were right. It is lopsided. It feels like a mismatch in the way the scorecard looks, but the other way around. As Lyon puts one outside the off stump and patted away by Mushfiqur. Clips the top of his knee roll and into the gloves of keeper Carey. It's the end of the over, so Mushfiqur 9. Shanto is there on 57. 3 for 247, Bangladesh. The lead is 49. Tanzit Hassan lighting up this middle session on day 2. His third test innings, his second test match, he scores 100. The first to do it, representing Bangladesh in Australia against Australia. So 101 for him. Now shortly afterwards, he was given 2 lives, dropped on 62. And a nominal huck much earlier today. He went in the morning session for 49, chased a wide one off Hazelwood and nicked off. More from Phil Jaques throughout the day. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, and Xavier Doherty sits back down.
Hello, Corby.
How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. I've been out and about. Got my steps up.
How is it out there?
It's good. It's warm. They're enthusiastic. Well hydrated.
Yes.
There are 5,000 odd cricket fans really enjoying what they're seeing here.
Josh Hazelwood's going to replace Webster, by the way, so we've got a bowling change at the Michael Long centre end, the northern end of the ground. He'll be on his way into the Bangladeshi skipper. Najmul Shanto comes around the wicket to him and he's back and defending. Back down the pitch. Did you enjoy watching the young man have a hit today? And
it was great.
Tanzit Hassan.
Yeah. That was really, really good cricket. Patient, negotiated that first half hour, 40 minutes where I think both teams sort of realised that there might be something there in that wicket, and there certainly was. There was a little bit more there than there was last night, and from what we've seen since. So it was a tough little period, but yeah, attacked when he needed to. Didn't settle for too long. Tried to put the Aussies off. He charged down the wicket. He did all sorts. It was great to watch.
Hazelwood around the wicket. Shanto just tucks the ball away, backward of the square leg umpire for 1. Chase on out there. And in the end, it's going to be helped out by Stark, who moves up from fine leg. What would you have told me if I said to you the start of day 1 that the first century maker in the test is going to be Tanzit Hassan, and the first 5-wicket haul is going to go to Hassan Mahmood?
Amazing, isn't it? But he just dominated this test match so far. I'm intrigued to see the next, as bad as it's been for Australia. I think it's woken a lot of cricket fans up in this country. It's like, right, let's see what you're made of here. This is going to be a big 2 or 3 days here. Let's get through the rest of this day first. They've got to try and get 7 more wickets on a wicket that's not offering a lot.
Hazelwood gets a look at Mushfiqur, who's forward and driving, just wide of mid-off, and that's enough space he needs to charge through for a single, so good rotation at the strike. Mushfiqur into double digits, he's 10. 3 for 249, Bangladesh.
Yeah, the second new ball, am I right, is only 10 overs away? Does that sound right? Yeah, 10 overs away, just under. That might help Australia slightly. But there hasn't been a lot of seam movement since middle of the day yesterday, so if they don't get a breakthrough or 2 there, outside that, it's been really tough for the Australians. They've tried hard, but it's just not really happening.
Hazelwood in again around the wicket. Oh, it's squared up there, Shanto. Ball ends up out at mid-on along the ground to Cummins, who fields. Tell you what, they'll want to get as many overs in within the next 25 minutes. Put the feet up, chill out during the tea break, and then come out with a new ball, hopefully as soon as possible, where you're feeling a little bit refreshed at least.
I was actually thinking why Hazelwood was back on if it's only 10 overs away. Clearly, if I forgot the tea break, so there's that extra 20 minutes. Maybe it's just a little 2 or 3 overs here. You'll have maybe 10 or 15 before the break, and then maybe 10 or 15 after, and then they'll take the newie. But they're all big moments now for Australia.
Hazelwood around the wicket. Forward, an inside edge from Shanto. Runs away to square leg and picked up by Korsneck out there, who's the sub fielder. It's one of the local guys, so just on the two local guys that are listed on the team sheet here for Australia. They both play for the Nightcliff Cricket Club. So we have Jaques Korsneck. It's a Polish surname, but plays for Nightcliff. He's also a Richmond batsman. He's coming back from an ACL. Underage representative for Australia. And there's also Will Blair, who also plays for Nightcliff. Shanto works the ball wristily away on the onside. Well fielded by Cummins. Diving out. Stretch with his right hand. Manages to save a couple. Single taken. And the 250 up for Bangladesh too. So 3 for 250. And Will Blair from Nightcliff, middle order batsman. Got 100 already in the season playing up here. So good opportunity for those guys to have a run around with the Australian Test team.
I'm sure they're relishing every moment, but secretly hoping a catch doesn't come their way.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be a more nerve-wracking moment as an amateur cricketer, I guess, out with millions of eyeballs on them. But as you say, Corbin, I'm sure enjoying and lapping up every moment.
Tizzy did make a good point before about how come, if you've got squad members here like Inglis and Boland, they'd be required to sub first before the...
Inglis carrying something,
he's got a back spasm, and which kept him out of the warm-up game. He's around.
Right. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
3 for 250. Nathan Lyon starts a new over from the airport end. Looking to sweep. There's a top edge there from Shanto. Out into the deep, it's going to be 4. Too wide of Travis Head, and that'll run over the rope for a boundary. So Shanto's into the 60s. And the skipper's 63 not out. A nervy moment, but gets there on the sweep shot. 3 for 254.
Yeah, uncontrolled. The man at deep square, Travis Head, is probably 10 metres in front of square leg, which I generally thought Nathan Lyon usually has his deep backward behind square and forces the batter to hit in front of square, which is the toughest shot.
Hey guys.
Top edge making it most of the way there.
Lyon coming around the wicket. Back foot punch here from Shanto out on the offside, and it'll run away out to deep cover, and Cam Green running back to retrieve it.
Geez, the runs are flowing, aren't they, Corp? It's just ticking over. So it just feels like they're doing it with ease at the moment. I mentioned that the new ball's not far away. Sometimes it brings about a wicket, but more often than not, it also increases the run rate. So Australia will be very wary of that.
Shanto on 65. Sharp single here, and am I back? Lyon does, Cummins does the fielding in mid-on.
Do I need to do some ball-by-ball for a sec? I'll tell you one thing we didn't talk about, Corb, or maybe you did at the time. The catch from Mitchell Starc, I cannot speak highly enough of the way the big quicks field. He had to run a good 15, 20 metres at pace and take a low catch. 6'5". Unbelievable. And it was a big wicket for Australia, and we praised Townsend for his innings.
Mushfiqur on strike awaiting line. He's back in the crease and just defending out down the pitch. Fielded by Carey on his follow-through. Apologies for the croakiness.
That's all right.
I must admit, I feel 10 times better today, but sound about 6 times worse. So
just dusting off a cold, eh?
Good news for me, bad news for everybody else that has to listen to me. So Mushfiqur on 10. Lyon on his way in. Another slog sweep, this time backward a square. It'll bounce away again. So the sub-fielder out after it. Retrieves it and zips back in. It's Will Blair out there. So another single taken. And Mushfiqur Rahim moves to 12. Shanto on 66. And the lead for Bangladesh, 3 for 259. Just one more thing on... just on that, by the way, that is, you're right, and far too often, and I'm guilty of it as a commentator, we say, oh, yep, catch taken in the deep. You think there's a lot that goes into that. There's Lyon to Mushfiqur, who defends the ball on the stumps out on the leg side, so that's the end of the over. Lead 61. Hats off to Mitchell Starc on a superb outfield catch. Bangladesh, 3 for 259. We are 20 minutes away from the tea break on day 2. Coming up at tea, by the way, we'll learn a little bit more about our Centurion and the man who took the 6 for yesterday. So all of that to come up during the tea break here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Ben's in next.
Live Live Test cricket on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Three for 259. I just realised I went out and got the team ice creams. I had this memory that Corbin liked choc mint or mint choc or whatever it is, but I think he despises it.
He was the one person, when I walked in with one yesterday, he was the one guy to throw shade at me for mint chip, what do you call it, toothpaste ice cream, I think he referred to it as.
Shanto defending a ball back down the pitch, straight back to Hazelwood, who's beginning a new over. Yeah, toothpaste ice cream.
So you got told where to stick it, did you, when he said that was for him?
I just realised as he walked off to the back of the box, I thought, look, I've done a good deed. I've saved one for Corbin. I put it in the freezer. And then I realised, uh-oh.
You can only try your best, man.
Mushrika, 21 years into his test match career and finally playing a test match here in Australia. Hazelwood bustles in and bowls to Shanto, who just turns it away to the onside. A couple of steps down the pitch, thinking about a single, but nothing doing. How much of a lead is a problem for the Aussies, do you think, X?
Ben, this is a great question. Because, like I've said a few times, I've spent the whole test match just thinking Australia at some stage will just turn this around. Like in normal situations, 100, 150 is really dangerous territory. So you're probably going to have to suggest the same, aren't you?
Yeah. Two slips in a gully, Hazelwood in and bowling, and a full delivery driving. Shanto down to mid-off, head diving to save it. Interesting, Andrew McDonald just really working the boundary here too as the Australian coach, chatting to Nathan Lyon, who is in operation for the airport end, and they're having a fair old yak at the moment about what they're trying to do and how the Aussies are going, how the pitch is playing.
In junior cricket, he'd get ushered away, Andrew McDonald. A big no-no for the coach to walk around and actually chat to. I'm being serious. They don't like it.
Hazelwood around the wicket, back of a length, down the leg side, and tucked away neatly by Shanto for an easy single. Loud call of no before they thought about a second. 3 for 260 now, Bangladesh.
He was like the football manager at the hydration break, calling his troops in, and this is what we're going to do. This is the 4-4-3. This is how we're setting up, and or 4-4-2. That's too many players, isn't it?
Yeah. 4-4-3 would be too many.
Too many players. Anyway, but very interesting. You don't see that very often. That the head coach making his way around to his test veteran and just offering a few ideas.
I always remember Darren Lehman doing it. I think in South Africa before the infamous 2019 tour. I think the one before that when Ryan Harris bowled Australia to victory.
Yeah.
Mushfiqur on strike. Hazelwood over the wicket again to the right-hander, who's defending a very good length delivery just outside the off stump. A very diminutive Mushfiqur Rahim.
Careful what you say, because he's tuning in, Buff.
Is he?
He hasn't missed a ball, I don't think. He's
over there in the UK.
He's streaming in late at night.
Well, I seem to remember him explaining sort of away, then in to Ryan Harris, who could get the ball to talk, and sure enough, he did it and brought about the wicket.
And took all the credit, Buff, didn't he?
Yeah. He bowled well in that series, though, Ryan Harris.
Most series.
Yeah.
Most series. We forget how good a cricketer Ryan Harris was. It's a late bloomer in his Shield career and then his Test career. And it was unfortunate he had some bad knees that sort of spelled an early end.
Two slips in a gully. Hazelwood in and bowling, and Mushfiqur turns it away towards mid-on. Head very casually picks it up, as is his MO. 3 for 260. End of the Hazelwood over. Even in that Test series, he was hobbled with his knees.
Yeah.
Like, they were no good. And he still found a way to bowl Australia to victory. One of my favourite cricketers for Australia, one of my favourite people. Like, he is a guy,
absolutely.
Particularly as a radio person and a radio producer. Ryan Harris is such a good bloke. You call him and say, oh, mate, we're wondering if you could come on and chat about the Aussies touring.
Yeah.
And says, oh, yeah, what time do you want me? I'll do it.
And I tell you, when you do listen to him, he's someone you like listening to, because he gives you genuine answers. He's not the mainstream. We'll try our best, and one day at a time. He actually gives you real answers.
Yeah.
Right now, and it's great to see him. His coaching career, back-to-back Shield champions, the Sackers. Who would have thought?
I'm thrilled for him.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely thrilled for Ryan Harris that they were able to do that, and how good a job he's done there. 3 for 260. Shanto just scratching away. Alex Carey just manipulating the field.
What have we done? They've had a change in the field. There's an extra man out here on the leg side.
So is that part of the chat with Andrew McDonald?
I think so.
Around the wicket comes Lyon to the... Sorry, over the wicket.
He's come over the wicket.
Yeah, over the wicket.
So this is something you don't see very often. The right arm off spinner to the left hander, pitching it outside leg and almost encouraging that sweep shot. So it's almost just testing the patience of Shanto. He's looking to get bat on ball every ball.
So the field here, they've got a deep backward square, they've got a deep mid wicket. They're just changing. Steve Smith, the leg slip is moving into a cover position of some description, and Weatherall's going to come in and go to a bat pat.
I think. Oh, he is, yeah. I thought they were just doing a personnel change, but he's putting the lid on and going to short leg, yeah.
So over the wicket to the left-hander, who's going to reverse sweep, and it balloons away towards where the leg slip would have been.
I think it might have been Pat. An interesting replay this will be. He's gone the reverse sweep. There's only the three men on the offside.
It all feels very back to front at the moment. Might have come off the forearm there. Line in and bowling. Going forward, Shanto, and defends it right at his feet. Just dribbles along the pitch about 2 or 3 metres.
This is no doubt a tactic just to test the patience of Shanto. Yeah, just off the elbow, the reverse sweep a ball or two ago. But, yeah, just going to test the patience. How long can you go patting these balls outside leg stump away?
Line bowls, and he reverse sweeps again and gets it fine. This will run away. Cameron Green's in pursuit, puts in the slide and the return throw. And they will come back and double up. So Shanto onto 69, and Bangladesh 3 for 262.
This is the thing I like about Test cricket, Ben. Like, you know, the to and fro tactics.
Yeah,
you don't the cat and mouse. You don't see this in 2020. It's, you know, it's all about the power and, you know, the finesse of hitting chalk and all that sort of stuff.
Line unfurls, a length delivery outside the leg stump, and Shanto again on the front stool, playing it away onto the onside. He moves smoothly, Shanto, when he plays his strokes. There's no jerking motion. It's all very fluid. Line in and bowling. Shanto down the track, lofts it over long on. It might go all the way. I think it will. Fetch that. That has gone a long way out of the ground over at the ice cream stand I just frequented. And that is 6. That was a fair old shot, and that was fluid as well.
That's a massive hit. As we've mentioned a few times, the boundaries here at Marara are massive. They are big boundaries. That's gone 20 metres over. It's a 100-metre hit, that one, and they've got the reaction out of him, the Australians. They were hoping for a cross-batted sweep. He's gone the lofted shot over long on. Beautifully timed. Not a lot of spin from Nathan Lyon coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Again, it's just another thing for the Australians to think about. What's their next tactic?
They might have successfully tested his patience, but he still won the battle.
Yeah, he's won it. But this is the great thing about Test cricket, and something you don't see all the time. The games move so fast that you probably don't get a chance to, to try and corner your opponent. But this is great, and everyone's looking at Pat Cummins just. Right, over to you, Skipper. What are we doing next? And clearly Andrew McDonald's down there with his brain trust, thinking up some plans that hopefully going to get Australia 7 wickets.
It's going to the golden arm. Travis Head is going to bowl around the wicket to the right hand, and Mushfiqur. One ball back to Travis Head. He throws it aloft. A little crowd catch. He's always theatrical. Stephen has texted in. He says, Ben, I thought it was Grandpa Jim's job to buy the kids ice cream. His head bowls again. Mushfiqur just working his way down the pitch, plays it back to Head in his follow through. Jim did very kindly pay for everyone's refreshments.
He did.
Last night, as Head bowls again, gives it some air, and Mushfiqur leans on it on drive and then just ambles down the pitch. Another single. 3 for 269, a lead of 71 for Bangladesh.
overs are we up to here? Feels like they're just filling space, aren't they, at the moment, Australia? 70 into the 75th. Is that right?
Yep.
Into the 75th over. So
killing time until the new ball?
Oh, I think so. That's their next tactic. Let's try and keep it tight and squeeze a few out without impacting our big quicks too much.
And around the wicket to the lefty, Shanto down the leg side, and Carey doesn't glove it cleanly, ends up catching it between his thighs. So a slip in play, backward point, deep cover point, cover. Long off as head bowls again, and Shanto digs out a very full delivery. Trickles out to the onside, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. Deep square leg, and also short fine leg. Head bowling once more. Shanto plays it back to him. End of the head over. We're closing in on the tea break here on day 2. And we've I spoke just before lunch about the fact that Bangladesh had won all 4 of the sessions so far in the test. They might be about to make it all 5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you have a coach who used to either give you a tick or a cross on the session?
I think every coach.
Yeah.
I think it happened in most teams that I played in, club cricket included. You try and win more sessions of the opposition, and I think as the match goes on, the more important those ticks became. If you're winning sessions day 3 and 4, they hold more weight than days 1 and 2. But yeah, I think you might be right. It might be a five zipper in 10 minutes time.
Should be quite something. I don't know if Corbin read this out because I was out fetching the ice creams, but Townsend is the first player to score a century in their first innings against Australia since Rory Burns at Edgbaston in 2019, and the first to do it in Australia since Jacob Oram way back in 2004.
And the first player in any team to score a century against Australia in the first innings.
No, in their first innings.
Oh, in their first
against
innings?
Australia.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
The first time they batted against Australia in Australia was the first since Jacob Oram. 2004.
There you go.
Yeah. They did measure that 6 from Shanto at 99 metres. Mushfiqur on strike, line bowling. Mushfiqur goes forward. Around the wicket here, line to the right-hander with his right arm off spin.
Is that about your range, Ben? 100 metres? Where do you max out with your 6 hitting?
Probably at about 23. Maybe just clear the inner ring if I can. Line into a canter, bowling now, quicker, flatter, Mushfiqur sweeping. And this is out into the vacant mid-wicket region and will slowly trickle into the rope for 4 runs.
I completely lost that, Ben. Everyone was looking up. I was waiting for it to sort of lob on the hill there, but he rolled the wrist on that one in complete control. Again, a lot of vacant space out there. It feels like a risk-free shot for the right-hander against the off-spinner. This wicket not doing a lot, not a lot of venom in it. Brought about another change. Deep mid-wicket coming in, as well as the deep backward square.
Ryan skips into his run-up and delivers now, and a little lap sweep down towards short fine leg. And Mushfiqur will turn and come back for a second. Moves along to 19. Their former test wicketkeeper hasn't kept since 2019. He's pint-sized. It's never made a lot of sense to me why we call people pint-sized when pint's the biggest of the drinking options, but there it is. Leg slip and a slip in place. Lyon tries again, and Mushfiqur defends from the crease.
I'm loving this batting, Ben.
Yeah.
You know, the little lap sweep. He played the slog sweep. He got the short 45 taken out into a deep mid-wicket. He follows that up with a lap sweep, risk-free for 2. He moved the short leg to leg slip, and now he's moved back to short leg.
They're just manoeuvring the Aussies, aren't they?
They are. They're playing them.
Line over the wicket now. Mushfiqur skips down the deck and knocks it away down through mid-on. Down to long on for 1. 3 for 2, 76. Mushfiqur along to 20. First played in 2005. Mushfiqa at test level. You mentioned that you played against him, Xavier.
I did in a one-day cricket, a one-day tour to Bangladesh.
Speak about him being...
Can't remember how I went, nor him, so I think we won the series. We would have won the series, yeah.
Shanto on strike, line bowls, and Shanto down the track, lofts it over mid-wicket, doesn't quite get it. Pitches about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Pat Cummins comes around from mid-on, and they will run 3. Shanto looking to put foot on the accelerator here as we approach the tea break. Onto 78. I'm not sure about that as a strategy, but 3 for 279. The end of the line over.
10 off the over.
Yeah.
Followed by, well, the 6 was the previous over off Nathan Lyon. They're cashing in.
It's like they're trying to put pressure on the Aussies who are trying to fill time to the new ball. They're saying, oh, well, we'll see if we'll let you do that.
Yeah. And like I said, the new ball may bring about wickets, but more often than not, the gaps in the field will open up. The ball comes off the bat a lot faster, so it generally ups the run rate. So it is a dangerous little period here, or well, it'll be after tea now for the Australians, just to try and, as we mentioned, keep it to a 150. It is a best case scenario here, isn't it? That'd be a great result for Australia.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Shanto on strike, Travis Head bowling with his gentle doorknobbers down the leg side. And Carey does well to glove that. It was dragged hard down the leg side. Slip in place. Head bowls again, gives it some air, and Shanto goes forward watchfully. Defends it back to the bowler.
Yeah, these are fillers.
Yeah.
These are over fillers, time fillers. Get through quick.
Trav's in again. Quicker, flatter, and Shanto on the drive. The off drive and taking the single on offer. 3 for 280.
I don't want to be disrespectful to Travis Head's off spinners, because as you mentioned, Benny, he is the golden arm. He can quite often bring about a wicket, but I just can't see it at the moment on this surface against these two who are well set.
Field spreads lightly, staying slightly, I should say, as he bowls to Mushfiqa, knocks it down through mid-on. He takes a single. Field did just spread on the leg side for the right-hander, head staying around the wicket to him. 3 for 281. Bangladesh, lead of 83 at the moment. Head goes again. Oh, playing a miss. Shanto trying to cut, didn't move his feet. Just flashed his hands and threw into the gloves of Carey. Shanto just goes for a little wander and maybe resets his concentration. Head goes in again, and Shanto forward on the defensive, very watchful. Happy to see off Head for another over. 3 for 281. Shanto on 79. Mushfiqa on 21. This partnership has gone past 50 as well. So 3 consecutive partnerships. 50 plus for Bangladesh. That's another one that the coaches love.
Yep.
X, isn't it?
Back-to-back partnerships. Absolutely.
No wickets in clumps.
A play and miss, I think, was exactly what Shanto needed. He was just getting away from himself, wasn't he? He just needed a little mental reset. This will be the last over before the tea break. Bangladesh will be desperate to go in 3 down.
What about Michael from Melbourne on the SMS? Hi, lads. Forget Bazball. Bang ball is what you need to challenge the Aussies at home. As Lyon begins the final over an arm ball. Quicker and flatter and doing well to cut at Mushfiqa. Just close to the off stump. Close to 90 kilometres per hour from Lyon there.
If bang ball is hitting the top of off with the occasional bouncer and grinding the opposition into the ground, I'm all for it, Ben.
Line comes in, Mushfiqa back and cutting through the vacant point region, and that will be 4 bits again. 3 for 285. Short and wide of Mushfiqa. Winning diminutive. He usually liked the horizontal bat shots, and he certainly did there.
Yeah, again, that's the fallout of being, strong leg side last over. He slog swept him, he lap swept him, he forced Nathan Lyon to bowl wide. and brings about the cut shot and the loose delivery from Australia's off spinner.
On to 25, Mushfiqur, forward defending. Nice delivery from Nathan Lyon. Bowling with the sunnies on. I don't remember you being much of a sunnies on bowler, were you?
Got a huge bridge that I couldn't find my nose. I couldn't find. It's a sore point. Thanks for bringing it up. Couldn't find any that'd fit.
Line in and bowling, giving it some air, and Mushfiqur on the drive, straight to mid-off. Speak about Mushfiqur Rahim being a very, very serious sort of customer. Takes his cricket extremely seriously. Very disciplined and meticulous in the way he goes about it. There's a story of him batting for 6 hours straight in the Chattogram nets ahead of a test against Pakistan. Just replicating Diz's innings perhaps as Lyons in and bowling, a quicker, flatter delivery and cutting again. Mushfiqur out into the deep, just a single. 3 for 286.
Two sides to that story, Ben.
Yeah.
6 hours, that's a great effort.
Yeah.
What sort of coach is sticking around for that long to throw balls? Or net bowlers was like, come on. Well, when do you wrap that up?
I remember Mike Hussey was told by Alan Border, who was a selector at the time, that he needed to practice as he played and practice batting all day. And so Mike Hussey famously did that with his batting coach Ian Kevin in the nets at Wanneroo in Perth as line bowls to Shanto, just noodling a ball to the leg side off the leg stump. And that is the end of a second session, and it is again a session owned by Bangladesh. They've won all 5 that we've played so far in this test match. Shanto reaches tee at 79 not out. Mushfiqur unbeaten on 26. Bangladesh 3 for 286. A lead of 88 after Tanzid Hassan made his maiden test century. Xavier Doherty, talk us through it. The Aussies are being tested in ways no one anticipated here in Darwin.
No, spot on, Ben. That's 5 ticks in a row for Bangladesh. 5 straight sessions of Bangladesh dominating Australia. Hats off to Tanzid Hassan for his maiden test century. A few flashes of concentration where he just sort of let himself down, but outside that it was faultless. He's really cashing in against a high quality bowling attack. Australia and to go with that, Najmal Hussain Shanto. You like using his full name, Ben, I've noticed as well. It just rolls off the tongue. He's also batted beautifully, hasn't he? He's taking it up to the Australians. He's ticking it over. He's being proactive. They're just playing the perfect test match so far.
Yeah, and the Aussies, they looked totally bereft as they just walked off the ground just then. Heads bowed. They did not look like they were confident or comfortable or understanding of what they want or need to do in this test match. I think Adam Gilchrist from the host broadcaster is about to speak to Tanzid Hassan after that incredible innings and be able to bring you some of that when Australia's great wicketkeeper is downstairs in a moment with the 25-year-old left-hand opener. Let's join
Hassan, man of the moment. Congratulations, mate. I'll shake your hand for sure. Your first test century for your country. That's a very proud moment.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, alhamdulillah. It's a great opportunity to play here. I think this is very special for me because this is the first time I am here and play test cricket only the second of mine, and made 100 is very special for me.
Yes, indeed. I mean, you're an attacking player naturally, but it looked like you really curbed that aggression. You slowed yourself down and built an innings, a strong foundation of defence.
Yeah, but I think what the team required, I was trying to play like that, and I think wicket looks good. They came to me very differently, and I was trying to play the normal cricket and keep calm up myself.
This Australian attack, you would have watched them, you know so much about them, how successful they've been. How did you find it? Is it what you expected?
Yeah, I just watched the ball and play the bat on the ball, and I wasn't trying too much. Just keep calm and play. What they bowled and what they planned, I just play that ball.
And what can you tell us about the pitch? It seems like it's settled a bit slow yesterday. Is it changing? Is it a pitch that you think will start to deteriorate as the game goes on?
I think we get much better than before than the first day. I think it will be keep better and better. And I think this wicket, if we play normal cricketing shot, that will be better for us.
Yeah, well, you've got a great lead. That change room there, they must be starting to believe something big's possible here.
Yeah, I think we need to play these two session also, and if we play that really well, then it will be better for our team.
Indeed, mate. Well, thank you for joining us, and congratulations again on a fine Test match century. There you go, very proud young man.
So that is Adam Gilchrist downstairs with Tanzid Hassan after his maiden Test century. What an innings it was. And he might have just moved Bangladesh into a match-winning position in this Test match against Australia. The card for Bangladesh, Shabman Islam, he was out last night, out for 20. But then today, Tanzid Hassan Tamim, he made 101, his maiden Test ton in his second Test. Mohamed Al-Haqi went before that, he was out for 49. Caught behind off the bowling of Josh Hazlewood. And then Najmal Hussain Shanto, 79 not out. Mushfiqur Rahim, unbeaten on 26 at the other end. The bowling figures for the Aussies, 14 overs, 1 for 50, with a couple of maidens for Mitchell Starc. Josh Hazlewood, 16 overs, 1 for 53 with 3 maidens. Cameron Green, 5 overs, none for 23. Pat Cummins, 15 overs, none for 43. Nathan Lyon, 18 overs, 1 for 80. Bo Webster has none for 26 from his 8 overs. And Travis Head, 2 overs, none for 3. Bangladesh, 3 for 286 here at T. Coming up next, Grandstand at T, Corbin Middlemas, and a special guest as we learn more about these tourist tigers who are taking it up to the Aussies.
I don't know what I'm going to find here. Discover a vault filled with all the cases, all the crime. It's dangerous.
You don't trust anyone.
Shetland, The Capture, Treasure and Dirt, and so many more.
You can't say I didn't warn you.
Stream now on ABC iView.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Darwin. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Grandstand at T on ABC Sport, day 2 of the first Test in Darwin. 3 for 286 Bangladesh. They lead the Test match by 88 runs with still 7 first innings wickets in hand. Number of milestones, 2 of them came very close together. First of all, the skipper made his way to 50 in Najmal Shanto.
Nathan Lyon bowling again, quicker, flatter, driving Shanto, and a single. A 50 for the captain, Najmal Hussain Shanto, not to be played down. He is leading from the front.
The milestone of the session, though, came just a few moments later. A young man playing his 3rd Test innings in just his 2nd Test match.
Line bowls, Tanzid drives down the ground, and there it is. An innings from his wildest dreams. A maiden Test century, and it's against Australia in Australia.
Doesn't get too much better than that. Unfortunately, though, he did depart moments later, but his team in a dominant position in this Test match.
Line comes in, and he's driving at this. Where's that? Up in the air, it's going down towards Stark. He takes the catch. He takes the catch in the deep, running around from long off.
This is Grandstand at T. Corbin Middlemas with you. Great to have you with us here on ABC Sport. It is the tea break on day 2 with Bangladesh on top, leading the Test by 88 runs. 3 wickets down in their first innings. I'm very pleased to say Shahid Khan joins us from Cricket 97, which is a popular digital sports media portal in Bangladesh. You've made the trip out from Dhaka to be here in Australia. Shahid, appreciate your time.
So far, so good for Bangladesh, yes.
Could not have gone much better from Bangladesh through the first 5 sessions of the Test match.
I was listening the commentary, Tanzid Hassan century moment, and someone is saying that in his wildest dream. And the scenario is all back in Bangladesh. They're still in disbelief, and this is actually happening in Darwin.
So it's out of season for us, really. It's in the winter months here. How has it resonated back home? How many people are paying attention to this test match in Bangladesh?
And people are working very early in the morning. It's starting 6 in the morning, and they are working up, and then they're enjoying the scene. And playing this good against the mighty Australia it means a lot to all cricket crazy people in Bangladesh. And we are visiting around 10 or 12 journalists here. All are so happy to see this team doing so well.
Are you as surprised as we are that the Bangladesh have played so well here against the Aussies?
If you ask me about bowling, we are not surprised because Bangladesh pace attack is doing well for some times. But the batting, yes, we are not that consistent. But in this match, so far, they're batting so well.
Where has this pace unit come from in Bangladesh cricket? We don't ordinarily associate pace bowling with Bangladesh, and yet you have a huge bowling unit now available to you. How has that happened?
It's happened with Mashrafi Murtuza, who was one of the best fast bowler, but after that, people are idolizing him, and many pacers are born in that time. After Mashrafi, and you can name Hassan Mahmood, Taskin Ahmed, Nahid Rana, we all are missing him. Because I was seeing the first test ball, it was Stark, Cummins, Hazlewood, 3 best fast bowler in terms of speed. I think if Nahid Rana was there, he was definitely on top of the chart.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just about the fastest bowler in world cricket, and the way he's going about it at the moment, Nahid Rana. So even without him, Bangladesh on top after 5 sessions in this test match. Shahid Khan from Cricket 97 in Bangladesh has joined me during Grandstand at Tea. The 2 guys in particular that had the milestones here, so Hassan Mahmood for 6 for yesterday, his 3rd 5-wicket haul, and then today, obviously, with Tanzat Hassan attracting plenty of attention. These are 2 guys, it must be said, that aren't automatic selections in the Bangladesh team. So 2 fringe players that have both come out early in their careers relatively and performed so well.
In Test cricket, Tanzit Hassan Tamim is still not the automatic choice, but Hassan Mahmood is. Both come playing the age level cricket. Hassan Mahmood was part of 2018 Under-19 World Cup, and Tanzit Hassan Tamim was part of the Under-19 World Cup winning team back in 2020. After playing the Under-19 World Cup, Hassan Mahmood take only 2 years to be in the national team, and 3 years for Tanzit Hassan Tamim. They're playing so well right as of now. And Hassan Mahmood recently played in county cricket for Kent, so he knows how to exploit this overseas condition. For a Bangladeshi pacer, it's not that easy to bowl in the right channel with right pace. With his swing and his consistent line, he is the best test bowler as of now for Bangladesh.
If Shariful Islam and Nahid Rana were both available, would that be the combination alongside Hassan Mahmood?
Then Ibadat had to be out of the 11 maybe. Ibadat Hassan, he was a super performer before he took an injury. He was the man who was responsible for the win in Mount Maunganui versus New Zealand. But right now, in the pace attack, Nahid Rana, Taskin Ahmed, Hassan Mahmood and Shariful Islam, they are the best of Bangladesh have.
Tell us about the young man today. So Tanzat Hassan gets a century in his 2nd test match. I know he's played a bit of white ball cricket. He's been in form in ODIs this year. But who is he? Where does he come from? What can you tell us about him him and his cricketing journey?
He came from Bogura. Bogura is a district based in Rajshahi, Bogura, from where Mushfiqur Rahim was also came to Bangladesh cricket. What a blessing Bangladesh had. And Tanjeed Hasan Tamim, he played, he was in BKSP, Bangladesh Krida Shikha Pratishthan. It's the best academy that producing players like Shakib Al Hasan, Mushfiqur Rahim, and Tanjeed Hasan Tamim, and so on. And he was part of the under-19 World Cup winning team back in 2020, and after that it took 3 years to get into the national teams, and he's playing superbly, basically in white ball cricket. But when the new chief selector Habibul Bashir Shuman, who was the national captain of Bangladesh, was played in Darwin in 2003, he told that Bangladesh's mindset would be attacking cricket, and that's why they pick Tanjeed Hasan Tamim, keeping in mind Bangladesh has to play in 2026 in Australia. This match, keeping in mind this match, and he delivered so wonderfully well.
What a story. What a story for Tanjeed Hasan and what this is turning into for Bangladesh. Shahid, really appreciate your time. Hopefully we chat again before the end of the series.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Shahid Khan from Cricket 97 in Bangladesh. The final session on day 2 is only 5 minutes away. In the meantime, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Good afternoon, William Howard Evans with ABC News. Western Australia's Premier Roger Cook says the Productivity Commission's interim report into the GST carve-up shows East Coast clowns do not understand his state. The inquiry looked into the 2018 deal that gives Western Australia a bigger slice of the GST pie. The Commission has found it's cost the federal budget $23 billion over 6 years and is unfair to other states. Mr Cook has rejected that.
It's a sign that these East Coast clowns simply do not understand Western Australia. The changes they have proposed will rip up to $6 billion out of the Western Australian economy.
Nationals leader Matt Canavan is calling for an audit of all of Australia's international treaties as a key priority ahead of the party's national conference this weekend. The proposed audit would reassess hundreds of foreign agreements and partnerships, such as the Paris Climate Agreement, to identify deals the Nationals deem no longer serve the country's best interests. Mr Canavan says it will help strengthen Australia's sovereignty.
Focus won't be on, therefore, those agreements like defence and trade, which clearly don't do those things. They unleash economic opportunities, they improve our national security. It'll be on those agreements that have been weaponised to do the exact opposite that is in our national interest.
Victorian Premier Ben Carroll has wished his predecessor Jacinta Allan the very best as she confirms her retirement from politics. Less than a month after she was ousted as Premier by Mr Carroll, Jacinta Allan today called time on her 27-year political career, announcing she won't recontest her seat in November. She's made an emotional plea to clean up the tenor of political debate and misinformation. Mr Carroll says Ms Allan did a lot for her local electorate.
My predecessor transformed Bendigo for the better over 27 years, and she has a right to do what she needs to do for her and her family, and whatever her decision is, I wish her all the very, very best.
Sources close to Ms Allan say she will be heading on a family holiday and will not be returning to Parliament between now and the election. Former CFMEU boss John Setka has been arrested again for allegedly threatening administrators of the scandal-plagued construction union. Police arrested the 61-year-old in Melbourne's Inner West this morning. He's since been charged over threatening and harassing emails he allegedly sent to union administrators on Monday. It's the third time he's been charged for allegedly harassing the people installed to address problems within the union. Young Talent Time host Johnny Young has died at the age of 79 following a brief battle with pancreatic cancer. Sam Wilkinson has more.
It's Johnny Young!
Hello, Australia, and welcome to a very
Exciting action back, running and fun, young
Johnny Young was born in Rotterdam and migrated with his family to Australia at age 6. As a singer, he had an Australian #1 hit with Step Back. He also wrote the smash hit The Real Thing for Russell Morris and the Vietnam War song Smiley for Rodney Burns. Young Talent Time went to air in 1971. With Johnny Young as its creator and host, it ran for 17 years and nurtured a number of Australian stars. He was the first person to be inducted into both the Logie Hall of Fame and the ARIA Hall of Fame. His family says he leaves behind his wife Marsha and daughters Anna and Fleur, as well as 7 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren.
Overseas now, Colombia's president says he's determined to locate any missing people still trapped under the rubble of collapsed buildings following a devastating earthquake earlier this week. The 7.4 magnitude quake that struck in the country's west has tested Colombia's newly sworn-in government as it scrambles to respond to the disaster. The death toll has risen to at least 280, while nearly 4,000 people have been injured and almost 380 others remain missing. President Abelardo de la Espriella says rescue crews are doing all they can.
Tenemos 3,971 heridos.
The situation is complex, but we are using all of our capacity and the capacity that has arrived from other countries and that has been deployed.
And in the AFL, Port Adelaide will continue with its experiment of playing ruck Dante Vicente in defence tomorrow night, with Adelaide's Oval clash with the Demons. He was one of the few positives to emerge out of last week's 97-point loss to the Swans, showing his potential down back. Coach Josh Carr says it's been a move 12 months in the making. You're up to date with the latest ABC News. More news is available at any time on ABC Listen.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Welcome back to Marara Stadium. A bright day here, particularly for Bangladesh. It's been the brightest of all. And I knew it was going to happen sooner or later. Oh my goodness, new ball's on its way. But what do you get before a new ball? Marnus Labuschagne. He's got the ball in his hand. What's he going to bowl? What hand grenades are we going to see? Spinners? Fast, medium deliveries? What do you reckon, Dizzy?
I reckon it's going to be seam because Alex Carey is back without not wearing the helmet, so I think it'll be seam up from Marnus. He actually rates his seamers very highly.
Oh, of course he does.
He loves it, and he was so excited last year because he got the speed going up, I think up to 136. He was so happy.
That's pretty quick in 3rd grade. But he's on his long run. He's back there. The keeper's standing back. Oh, Alex, you have more chance of a stumping up than a catch, I would have thought. But let's see what happens here. We're a few overs away from a new ball. 2 overs.
No, so likely just by 1 over here.
I hope so. That's all you need. But they're spread around all over the place. There's a kind of 4th slip gully, and the rest are in a sort of circle. Here he comes, rattles in and bowls something. It's short, and it's pulled down by little Mushfiq, but he didn't get hold of it. Dragged it straight down into the turf.
129 k's an hour, so he's got Bo Webster covered for pace. Jim?
Well, we're waiting for his bouncer. Was that an attempted bouncer?
I reckon it might have been.
Didn't get very bouncy. And the bloke who's batting's about 2'7". As he runs in again and he bowls the bouncer. He'd be happy with that. He caused perhaps the smallest man with cricket clothing in the ground to duck. And it did bounce enough to clear him, but it wasn't lethal. Anyway, effort ball. And the pack, Bangladesh in a good position here, trying to push this lead on. It's now 88, 3 for 286. Labuschagne goes in, and it's pitched in line, and he walks across Mushfiq and gets a single, shoving it away into the offside. So he moves along to 27 from 38 balls. Shanto, he could get 100 as well here. He's 79.
He's played very well, Jim. Shanto, there's no doubt about that. It's been a very good knock. He's looked to really be aggressive, particularly against Nathan Lyon. It's been a very good knock from the captain.
So it's Labuschagne bowling the 79th over of the innings. It's been another tough day for Australia, struggling for wickets. They've got just 2 around the wicket. He bowls a bouncer, and Shanto has a look at it and sort of says, haven't you got anything a little bit quicker than that? As he let it go. He's got a deep square just in front on the boundary, a deep backward square and a deep bind leg, as well as a fly third man. So there is a little danger in taking on the short ball if you don't pull it into the ground. Webster's standing just in front of square in front of the wicket. Labuschagne bowls a bouncer, and it's pretty innocuous and causes Shanto to sort of disdainfully look down the pitch. No, I'm not going to drown in that honey and hole out the deep square. So I'll leave it alone. Yeah, frightening bowling. Labuschagne around the wicket again, and it is short, and he does pull it down for a single. So, yeah, sometimes filthy bowling gets wickets. He didn't in that over. They took a couple of runs. It's 3 for 288.
I was talking before tea, Jim, and I was mentioning Warnie's things that he found was overrated, and I said lettuce, not he has it, but lettuce. I don't think I ever saw him eat lettuce, but lettuce. But no, it was dancing, holding hands, and the third new ball. Because we were talking about the third new ball.
He didn't say night watchman.
No, it may well have been, because I think he used to get a bit grumpy when I got the opportunity to be night watching, because I think he saw it as an easy opportunity to get some runs.
He was early on seen as a pinch hitter, wasn't he, in white ball cricket? The hitting was normally about 2 balls and he'd be out.
They played some really important knocks for us.
Oh, well,
over the years.
He's almost an all-rounder. He'll never forget that moment in Perth when he got out for 99, even though it may have been a no ball. Now, Lyon bowls the 80th over, and it's pushed away on the offside by Shanto.
We would assume that the Aussies would take the new balls available at the end of this over. I think we're all guessing that they would take that. It should be fresh after a little break, tea break.
Well, the pressure's on, as they say, as Lyon is pushed away straight past him down to a deep bit off for a single. Shanto moves to 81, 3 for 289. And working themselves into this very good position. It will be an interesting period of play as to whether, well, first question is, will Australia's most wanted pace attack do what they normally do? Or will Bangladesh continue to play with some confidence and serenity against them? Now, he comes to drive with feet. It's directed by Cummins out there in the covers. There's not much evidence of the pitch offering anything to the bowlers, but maybe the new ball will be enough to rattle the cages. Line over the wicket, and he's back and chops it down to
I haven't seen any of the seamers doing any loosening up. Just as I say that, I see Josh Hazelwood's just doing some limbering exercises.
Line at the airport end.
looks like. Mitchell Stark handed the ball to Kumar Dharmasena. And umpires brought out the... Yeah, Kumar Sangakar's announcing that the new ball is being taken.
Yes, well, the rustiness with the bats continued a little with the ball, even though Australia have been steady. But Lions figures 19 overs, no maidens, 1 for 81.
Is it that Nathan Lyons figures?
Yeah.
No maidens.
No maidens, that's right.
Well, he has had a couple of boundaries, hasn't he? Pretty much a whole.
Yeah, he's been... No cameras around, I suppose, but of the front liners, he's been the most expensive. The three quicks are about 3.5 and over. Ron Cummins 2.8. There's the wickets column that's looking a bit skinny, and that's where Australia will be hoping that Mitchell Stark has got a new ball, that this will be a change. Let's see, here he comes, rushing in and bowling the ball. It's edged. Was it edged or did he miss it? I think he made it.
Missed it. It was very full delivery.
It looked like it had swung from our deep backward point position.
So I think Shanto's looked to play that to the inside.
Toss. That's why. Like he nicked it. Swung just a little, just enough to beat the bottom edge of the bat and bounce through to Carey with a line of 3 slips and the gully. So that's encouraging for Stark. He got a little bit of late swing. And he runs in again and he pitches up and it's blunted out on the offside. That's the way to do it. Killed it slowly, quietly out towards cover, and they raced off a single. So is that? It's Inglis on the field.
Yeah, Inglis is on the field. He's on 4.
3 for 290. And Mushfiqur takes his guard. New ball.
I think he's on for Travis Head. Can't see Travis on there at the moment.
Travis wore himself out with a deadly spell of straight spin.
The old straight breaks.
Straight breaks, yes. Stark charges up and bowls it just across the bows of the right-hander, and he lets it go through to the keeper. So Bangladesh will be hoping to get through this period and push on to 400 or 500 if they can. And there's no reason if batsmen get in on this surface that they can't do that. Now there's just a fiddle in the field. Hazelwood's warming up and he's running down to backward square, fine leg. Nathan Lyon reverts to his normal spot just behind point. So 3 slips in the gully and a point. And Mitchell Stark runs in again and bowls across the right-hander. Good bounce there with a new nut.
Very good carry through to Alex Carey there. He's taken that at about shoulder height.
Yep. It's interesting watching top performers in action, and you do have to consider that there are times, because of the conditions of the game, the pitch in particular, that they don't always produce bullets every over or two, particularly when they're coming off a long spell in the case of Mitchell Stark. And it's been a bit that way with his performance so far. He runs in again and he's kicked around the corner off a bit of pad, thigh pad perhaps, and Weatherall is collecting it out behind square. So another attractive day of Test cricket, and another very good crowd of upwards of 4,000 or 5,000 here to enjoy it. And it's taken a lot of you who are listening, those who are watching by surprise, I suppose, that Bangladesh have put in such a strong performance. If you look at some of their recent history in Test cricket, it's hard to believe that it was possible. Failing to beat Zimbabwe, getting beaten by them, in fact, in Test cricket. Stark bowls down the leg side this time, and it is not not played at, but letting it go through. So there's the first over with the new nut, and the score is 3 for 290.
Yeah, just start with happy to see that the ball's just swinging a little bit in these conditions. So we see Josh Hazelwood's just giving his floppy hat to Bo Webster, who's then in turn given it to the umpire, so he'll be ready to go.
Yes, the questions keep coming only around the condition, the selection of the Australian side, and so many people wondering, why can't you fix the batting up, get the selectors to pick some young blokes, all this sort of stuff. But if there's more performances like there were yesterday, something will happen. Now round the wicket, Hazelwood down the leg side, and that's an awkward one for Carey. It goes through for buys. It's 4 buys. Just slid down the leg side, and he dived and couldn't get anywhere near it, and it rushed away to the finest of fine legs for 4 buys.
Good swing there for Hazelwood from around the wicket.
Didn't even get a glove on it.
He's done that a little bit in this game. Early in his spells, his bowled leg side. There's definitely a little bit of rustiness. We talked about the rustiness with the Australian batting, but there's also a bit of that with the bowlers too.
He tries again around the wicket forward. It's lent on by Shanto. And there's no opportunity to score. So he's 82. Mushfaqir 27. And was that a no ball?
Yeah, not no ball. Spotted a couple in this game.
There's the evidence on the screen. He's a good 2 inches over. Sliding in that around the wicket line that he's taking up to the left-hander here. So the score moves to 295, almost 100 ahead. He tries again, and it's defended with a little push down the onside. So the question from Dan from East Perth about the World Test Championship in Bangladesh. Yeah, well, they're a fair way down the table.
But actually, they're
not on the bottom.
They beat Pakistan in a couple of
They did.
Test series.
They did, but they lost to Zimbabwe.
They did lose to Zimbabwe.
Yeah. They win this series against Australia. It might help them a bit. Around the wicket, that's Hazelwood pitching up and slid away with the line down to deep backward square, where it's collected by Stark running around the boundary. 2 runs to Shanto. He's 84, creeping towards 100, and the lead now 99 for Bangladesh. So a fair chance of getting 4 days, if not 5, out of this game. Now, how are you and the wife going, Jim? In good health, I hope. Yes, okay. Down the wicket, he tries once more, and it's edged into the slips. It's caught. Smith. Another catch for Steve Smith. Shanto is out to the second new ball. Caught by Smith at second slip. He pouched it like a kid might a lolly. No problem at all. Devoured the catch. Shanto out for 84, and Hazelwood gets his second wicket.
Good delivery, just a bit of extra bounce from Josh Hazelwood. Probably the 4th stump line. Shanto didn't do a lot wrong. Good delivery and into the safe hands of Steve Smith. Knocked that by Shanto, 84.
Yep. 7 fours and a 6. 126 balls. And Bangladesh still in a good position. But always the chance from here that a lead of 99 runs, this new ball could chew away the lower order. That's what Australia would like, given the difficulty they've had today in trying just to create a wicket with deliveries to do something a little bit different. That was the new ball there. That bounced.
Yeah, it certainly did. Just that Josh Hazelwood, his extra height. Just the bounce, just hitting the seam. It's an excellent delivery. Equally excellent catch.
Yep, so 6 wickets still in the shed, and the chance to push on with, again, one of their more experienced players is open. Linton does, and he's averaging 36 600s. So here he is batting at number 7, and Hazelwood has him leaving his first ball outside the line of the off stump. So I think Derek and Ann Howard sending me that note asking me this and that, but mainly it was about where's Boff? Where's Boff? He's still at Northampton, isn't he?
Yep, Northampton is the back end of the county season.
When's he coming home?
Your guess is as good as mine.
It must be getting close.
They're getting close. I think the county season finishes end of September, I think. So
it's still end of September.
Yeah, they've still got a bit of cricket to play.
Snowing, man.
No, it's still nice in the UK.
Hazelwood goes in and he's tickled away to the onside, a little shove, and they don't get a run for that. Okay, the over's over, the wicket has fallen. Hazelwood has 2 for 56, Das yet to score, Mishfikur 27, and where's the long leg? Oh, that other bloke's coming in. You changed the roster without notice again. Ben Cameron is about to join Dizzy.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thank you, Jim. 4 for 297. First time I've been called a long-legged anything. I'll take it.
I was a bit shocked. Benny, if I'm perfectly honest, you're closer to 4'6" and 6'4".
Oh, I've never heard that. I like it. Mushfiqur on strike. 3 slips in a gully. Stark rumbling in, bowling full and driving through the covers. Full delivery. Doesn't quite time it perfectly. It'll be run in, you would think. It is, but they'll get through. Well played by Mushfiqur. So that will bring up the 300 for Bangladesh. 4 for 300. And the lead goes past 100 as well. A lead of 102. Lytton Das on strike now to face Mitchell Stark.
Bangladesh, they just with 6 wickets still in the shed, they'll be looking to maybe tick off 2 or 3 more significant partnerships. So whether it be a 30-plus partnership, 50-plus, 70 plus, 75 plus. In an ideal world, if they could get another 100-plus partnership, that'd be brilliant. But if they can get a lead of in excess of 200, it's going to be hard work for the Aussies.
Lytton Das on strike. Stark bowling now on a good length, and Das defending the ball just wide of the off stump. Left armour bowling to the right-hand bat. It was a test of play in this series. Lytton Das had a calf injury. Was player in the match. The second test against Pakistan, made 126 and 69.
Right, wow.
In that test, and then missed the Zimbabwe match with the calf injury. So
was he originally in the squad to come here because of that calf injury?
No, I think he wasn't because of the calf.
Right, and he was a late include.
Yeah.
Okay. Might have been injury, a test. Calf test.
Old man injury. 31 years of age. Das facing Stark and digging out a very full and straight delivery towards mid-on. Good pace from Mitchell Stark. Up over 140 kilometres per hour on 138. Just dipping down a little bit. 4 for 300.
Good partnerships, 36, 102, 93, 66. It's been good cricket.
They haven't really lost wickets in clumps, have they?
Not at all.
Been able to put partnerships together, trying to avoid that again. Letting Dash yet to get off the mark, facing Stark again and very watchfully defending. A nice delivery from Stark on the top of off.
From Australia's perspective, they want to impact with this dead ball. So it's swinging, bit more pronounced seam. It'll do something off this Barara surface. Although Bangladesh are in a strong position at 4 for 300, still going to be a tricky period here, Betty, for a little while.
The numbers rattling through from Rick Finlay. So Steve Smith up to 216 catches. Behind only Joe Root, 218. Closing in. A little race there. 3 slips in a gully. They all crouch down as Stark approaches and bowls and beats the outside edge. Or does he take it? The slip scored and went up momentarily, but then stifled their appeals.
It was very much a stifled appeal. Alex Carey put his hand up, but you could tell by his body language he didn't really believe there was an edge. It's a good delivery from Stark.
Just jagged away, didn't it?
Just left him a little bit.
Not even just continuing on with the arm. It genuinely hit the seam and decked away. Just on Bangladesh as well, this is the first time they've recorded 3 50-plus partnerships in a row against Australia. Before the last wicket. Stark bounds in, bowls, not a good length, and this time bat on ball from Littendas as he pushes down to mid-off. 4 for 300. End of the Stark over. He's peppering Dash yet to get off the mark. Mushfiqur 30 not out. The other numbers, Bangladesh, their lead in the 2 tests, they've led Australia in the first innings. 158, but Australia won. And 43, Bangladesh went on to win that test match.
Was that 158? Was that in Dhaka in 2006?
Oh, I'll check that, but I think it was.
I think it was that test. Talking about that with Corbin earlier.
Hazelwood to continue, bowling from the airport end of the ground. Were you out there this morning, Diz, when the fighter jet flew over?
Yes. Ooh, it's very loud.
Very loud. Hazelwood right arm over the wicket, bowling to Mushfiqur. The set batsman takes his bottom hand off the bat. The ball just spits at him. Inspects that bottom hand, goes for a little wander as well, shaking out that right hand.
Got a few of the jets flying over. They're really loud, aren't they? Last couple of days.
Hit him right on that pointing finger. Not much fun.
Just that extra bounce from Josh Hazelwood that he extracts with his height.
Hazelwood runs in again, passing the umpire now and bowling. And Mushfiqur defending from the crease. Ball just dribbles out on the offside. They call it no. Goes back as Josh Inglis, the subfielder, comes in and loops it back to Travis Head. Keep your text coming, 0467920222. Where are you listening? What are you doing? What's going on in your world as you take in this first test? Australia and Bangladesh. Beautiful afternoon. It's not even too unpleasant out there with the humidity that's dropped.
Delightful.
Just a better day for test cricket you wouldn't have. Hazelwood right arm over again. Mushfiqur driving back to the bowler. Yeah, timing it particularly well. Bangladesh, they lead by 102 runs, 4 for 300. Still a little dry spell here. Story of the day. Bangladesh resumed at 1 for 96. They were 102 runs behind at the resumption. Only lost 1 wicket in the first session here on this second day. Mohamed Al-Haq was the man out for 49 as Hazelwood tries again to Mushfiqur, driving through the cover region. And he'll get 1 and come back for 2. For a cover point, the ball went. He will double up. 4 for 302. Mushfiqur onto 32. Then it was the partnership between Tanzid Hassan and Najmal Hussain Shanto. They got them through to lunch, 2 for 181. They were at the luncheon interval. So Still trailing by 17 runs at that stage, and then in the middle session here on day 2, Tanzan Hassan brought up his maiden test ton. Hazelwood bowling again here to Mushfika. Turns the ball off the leg stump to square leg. We heard the loud call of no. Otherall Fields out there. He then went for 101, Tanzan Hassan. Bangladesh reaching tee at 3 for 286. And then here in this third session of this second day, Najmal Shanto out for 84. This second new ball for Australia. Hazelwood bowling again and driving, edging and away through the gap down towards the third man boundary. Wide of the gully fielder. It was a very thick outside edge from Mushfika and a beetroot red Josh Hazelwood just stands and gives it the double teapot in the middle of the pitch. 4 for 306 Bangladesh. Mushfika on 36.
Yeah, it's just a fraction fall from Josh Hazelwood. Mushfika just looking to drive though, went past backward point. Josh Inglis there, sub fielder. And as Benny Cameron said, the double teapot from the big quick. An exasperated look on his face.
He does look beetroot red as well.
Oh. Pretty warm out there. I mean, it's been in the southern states for a while.
3 slips in a gully. Point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a fine leg. Stark a new over. Bowling to Das, who's squared up slightly. A little bit of a windstream wipe of motion on the bat as he plays it down to mid-off. He had much to do in terms of crossing paths with Lytton Das over the journey. He's been around for a minute in.
Not a lot, just play. I was coaching Pakistan. He played a couple of test matches against Pakistan. And he's been a good cricketer, over 50 test matches, 6 test hundreds. Healthy average. Mid-30s. Yeah, so he's been a very good cricketer for Bangladesh for a long period of time.
Stark bowling now, a short ball, and Das sways out of the way. Kerry takes it above head height. It was Carey and petrol from Mitchell Stark there, wasn't it?
Good bounce of Carriers, taking it head high from Alex Carey, or above his head actually. They're a long way back as well, the keeper and slips cordon for Australia. That last ball from Mitchell Stark being 141 kilometres an hour.
And a short ball, which is usually he can take a little bit off that.
Yeah, so it's good. It's good pace.
They are at least 22 yards back behind the stumps, aren't they? There's another pitch from the stumps to the Aussie keeper as he bowls again here, Stark, and defending Das, just deflecting it out into the point region, and Gary Lyon, Nathan Lyon just skipping around to his left to field it. That Gaz nickname has really stuck for Nathan Lyon, hasn't it?
I wonder if they call, in the footy circles, if they call Gary Lyon the GOAT. No, call him Gaz, or call him Nate.
See him around in the press box, come back from back surgery.
Does he?
Gary Lyon, he was laid up for a little while, but he's back and moving more freely.
Oh, that's good.
Sore back is one of the worst things in the world, isn't it?
Shocking.
You have many back issues?
I had a few over my time. Yeah, it's not nice at all.
Das facing up, Stark bowling full on the off stump, and Das keeps it out. A little punch down to mid-on.
No, back injuries aren't particularly pleasant, Bernie.
No. Peter from Redlands.
Yes.
Isn't happy. He doesn't feel like we're game to criticise the Aussie selectors. Their selections are non-performing players in the face of overwhelming facts and stats.
Well, I think I understand what he's saying. Is it Peter?
Yeah, Peter from Redlands.
Peter from Redlands, and thank you for your text.
Das yet to get off the mark from 11 deliveries, facing Stark again, edging court. Smith pouches it, and Littendas goes for a 12-ball duck. And Australia are pressing. Bangladesh 5 for 306. Steve Smith, he moves one catch closer to Joe Root. A 217th catch in Test match cricket for Steve Smith. One behind Joe Root. And Bangladesh just wobbling a little bit here, Diz.
Yeah, the new ball is doing the trick. Hazelwood getting the wicket of Shanto, and now Mitchell Stark. Just that fuller length that we talk about. That's looked to drive it through the offside, but at least succeeded in. He's not going to drop those.
Just took it very comfortably. It was a long half volley. He tried to drive it, Littendas, and thick outside edge, and Steve Smith at second slip, moving to his right, taking it about waist height.
Very comfortable catch for S. Smith. He's not missing those.
Matt in North Perth says, Benny or Corby, be honest, what day of the test did you initially book your return flight home to Melbourne? We don't book our return flights.
No.
We wait until the test ends.
That's right.
It's actually cheaper that way than rebooking if the test goes 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. So we leave it open, Matt, just to see how it all goes.
I'll just quickly answer that question from Peter just regarding the selection. I think, if you remember, go back to last summer and players were told to go back and put performances in at domestic level, and Marnus Labuschagne and Cameron Green both did very well for the respective states, so they were rewarded with those performances. So I can understand the selectors thinking in that space, but at the same time, I think the drums are going to beat louder if there's more performances from the national side that aren't potentially up to scratch.
Mahidi Hassan Miraz is the new batsman. Facing Stark, gets a Yorker and turns it off the leg stump through square leg. Immediately off the mark is Miraz. 5 for 307 are Bangladesh. Mushfiq is on 36, the end of the Stark over. Bangladesh lead by 109. Molly from Melbourne, been enjoying the call via the free Wi-Fi on the plane. Just touched down in Perth from Melbourne. What an incredible game of cricket in the top end. Thanks, Ollie. Tom driving from Melbourne to Cairns. Great listening to you guys during the drive. That's from Tom. Thanks, Tom. And John from Tranmere says there is no point texting if you don't fit the narrative of the ABC. We'll have a contrarian view. Not sure about that, John. We welcome them all. Just trying to fit in the SMSs where we have space, but let us know your thoughts and feelings, and we'll keep you across it all. We'll respond in turn. Pat Cummins is going to have a bowl from the airport end of the ground. Pat Cummins rumbling in, bowling to Miraz, who goes forward and pushes it through cover point. The bat and Pat almost went forward together as one, as he just leans on that into the covers for a single. Doubles his total onto 2. Pat Cummins grimaces, maybe a little sore as he loosens up again. 5 for 308 Bangladesh. What have you made of the day so far, Phil Jaques?
Well, it was all Bangladesh, wasn't it? Up until this new ball. And the new ball has worked for Australia. Certainly given them some reward. 3 wickets falling.
Cummins right arm over the wicket again, and Mushfiq shuffles across and then lets a wide delivery pass. And again, Pat Cummins just grimaces. Setting the lead up of this test. He felt a little strange. He's used to carrying more niggles, and he feels really fresh, but might just be feeling that at the moment.
He'll be refreshing the ice bath tonight, that's for sure. It's been a hot day, a lot of time on his legs. He hasn't had a good time out in the field like he has in this game so far. 15 overs so far. No rewards yet for Captain Pat.
2 slips and then almost 2 gullies here for the Aussies, with Mushfiqur on strike. Shirt flowing in the breeze as Cummins runs at him and bowls, and he's trying to leave it. He edges it and he's caught. Smith takes another, and wickets are tumbling here at Marara. Mushfiqur goes for 36, and Steve Smith draws level with Joe Root for the most catches by a non-keeper. 218 catches in Test match cricket. Mushfiqur was trying to withdraw the bat, an outside edge, and it floated towards Steve Smith. It was a little ungainly in the way he went about it, but he holds the catch. And Bangladesh are 6 for 308, and Australia fighting back Phil Jaques.
Yep, right on cue. Captain Pat gets his first victim. Steve Smith takes another good catch of slip. He kind of gestured like the ball was spinning sideways and took off a little bit. And I think he was expecting it to be a bit lower than it was, and it kept getting big on him. There's a lot of facials on the replay. He's always animated, Steve Smith, but geez, he's catching well in behind the wicket today, isn't he? Taking all of his chances. And isn't that a welcome wicket for Australia? They've clawed their way back into this contest. It wasn't looking very pretty for a long time. Now 4 wickets with the new ball. All of a sudden, Bangladesh are petering a little bit. 110-run lead. They would have loved to have made 200 plus. That's looking a long way away now. And they're going to have to bowl well second innings and put some pressure on Australia.
Hassan Mahmood, the star with the ball yesterday, the new man at the crease, facing up to Pat Cummins and edging along the ground, soft hands, and through third slip, the vacant third slip region, down to the boundary for 4. And that 150 lead we were speaking about as a near fait accompli doesn't look so certain all of a sudden. 6 for 312. A lead of 114 for Bangladesh.
Australia's fast bowling cartel have certainly clawed their way back into this contest. It's been a gutsy performance. They put the ball in the right areas with this new ball and caught well behind the wicket. In a very important phase of the game, they needed to be on the money, and they certainly have been.
Just got to be careful not to let all of this ascendancy slip here, Bangladesh. Cummins in and bowling again, and Mahmood edging thick into the gully along the ground. He's getting squared up. Bit of action in this game at the moment. 6 for 312.
Australia are going to have to be wary when they get their turn to bat as well with this new ball on this wicket. I think it's a new ball pitch. There's little indents playing a little bit of a part. With a fresh hard ball, just a little bit harder than yesterday as well.
3 slips and 2 gullies, or you could say 4 slips and a gully, but it is a packed cordon. As Cummins delivers again and beats the outside edge of Hassan Mahmood, who plays inside the line, not intentionally, past his outside edge. 6 for 312. Bangladesh, Hassan Mahmood, 4 not out. Mahadi Miraz is not out at the other end on 2, and we've got a change in commentary. Corbin Middlemas is going to come in and join Phil Jaques.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thank you, Ben. 6 for 312. So how things have changed. Think about 26 runs and a loss of 3 wickets since tea. It was only 40 minutes ago. Corbin Middlemas alongside Phil Jaques. 6 for 312 Bangladesh. All of a sudden match changes again.
Yeah, that's it. 3 for 15 they've lost. The game has certainly swung a little bit closer
closer towards Australia. Here comes Stark on his way in and trying to drive that away backward of point. And that'll go away for 4. It reaches the boundary line, so that'll do. So Nettie with the boundary, that's his first. He moves to 6 for 320. And I, like a number of Australian fieldsmen, I think, lost that off the bat as it went behind point. Through the hands at it, it was a wide one, went through the split cordon between third slip and gully and down to the rope for 4. So a boundary, but a nervous one.
It certainly was. And there was a look of frustration, wasn't it, by the Australian fielders. Just went straight down the middle of right in the gap. They're going to bring in another fielder in, I think, to that vacant cordon. So, who is that?
There's Jaques.
Yep.
With a big wide brim floppy hat on, standing next to Green. So 2 gullies, 3 slips.
Cam Green is trying to take up that whole gap, I think.
Isn't he? Big albatross for that huge.
He's got his arms spread.
Stark's charging in, the Aussies, with a bit of momentum as he bowls to Meddy, who just pulls the bat in as it moves away from him.
How to cover a whole slip cordon. Put Bo Webster and Cam Green next to each other.
They're real assets, aren't they, for the Australians in the field, given the ground they cover. It's pretty rare you have 2 2-metre tall guys that bat in the top 7.
Well, Bo Webster's the first slip, and I reckon Steve Smith's at about 3.5. And then everyone else is just that little bit wider. He's such an asset. Big wingspans. Good hands as well.
Mehdi Hassan Miraz. We've got 102 a game. Await Stark. He's forward and defending a thick edge. Along the ground, bouncing away to Weatherald at second of those gullies. He's almost so square he's at backward point. In a catching position. By the way, the Aussies have done the damage here with the new ball. So 3 for 27 Bangladesh have lost. 3 for 27 since the new ball, which came along 2 overs after the start of this final session on day 2.
They'd like a couple more as well.
Yeah.
Before that ball gets too old.
We're 99 in front. When that new ball arrived, now lead by 118. A play and a miss. It's Mehdi jumping on the... didn't really get his front foot out there, but threw their hands at it, looking to drive through cover. So 3 for 27 Bangladesh have lost. 6 for 316. The overall lead is 118 in the test match. So we'd still rather be Bangladesh in the game. It just gives the Aussies a sniff if they can wrap up this tail pretty quick.
Yeah, well, it's not completely dead in the water, is it?
No, at all.
Right, they bat well. They can put Bangladesh under some real pressure in the second innings. But they don't want this lead to get out too far beyond 150.
Here comes Stark on his way in again, pushing across Mehdi, who's back in the crease a long way and defending out on the offside. It's been Bangladesh's test match so far. They've controlled just about every session and all the key moments. We saw yesterday in Hassan Mahmood taking 6 for 55. Incredible performance. And then today the story really centres around Tanzit Hassan, who's a 25-year-old in his second test. Became the first Bangladeshi player to score 100 against Australia in Australia. So what a way to light up the second day. It was a fine 100 at that. 101 he was out for as he holed out after bringing up 3 figures. Tried to take line downtown and was caught by Stark at long off. Mehdi awaits Stark. He reaches for this ball full and wide and just dabs it away out to point. Nathan Lyon retrieves that. It's the end of the Stark over. So Bangladesh 6 for 316. The new ball is 7 overs old.
It's hard to be too critical of a guy that gets 100, but that was a pretty crucial time of the game, wasn't it? They were in complete control, Bangladesh, and you had the new ball around the corner, and all of a sudden just lost their way once that new ball hit. If he'd been in, would it have made a difference?
Yeah.
If he'd got through to that new ball, been on 130, 140 at that point, could have been a very different scenario right now.
Najmal Shanto, the captain, he got out there in the 40th over. So basically played against a ball that was already well worn, but just accumulated them, didn't he? Got to 84 with really no fuss, 126. And he was out second over of the new ball. Cummins on his way in, bowls wide of the pegs, and let pass by Hassan. So through it goes to the keeper, and he's the man I was speaking about on the back of his 6 for yesterday. He was originally listed to come in at number 10. So we get to see him here. Tajul Islam had the bone contusion in the finger, so he's the ordinarily he would bat 8. So he's been pushed seemingly down the order, given he's got that injury concern. And then Tuscan Ahmed and Abidot Hussain to follow at 10 and Jack. 3 slips, 2 gullies, 2 new bats. Hassan Mahmood awaits. Cummins delivers. He drives along the ground but can't break the infield, and head fields low down at mid-off. A lot of the news websites, cricket.com and Cricinfo, and they'll put out in the lead up to the test, likely 11s. And I was looking through in some of my preparation to get ready for this test, and when I was looking at the two teams, if I sort of compared across the various networks what the likely 11 were, a lot of them had the option between 2 guys in particular in the Bangladesh team. So there was one sort of opening option, Suma Sarkar, who got overlooked. He was recalled to the test squad, hasn't played since 2021. As Cummins bowls a short one, and Hassan ducks underneath it. And the other one was Khalid Ahmed, who's a 33-year-old. Played the Harare test recently against Zimbabwe. It was either him or Hassan Mahmood, who got the 6 for, and for Sarkar up the top, the option was him or Tanzit Hassan. It's amazing how it works out that the 2 guys that were seemingly the like-for-like choice, who they were going to go with, which way would they go, they went in the direction they did. One guy takes 6 for, and the other guy gets a maiden test 100.
Selectors pulled the right reins, didn't they?
Yeah.
They did say that it was a panic selection.
Yes. He's Cummins on his way in, bowls to Hassan, who's nicking along the ground to Green, who fields in the first of those 2 gullies.
The 2 openers, the opener that called in,
Habibul Bashar, the chief selector, he said there was a bit of desperation in picking him.
That's what it was.
You can understand
doesn't give you much confidence, does it?
You can understand why he didn't make the final 11. That they went with Tanzit Hassan, and I think they'll be pretty comfortable with that decision. But they're great stories, aren't they, guys, that are right on the fringe and the bubble to think, can you bed down a place in the team? You get a chance to play a tough test match away from home. And part of the motivation for Sarkar and a lot of these senior guys is they were worried about, a very experienced Australian team throwing too many young guys to the wolves. There's Cummins on his way in again to Mahmood outside the off stump and just flirted with it, but ends up in the gloves of Carey. No damage done. Bangladesh lead by 118. And they went with the 26-year-old bowler and the 25-year-old opening batsman, and in the end it pays off.
Well, sometimes young players surprise you, don't they?
Yeah.
And in this scenario, they've certainly stood up and been counted and showed their class. Fine 100 and a very good 6 for. 2 good young players on the rise.
If the test match ended right now, who's man of the match?
Oh, good question.
Last ball of the Cummins over as he bowls to Hassan Mahmood. He's coaxed into driving, a play and a miss, and a maiden for Pat.
How do you weight a 6? Do you weight a 6 for ahead of a 5, ahead of 100? I think you probably do.
It was 6 for 316 Bangladesh at the end of the over, so 6 for 316. The lead is 118.
Hassan Mahmood for me.
The bowler?
Mahmood. Yeah, Mahmood.
So you could say with Hassan Mahmood, you can say, hey, he got Smith and Head, so that's pretty good. He also picked up, if you wanted to look at it the other way, he got 7, 8, 9 and 10. So 4 of his 6 were the last 4 that fell. And then with Tanzit Hassan for a tremendous 100, he was dropped on Norton, he was dropped on 62. So it depends whether you want to be glass half full or glass half empty on.
And he got out straight after 100.
Yeah.
Which I think I've been guilty, Your Honour. I've been guilty of throwing it away, but it is criminal when you make a test 100 and then get out straight up.
I think I'm probably with you. I'm with you. Josh Hazlewood is on now, so he didn't get the second new ball, but he's replacing Mitchell Stark from the the Michael Long centre end of the ground, the northern end. Leads 118, and the new ball is 8 overs old. think it was you, Jaques, who were chatting off air a little bit earlier. If not, I'm giving you the credit for it, as Hazelwood's on his way in to Meddy, who lets it pass. The other thing to keep in mind here is the Aussies haven't played a lot of cricket for a long period of time. They've got a team with an average age of 33 and a half. I'm not sure part of the plan and the bowling workloads and everything else would be for these guys to be sending down 20, 25 overs. And here's Josh Hazelwood, who hasn't completed a home test for a couple of years. He's in his 19th over.
Yep, not ideal. I think a nice little leisurely 12 to 15 would have been in the cards for them. But that's Test cricket. They've got to dig deep.
6 for 316. Meddy awaits. He's squared up, and the ball passes way outside the off stump and outside the outside edge into the gloves of the keeper. You played in Bangladesh?
I did.
White ball cricket? Test match.
Test match.
How was the
We're not going to talk about it again.
Oh, this was, of course, you played in it. I keep accidentally steering straight into it. Every single, I've done that multiple times.
I just want to know how much Dizzy slipped into your pocket at the start of the test match to keep bringing it up.
That was I led with my chin. That was all me. But how was the experience playing in Bangladesh?
Yeah, it's an interesting place to tour. It's
Hazelwood rumbles in again. He bowls to Meddy, who's forward and just drops on the leg side, and there's plenty of gaps there. Takes a single out through where mid-wicket would be. Cummins runs around from mid-on, and one more for Bangladesh. Lead is 119.
Yeah, a lot of it's a very poor country. A lot of poverty. The very hot conditions. Very subcontinental conditions. Very low.
Yep.
Spun. Although it didn't spin that day. No matter how much Dizzy said it did. Very low.
I think the word he uses is snake pit to describe the pitch.
The vipers were jumping out everywhere.
6 for 317. Lead is 119. Hazelwood on his way in, bowls to Hassan, who's forward. Hassan Mahmood, and just pushes out to mid-off.
The only sideways you saw was from the lane markings down the middle of the road.
That's it. So on a tour like that, like in India, for example, I know a lot of the guys, given their fame and popularity in that part of the world in particular, find them, it's difficult to ever leave the hotel, and they'll find themselves there a lot of the time, and then buses, to and from the venue. Is it the same thing in Bangladesh?
Very much.
Yep.
Yeah. There was, we weren't allowed out much. You might go to a shopping mall or something like that where they cordon an area off for you to be able to go do a shop. Or
Hazelwood on his way in, bowls on leg stump and wristily whipped away by Hassan Mahmood backward a square for a single. Mitchell Stark moves around from the deep to retrieve it, so leads up to 120. Bangladesh 6 down.
And quite often, if you ring ahead, they'll shut the shopping mall down for you to go there for an hour. Things like that. It's just you just wouldn't see it in Australia, but those little things, the intricacies of and the weird things that happen on tours like that. But
I remember chatting to one of the Chennai Super Kings guys, and they went to a movie theatre, and so they go in first before all the people come in. Theatre's dark, but a lot of the films over there will have like an intermission. As Meddy's on strike as he defends the ball out on the leg side, and that's the end of the over. 6 for 318. Leads 120 for Bangladesh. Meddy on 7 and Hassan Mahmood on 5. And so while the intermission happened and the lights came on, all of a sudden everyone in the theatre realised that Ravindra Jadeja's in the movie theatre and watching the same film, and so they actually had to call all the police and security and everything else to sort of try and
clear it all out,
settle the situation down, and then try to get the second half of the movie on. I think in the end, I don't think the players ended up seeing the second half of it, but it's a very different experience, I can imagine, for cricketers, given the fame they have. And I was lucky enough to tour there with Dirk Nannes when he worked for us, and it was amazing where he was experiencing so much of the country for the first time, like I was, because when he was there as a cricketer, even though he played multiple IPLs and all the rest of it, when you're in the cricketing bubble, you don't get to go and do the average civilian things and walk down the street and do all the everyday stuff, the tourist things.
I think it's close to a tourist attraction that we found when we were there was a Pizza Hut across the road. We used to go to the Pizza Hut. we get the security to walk us across the road, and we'd have that for dinner, and it was the highlight at that point.
Stark to Cummins to Hassan Mahmood, and he just defends it away on the offside, so a dot ball. Pat Cummins getting a new over here from the airport end, so 6 for 318 Bangladesh.
Quite welcome. A nice pizza at the end of a tough day of Test cricket.
How were the crowds? Many people go?
Yeah, it was reasonable. Yeah. I don't think there were huge crowds, but there were. Yeah, it was decent. country of
good atmosphere. Always, lots of drums and lots of noise.
Mahmood on strike. As here's the ball whack into his thigh pad from Cummins. Drops on the onside. There's no run. Leads 120.
Love their cricket.
Yeah.
Love the cricket, that part of the world.
It's an amazing part of the world. I was lucky enough that India's the only place I've been in and around the subcontinent, but had a ball. Unbelievable experience, and it's highly recommended. If you can tie in a bit of cricket as a way to do it, it's a fascinating place to go.
I took a little tour group away for 2 weeks to Mumbai in April, and it was a fantastic experience. It was great to just to actually be there on my own accord. I'd been there in big tour groups before, like with Australia, where you can't see a whole lot. There's a lot of security, but actually to get out and see a bit of the country and a bit of the town as well was really good part. Good couple of weeks.
Do some cricket?
Yeah, a bit of cricket. Yeah, it was very good. Took a group of young players away.
Short legs in. Cummins is on his way in. Bolster Hassan Mahmood, who keeps that ball out on off stump. Out on the offside. 6 for 318. Bangladesh's lead is 120. Just a little catch up on the day. So Mominal Haq, he was the first to go in the morning session for 49. Chased a wide one, nicked through to the keeper off the bowling of Hazelwood. And then it was Tanzid Hassan and Najmul Shanto, who really took control in the second session for Bangladesh. Tanzid Hassan out for 101, his maiden 100 in his third innings, just his second test match. And there's been a bit more action after tea with 3 wickets falling against the second new ball. Cummins, a short one, and ducking underneath it, Hassan Mahmood. Cummins, just a little bit of advice for Hassan on the way through, letting some of his frustration out. The 3 to fall in this session, Najmul Shanto, who was out 10 balls into the second new ball being taken, went for 84, caught by Smith in the cordon at second slip off the bowling of Hazelwood. Mitchell Stark picked up Linton Das, caught by Smith as well, without scoring. And then Mushfiqur Rahim also caught Smith off the bowling of Cummins for 36. Here's Cummins again, in at the hip and just turned away on the onside by Hassan Mahmood.
He's not enjoying this around the wicket action from Pat Cummins. He's just been switching over and around, working him over upstairs, giving him a thorough test match examination, and letting him know that he's in a contest here, Pat Cummins as well.
Smith's got 3 catches. He's 1 behind Joe Root in the Test all-time catches taken list by any fieldsman. Cummins fall on the stumps and clipped away by Hassan Mahmood, but no single, runs along the ground. Now towards Mitchell Stark, who fields at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. Bangladesh lead by 120. Hassan Mahmood on 7. And Mehdi Hassan Miraz is there on 7. Bangladesh 6 for 318. All right, changing comms. Lengthy final session, of course, to make up for a bit of lost time. So 2.5-hour final session. You're hearing it all right here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron's on his way in.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thank you, Corbin. What about this off the SMS line? Stephen, listening to your broadcast from the Greek island of Kythera in Greece. Kythera. I don't know, Jim. I've never been to Greece. Great to see Australia being challenged. Great test cricket. Hazelwood bowling to Mahedi. There goes back and defends. Back and across. Jim's not happy with me. Karen Mutsis, audio technician, who you might have guessed from his name is Greek as well. He's even more disappointed. Do need to get over to the Greek islands. Looks like a nice holiday.
Haven't been myself, Ben, so that makes 2 of us.
Yep. We'll go together, Rex.
That sounds like fun.
We'll just kick back, take it all in.
I'm sure our wives would they give that the tick of approval.
3 slips in a gully. Hazelwood bowling to Mahady, who's going forward to defend. Doesn't get well forward, but pushing out into the offside. 6 for 318. A lead of 120 here for Bangladesh.
I have to agree with our texter's view. It is great to see Australia tested, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, this is, most people came here to the ground, 5,500 people yesterday, expecting a whitewash. We've got far from it. Australia are going to have to dig really, really deep, and we can see it now. It's been a good hour for them, but they are having to call on absolutely all their resources to stay in this game.
Mahady awaiting Hazelwood, a bouncer, and through to keeper Carey. Glenn in Ipswich says, refreshing myself in the shed after a day of boilermaking. This is Test cricket, not baseball, grinding Test cricket that hopefully goes for 4.5 days.
I think there's so many people who share that view.
There's a longing for it.
Isn't there? Some really hard Test cricket. And the fact that it was so unexpected makes it even better.
The kind of Test cricket where you can lay on the couch and listen to the ABC or watch it on one of the broadcasts and just sit there and enjoy your afternoon, and the game doesn't move too far. Hazelwood bowls, edged over the slips court, and Mahady flashing his blade at it. A thick top edge. It goes over Steve Smith and down to the rope for 4. 6 for 322 Bangladesh, and that lead rose to 124.
Yeah, I think I said last time I was on, Ben, that 150 lead would be a best case scenario for Australia. That looked for a while as though, well, it still looks as though it's within reach, isn't it? The scoring has dried up. They've lost those 3 wickets since the new ball was taken. There has been a real shift in momentum, albeit in the 6th session of this Test match.
Mahady Miraz picks up his bat and is just gliding it into the gully along the ground. Bending over to pick it up. He's big. Cameron Green. I was a little bit unsure for a moment whether it was Bo Webster or Cameron Green, but it is Cameron Green who does the fielding. 6 for 322. So many SMSs rolling through, which we love. We love to hear from so many of you. Josh in Pinjarra working away. 3 slips in a gully ready themselves as Hazelwood approaches and delivers, and Mahady rock solid on the forward defensive. Bat and pad close together, playing out into the covers end of the over. Mahady's on 11, Hassan is on 5. Bangladesh 6 for 322.
Ben, you know what makes this day even better? And what could be better than watching 6.5 hours of great Test cricket? We get to wind it up.
Yep. Watch the footy.
The footy's on tonight. Yep. How often can you say that after a day of Test cricket at home?
Never. We'll be at the local establishment. We'll be watching Adelaide and Fremantle. Jim's more interested in the NRL, South and Canterbury. I will let you know. Whatever your flavour, whatever your bent, you can listen to it on ABC Sport. Look for the AFL button, or the ABC Sport button will carry the NRL later tonight. So whatever you wish to listen for.
Now this is interesting. 11 overs with the newie. They've thrown the ball to the off spinner.
Yeah.
Australia, it's been Australia's best 11 overs, dominated by their 3 big quicks, just rotating through. They've got a couple more they could have called on, or they keep persisting with one of those 3 big fasties, but they've decided Nathan Lyon's their best option.
The harder ball. How did you go bowling with the harder ball?
You certainly prefer that. Lino did a lot of his work throughout today with an older, softer prune. Just having a harder, firmer seam to grip hold of. You're going to get that variation. You can grip it, better, but you can also get the variation of it skidding on as well. So.
New ball. There's a little chat between Mahady down at the non-striker's end and the umpire, Nathan Lyon, to bowl. There's a long on, deep mid-wicket. A bat pad and also a slip. Hassan Mahmood on strike and a dead ball.
Oh, someone's lost a towel. Where did that come from? Steve Smith.
Yeah, Yeah, Smudge just tucks it into the back of his pants and gets ready at first slip. Another catch and he'll go past Joe Root. Line bowling again. Going forward, Hassan on a plane a miss.
It's a lovely start.
Kerry whips off the bails.
Just a beautiful length there from Nathan Lyon. Not sure whether to go forward or back. Mahady spun a little bit, but played for more spin and some nice drift away, which is what caught the right-hander out.
Line bowling again. Hassan, forward defensive.
This is nice, guys.
Nice delivery from Nathan Lyon, who's bowling to a spot just outside the off stump and spinning it back into the right-hander.
Come on, boys. Come down, you lads.
Hassan Mahmood picks up his batter, waits line, goes back and forces off the back foot to the backward point. Can't beat the inner ring. 6 for 3, 2-2. I've got a stat from Rick Finlay.
Oh, this will be good.
And it is a Rick Finlay special. It's probably too complicated for me to understand in my peanut brain, but
we've got a few overs to process it.
Line goes again, and Mahmood gets a thick outside edge and rolls it away down towards third man. They get through for 1, so Hassan on to 6. Bangladesh 6 for 3, 2-3. Has been a bit of illness just working through our camp this week, hasn't it? Courtney and I have had a little bit of a cold and voice just a little crackly towards the end of the day now. Bravely fighting on that.
So brave.
Line bowling again. And Mahady just bunts it back down the pitch to the bowler.
Neither of you have mentioned it or whinged about it, Ben. It's been so honourable just to go about your job.
Line turns at the top of his mark and will trudge in again. Mahady awaiting him. Line bowls and Mahady goes well forward, bat in front of the pad on that forward defensive. 6 for 3, 2-3. End of the 92nd over of this Bangladesh innings. A lead of 125. Richard Illingworth and Nathan Lyon just having a little bit of a chat. Two tweakers.
Yeah.
Just chatting a little bit of the
talking shop.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. I think they were actually discussing where Lino's front foot was landing. It'd be criminal for the off spinner to take a wicket off a Noe, so he doesn't want to overstep.
You were claiming earlier that you ever bowled a no ball in white ball cricket?
This was off air chat, and I didn't know you were going to bring it up, because if someone wants to look it up, Rick's tuning in.
Rick's checking it as we speak.
Not that I can remember, I don't think I ever overstepped during my career.
A lead of 125. Cameron Green is going to have a bowl from the Michael Long Learning Centre end of the ground.
Yeah, this is interesting that they've gone to Lyon and Green so early after they've been so productive. They're wary of the amount of overs in the legs of their quicks.
Hassan on strike, facing Green down the leg side. Kerry sprawling takes the diving take. Does well to prevent any buys down the leg side. I think as well, it's fascinating. It did feel like Australia were really pressing. It's just settled down a bit here with Hassan Mahmood and Mahady at the crease.
Yeah, a little bit, but the lead's 125. Like, every run is so valuable. Australia can't afford, a half an hour period of none for 30. It's up to a 160 lead. They just not saying that Nathan Lyon and Green aren't capable of keeping the pressure on, but
2 slips in a gully. Green hits the crease and bowls, and Mahmood lets it pass through to Carey. Hasn't been prolific with the bat at test level. 173 runs at 12 for Hassan Mahmood, who started with the ball yesterday, 6-wicket haul.
So good, yeah. So good. He's got the opportunity, so he's holding up an end at the minute. He's faced 23 balls. Negating this new ball, and as you mentioned, Ben, they've just sort of stifled the momentum that Australia had. So he's doing his job so far with the bat,
which is what they've done well. They've absorbed pressure at different times from the Aussies. Green right arm over again, and Hassan Mahmood lets the ball pass on a fifth stump line through to Carey. Shoulders arms and goes very upright as he does so. thrusts back his backside out of the way and lets the ball pass. Mahdi Hassan Miraz is someone who certainly knows how to hold the bat, despite batting down the order. A couple of test centuries for him. Averages mid-20s. He's 58 tests, so...
That's Andy?
Yeah.
That's Andy. Where did we get to with Rick's gem?
Oh, I do have to do that, don't I?
Well, I thought you were trying to...
Green bowls again and a plain miss. A flamboyant drive from Hassan. Passes the outside edge again through to Kerry. 6 for 3, 2-3.
I thought you were trying to break it down, on the slide before you read it out.
I'm not 100% certain what it means, but Rick Finlay says, and people love these from Rick, people smarter than me who can understand them. The last test team to have all of its players born before 1900 was the Australian team at Leeds, starting on the 10th of July 1926. When Australia started this test yesterday against Bangladesh, Hassan Mahmood picks up his bat and Green delivers on the off stump and a defensive stroke out to point. All its players will be born before 2000, thus going further into this century than we did 100 years ago.
So it's a stat that you can only bring up every 100 years, is that right?
I think so. I need some clarification from Rick. I think essentially what it proves is we've got a really old team.
Correct, yeah. Well, everyone is older than 26 and a half years old.
We don't have any youngsters in the team.
Yeah. So,
Rick Finlay understands numbers on a level that I could only wish to one day. And never will.
It doesn't make Rick's top 20 that. But keep them coming, Rick. Keep them coming.
He's had some good stats.
That also says more about how good his other stats are.
Yeah. I think the point being just that no player born this century as Green bowls back of a length outside the off stump and Hassan turns his back on it and leaves it through to the keeper. 6 for 323, Mahdi on 11, Hassan on 6. And the Aussies into their first change bowlers with their second new ball. Beautiful afternoon, early evening here in Darwin at Marara Oval. Did look up what Marara means in Larrakia language.
Okay.
It means rapid creek.
Rapid creek, okay.
So there is a creek which runs sort of past Marara and ambles through this great sporting precinct, it has to be said.
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
The Pint Cricket Club over the back where you played some cricket. The Italian Club, we've got the golf course. So
shooting range. There's a shooting range, athletics track.
Yep.
A couple of rugby
rugby grounds.
Rugby grounds, yeah.
There's a basketball stadium for the Darwin Salties. There's a Crocodiles team that played in, I think, NBL 1 North, which is the Queensland competition for a period of time. There's also, did I say the BMX track?
No, undercover.
Yeah,
fully
undercover.
One of the greatest undercover sporting arenas you'll see.
Mahdi on strike, line starting a new over on a length on the stumps and knocked away to the onside.
Okay, so the creek, I'm just trying to get it up on my maps. Oh, there we go, Rapid Creek. Runs to the south between us and the airport.
Line on Phils once more, gives it some air, a full delivery, and on the drive is Mahdi, and on drive takes a single, 6 for 324. And here Jim Maxwell off mic saying that Nathan Lyon hasn't bowled a maiden today.
Yeah, it says more about how Bangladesh have played him. I think they've played him exceptionally well. He hasn't bowled poorly. It hasn't been overly threatening. He's got the one wicket to his name. He's bowled okay, but Bangladesh have been proactive, turning the strike over, manipulating the field.
As he bowls again to Hassan, the ball on the top of the stumps. Here, turn it away to mid-wicket. 6 for 324. Take the extra half hour again tonight, as is customary for every single day's play.
What did we get yesterday? 77? Is that right?
Yep.
We might get one or two more today.
Line bowls again and defending from the crease. Hassan drops it down at his feet. Kerry will go and do the fielding. I did get some clarification from Rick Finlay around win rates of teams batting first and fielding first since 2000. As Lyon bowls a quicker, flatter delivery, but wide of the stumps. Hassan leaves on the back foot. How often would Nathan Lyon not happy with something?
Excuse the language.
Yeah. Oh, potty mouth. Wash your mouth out with soap. Lyon in again. And forward goes Hassan. They just stonewall it back down the pitch. Everyone's confused. Richard Illingworth said, it's actually time for a drink. Bangladesh 6 for 324, Mahadi on 12, Hassan on 6, a lead of 126. So how much better would you expect the win rate to be for when you bat first as opposed to when you field first since 2000? We'll hold over the answer to that question for a moment's time. We'll come back on the other side of it with the answer.
This August, Science Week is blooming around the ABC.
We're celebrating Australia's favourite wildflowers.
Vote now this Science Week.
Get involved at abc.net.au/science.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh.
Around the wicket he tries once more, and it's edged into the slips. It's caught by Smith. Another catch for Steve Smith. Shanto is out to the second new ball. Caught by Smith at second slip. Shanto out for 84. And Hazelwood gets his second wicket.
Now yet to get off the mark from 11 deliveries. Facing Stark again. Edging caught. Smith pouches it. And Lytton Das goes for a 12-ball duck. And Australia are pressing. Bangladesh 5 for 306. Mushfiqur on strike. Shirt flowing in the breeze as Cummins runs at him and bowls. And he's trying to leave it. He edges it. And he's caught. Smith takes another. And wickets are tumbling here at Marara. Mushfiqur goes for 36. And Steve Smith draws level with Joe Root for the most catches by a non-keeper. 218 catches in Test match cricket.
Test cricket is on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin. On ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Bangladesh 6 for 324 as it stands at the moment. Mahadi on 12 and Hassan on 6, a lead of 126. The question I pose to you, Xavier, keeping in mind that Don Bradman said 90% of the time when you win the toss, you bat first, the other 10% you think about it and still bat first.
Gotcha.
What do you think the winning percentage is when you bat first as opposed to fielding first?
I would say since the year 2000, I think, was the clarification. I would say that the win percentage would be less for batting first. So I would say the 60-40 for the team that ends up bowling.
It's about 3.5% better as a win percentage when you bat first as opposed to fielding first.
Okay.
In every test since 2000, 41.83%. For batting first, fielding first, 38.33%. So it's not much of a difference depending on what happens. Xavier, tell us what to expect in this final hour 15. Jim Maxwell is going to come in and join you in commentary. This is Grandstand Cricket here on ABC Sport.
Thanks, Benny. You and Corb can head to the back of the box and not complain about how sick you've been over the last couple of days. But certainly that was Australia's hour and 15. It's taken them a while to really get the results out of this Marara wicket. They've toiled hard. They've tried everything they possibly could, and it was the second new ball that did the damage. The three big quicks taking one each. And you feel like just getting their noses back in the game, Jim.
Well, it's Cameron Green who starts up after drinks from the far end of the ground. And it goes through outside the off stump. Mahadi's 12, Hassan 6. They're crawling along here. Every now and then there's a bit of a swipe. And there was one that flew over the slips and down to the boundary for 4 from Hazelwood. But they lead by 226.
126. They lead by
by 126? I think you might have said
126.
Yeah.
I'm getting, Bangladesh optimistic. 126. As a result of my hiccup and some bloke who decides to run past the side screen without even looking. Disgraceful. He's hiding now behind the hoarding down there, and that held the game up. There's always some bloke, he's not watching. He just decides to take off. Mate, you can't do that. It's at the wrong end. Go down the other end and do it when the bowler's bowling from this end. He's very sheepishly walking around the boundary now, and it's bring who bowls after all that.
It's someone of note. It's someone of note, Jim, because he's actually inside the advertisement. So he's someone who's got
a field of play pass.
He does. So
field of play pass. Who is he?
We'll have to find out and make them really famous.
Get Xavier onto it.
Sheepishly making their way back to wherever they set themselves up.
I think he's a man of rank. He's signalling and all that sort of stuff, but he's got no idea about the protocols of the game. You do not walk in front of the side screen when the bowler's bowling from that end. It's like standing up during the film in the movies. Green bowls now and a bouncer from Green. He's flinging them down here. They're trying to excite something. But for the most part, these two batsmen are like storks or pigeons. They're not interested in anything unless it's a free feed.
Well, they're just enjoying their centre wicket, aren't they? At the moment, they're not too fussed about trying to score or
they're just
move the game forward. There's of course
wear them out.
That's exactly. This is old school cricket, Jim. Yes. They're just grinding them into the dirt, frustrating the Australians.
Still 4 wickets in hand as Green bowls, and he's driving a full length ball, but straight towards mid-off. Runs are hard to come by at the moment with a few bouncing balls and some accuracy that is not giving the batsman much latitude. You've got to squirt it away through the field somehow. And Rick Finlay, wish he was here sometimes just to keep us up to speed on the various trivialities, intricacies of the game in terms of scoring and the rest of it. I can tell you there are 2 men behind square. Another bouncer. Green goes in and bowls it now. It's short and he gets over it and steers it more than hits it down to deep backward point. Nathan Lyon is out there in front of the eastern bar and the scoreboard in the distance. 6 for 325, and Mahidi is 13, and in this innings, the second innings of the match, what have we seen today? Momawal was caught by Kerry off Hazelwood for 49. Tazid Hassan went on to a splendid 100 as Green bowls again, and it's defended by Hassan out there on the offside to end the over. Yes, the young guy playing his second test, Tanzid, was caught by Stark off Lyon. Having got to 100, he tried to loosen up against Lyon and hold out and to deep mid-off. Shanto went on to 84. He was caught by Smith off Hazelwood. This was the second new ball's arrival. Mushfiqur was caught by Smith off Cummins for 36, and Das caught by Smith off Stark for a duck. So Smith's now equalled Joe Root's number for most catches by a fieldsman. But of course, Joe will be playing a few more tests before it finishes up in that a little statistical item. 6 for 325, a lead of 127. And Nathan Lyon is about to start another over. He comes in now and he pitches up and he's flicked away hard past that man. He's short between mid-on and mid-wicket, and Stark is out at long on and they get a run. So Mahidi goes to 14 and Lyon in his 22nd over, 1-for-83. Hazelwood and Stark have 2 wickets apiece. But the second new ball has changed the complexion of the game since tea. Now, 2 for fellas in the slips, and a slog over extra cover. And a good one too, as line pitched up outside the off stump. Hee-ho, away we go. And all Cummins could do was say goodbye to the ball that went out to the boundary.
Yeah, well, he was offering it up, wasn't he, Jim? He's bowling with 2 slips to the right-hander, Nathan Lyon, which probably tells you a little bit about how much off-spin he's actually getting. He's more drifting away from the right-hander. That one was just thrown up a little too full, and Hassan was happy to just throw the hands through it and over Pat Cummins' head for 4.
Lyon tries again, a bit flatter, quicker on the pegs, and he defends it back on the offside. So there's a good deal of patience being shown in this tail-end partnership to steer the innings on for a while. They've added 22 for the 7th wicket so far, after 3 wickets went down for 11 runs. And he gets a quicker ball, which he allows to pass outside the off stump. Yes, they lost 4 for 297, 5 for 306, 6 for 308. And it's now 6 for 320 odd as he pushes forward to the length ball, 330. And it rolls way down the pitch.
Yeah, they're just rolling through at the moment, Jim, aren't they?
Like, you reckon you could turn them a bit more?
No, I absolutely. You watch me bowl enough, Jim. I think you know the answer to that. He is
nothing wrong with the straight ball.
I know, which answers the question. I'd come from a different angle and slide them in, whereas Nathan Lyon's trying to slide them away from the right-hander. He's just finding they're going a little tough. He's going to change the angle here. He's going to keep the 2 slips. He's going to come around the wicket and employ a short leg. So maybe suggests to me he's going to try and pitch it on the stumps and straighten one down the line.
He's got a short leg in there as he bowls the ball, which is quick. How is that for a caught behind? Not out.
Oh, there's a noise.
There's a noise. Are they going to go upstairs? No support from umpire Illingworth. They're going to have a review here. It was a quick ball. He played and looked to miss it. But there's a conversation and they're going to have a review.
Alex Carey's nodding his head here.
Director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on piece.
There were 6 of them who were sort of half interested, which is enough for Pat Cummins to send it upstairs, but no one is completely convinced out there.
Oh, I reckon it's a punt.
Yeah. What did they have? They've got 2 up their sleeve. Back down to 1 if this one goes against them.
So it keeps going across him.
Ball is very close to the bat, and the bat is brushing the pad as well. I will need RTS, please.
Well, on that angle, I can't see any deviation, but let's go into the forensics and see if there's any tickle on the bat as it goes past the bat.
There's a spike when the ball is brushing the pad. Bat is brushing the pad.
It's hitting the pad.
Yeah.
Back pad.
The bat has clipped the pad.
Next please.
And then as it goes past
flat
the bat,
line as the ball passes the bat,
so
no bat involved. Thank you. I'll go back to Richard on field.
There you go.
Richard, you can stay with your decision.
It was a punt.
It was a punt, wasn't it?
Not out.
It was, 10-1 shot in the last. We'll get out of jail here. Nah, bad luck. Go off to the bar and come back next week. No joy for Lyon. It's 6 for 330, and that was the last ball of the over. Xavier's going off for a triple corner. An ice cream, I mean. Excuse me. It's just these things happen. I can't explain it. But we've now got Green going into bowl again, and he's pushed away on the offside, and they don't get a run. Jason Gillespie, fearsome fast bowler, and very productive night watchman in the days when they were looked upon with some favour by captains. Is that still the case?
Evening, Jim. And evening,
You're not extinct. You're not extinct.
Not extinct. But I think England went through a phase with under McCullum and Stokes. They called it the Nighthawk. So the night watchman would go out and actually play shots and be aggressive.
Yes, that was the whole style of them. Baz balling, it's allowed to go outside the off stump as it went through to the keeper. That's the way we play.
That's the way we play.
That's what they said. That's the way we play. You've heard that before. You don't like it, do you?
I've heard that before.
Yeah, the Baz has gone out of the balling now. It's just balling, just playing. I thought that they were starting to lose the plot again when they had a curfew. And now Joe Root has said, we're not going to have a curfew and all. Well, you know, you could have grown up and forgotten about that when you're a 10-year-old at primary school, for God's sake. Ridiculous.
Treat grown men like children, they'll act like children.
Absolutely absurd. Is there any hope of Stokes playing Test cricket again? Doesn't look good.
Oh,
doesn't look
so.
good.
I initially thought yes. Yeah. But I think that the more I think about it, the more I think it's less likely. Although it is intriguing that he's still churning out for Durham at the moment. But
he might go for Hunger next year. Now we've got a fly third man. As Green bowls and it's pushed away on the offside. Well, why not exactly take the single? There's no one at home there. They could take 3 by the time Green picks it up, but they don't. They get a single. 6 for 331. So you've got a slightly weird field here. 3 slips. The fine third is moving to a third man or deep backward point. And Weatherall's gone from backward square into the gully. There's a sort of extra cover, a mid-on, man and square, and a deep backward square. So they've got a few ideas going here, but they're relying on the bloke to swing the cue. Here comes Green, and he's not doing that, Hassan. He just lets it go outside the off stump. This is mainly just playing the ball on its merits. So unless you're going to give me something to have a go at, I'm not going to have a go.
And I think that's what the Bangladeshis have done quite well. They've literally kept things as simple as possible, watch the ball and react to it. Not going to get sucked into the tactics and strategies of the Australians to try and get them to play outlandish shots. They haven't taken the bait, so to speak. They've played good Test cricket.
Green's in his 8th over, none for 25, versus Webster, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 26. He bowls again, and Hassan allows it to pass outside the off stump. So a hard-working day, well, for both teams. But at the moment, Australia got themselves back into the game to an extent, but they'd like to finish off this innings, and they've got about 40 minutes of play left tonight to do something about it. But they're showing a bit of grit, the Tigers, as they have another work in the field. Weatherall's going into silly leg, short leg, 3 slips and a gully. And Green bounding in is getting Hassan to drive at this and drive it thick edgily just behind point and away to Lyon, who's out there in the deep, and another run results. So they're dribbling along here. 6 for 332, a lead of 134. Mahidi's 15 and Hassan is 11. Who should bowl?
Well, it looks like Nathan Lyon had that review last over. Looks like he bowled decently, but with five seamers plus Marnus, you could argue Marnus is a seamer. 6 seamer, plenty of options there. But I like the variety of Nathan Lyon.
They've tried 8 bowlers today. 8. Yep. And Nathan Lyon continues. He's bowled the bulk of the overs, and he's drawing a forward defensive shot from Hassan with 2 slips and a short leg in place. Lyon 22 overs, and Hazelwood 20 overs. The leading trundlers today. And Lyon's at the airport end. He bounces up and he bowls it, and it's going straight through the straight break outside the off stump.
I think the coach and selectors will be happy to see Josh Hazelwood and Nathan Lyon, two guys have had extended times out with injury, get through that amount of work.
And Starks bowled 18 overs. Forward he comes again, Hassan.
Cummins
is up bowled 18. So the strike bowlers, as it were, 56 overs between them out of how how many? About 90. Here's line. Back he goes. A quicker one. Threatened to go into his pads. But he managed to keep it out.
Yeah, this is the 98th over, Jim.
98. Well, the three frontline pace bowlers have bowled about 60% of the overs. Lyon comes in. Forward he goes. Tickles around. But not past Weatherald, who's in a short leg.
And I think the all-rounders have bowled 16 between them, haven't they? Eight apiece. So that just takes a little bit of the load off the big three quicks. Then you throw in Nathan Lyon's work, 22 overs now.
Now Lyon about to bowl, but Travis Head was retreating at point back into the deep. Going to toss one up and make him have a go. Let's see. Lyon bowls, and it's quicker down the leg side, and it's squirted off the pad to backward square. So I think that was Nathan Lyon's. Yep, first maiden of the day. 23 overs, one maiden, one for 88. It's 6 for 332, and we're about 25 minutes, 20-odd minutes away from stumps. Get very confused with the clocks. Being here is like being in Adelaide. It's that wasted half hour. It's the most ridiculous half hour of time change in the world. It's completely pointless.
Why is that, Jim?
Why just leave it? Just get rid of it. Just play Eastern time. What difference would it make?
I don't know. Probably asking the wrong person.
You know there were 10 time zones in Australia in summer? Between Christmas Island and Lord Howe Island.
Is that right?
You know how many time zones there are in India?
How many? One.
Mm-hmm.
How many are in Russia? That's a pretty big country.
Well, I don't know that. I think America has 3.
We had 10 last summer. That's extraordinary.
Yeah, well, you know, some states don't like daylight saving. Some do. All these state rights things. Look at this. Stark's bowling. He's coming in now. That's wide of the off stump, and that's allowed to pass through. Yes. I've already told you this story years ago when Kevin Rudd was Prime Minister and he was in the box in Melbourne. And I thought I'd take up the issue of the time zones.
Yeah.
I said, why isn't the clock a matter of a national institution and control? Why don't you have someone who looks after the clocks? It's the states that will make up their own mind. And he said, I spoke to someone in Queensland about this issue with daylight saving. Starkwell's now, and he's defending out there on the onside. And after the discussion, it was pretty obvious to me that the members of the group I represent said there are no votes in it. Don't bother.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But that's why Queensland's on that hour, right, difference. That's why Western Australia, who seceded years ago, they don't bother. They don't like daylight saving. The curtains or whatever, the cows go funny. I don't want to say. That's one of the reasons we have all these time zones. But the half hour, seriously, to Adelaide and Darwin, no, doesn't make sense. But there you go. That's what it is. That's the wonder of living in a democracy and a federation. Stark's running in again, and he bowls the ball. It's driven happily away, but not for any runs by Mahidi, who's 15. Hassan's 11. Don't go to sleep behind the wheel. Play some music, go somewhere else, and come back, and the score will still be 6 for 332. It's moving slowly. This is a classic example of a game that hastens slowly. Cricket. That's why we love it.
That's absolutely.
Do the crossword, do your Sudoku, you know, go to the bar, or wherever else you have to do.
Well, the Bangladeshis are applying themselves well here.
Very well.
Getting through some good bowling here from the Australians.
True grit. Stark bowls it, and it bounces, and he drops his hands outside the off stump there. Mahidi. We've got 2 smallish right-handers out there. Thinking about uppercuts and this, that and the other, nutmegs or whatever. We've got two blokes down here. Inglis, he's right in front of me at deep backward square. And there's another fellow over there, Hazelwood, getting a drink from the Esky, as well as three slips in the gully. Smith's taken 3 catches today in the slips when the new ball was taken. Great hands, that man. They were pretty straightforward, but he made them look easy. Stark tries again, and Mahidi goes back and shuffles and pushes and gets something on it. Out behind square, probably a leg by. We're waiting for umpire Dharmasena. No, he saw a little edge onto the pad. So Mahidi moves to 16. Six for that bus I used to catch out to the SCG from where I lived at 333.
333.
333. It doesn't go down Moore Park Road anymore. It only goes down Oxford Street.
Oh.
Yeah. But in my young days, they used to go right past the ground, drop you at the top of that walk down from Moore Park Road into the ground to watch the Sheffield Shield. They were big days. We didn't play any cricket in those days. One test match, Sheffield Shield. You hadn't want to watch cricket, you go to a grade ground. Stark charges up and it's left alone outside the off stump by Hassan. And that is the end of the over. Starkers has 2 for 60. One of the attendants is running out, one of the subs with something. The game lingers for a moment. Not very far. You want to come in? Who's coming in?
I think Corbin's coming in.
Corbin Cameron's coming in? Okay. Good afternoon.
See you, Jim.
See you.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Jim. Afternoon, Des.
Afternoon, Corby. Afternoon to all our listeners.
One final push here for the Aussies. Late on day 2. There's Nathan Lyon with the ball in hand on his way in. He delivers and pressing forward. Mehdi Hassan Miraz just bumps it back down the pitch.
He's played nicely.
Yeah.
He's played nicely here. Fighting hard. It's been some good bowling by the Australians. They picked up those 3 quick wickets in 4 or 5 overs.
6 for 333. Lyon to Miraz, who just dead bats it out on the offside. Love this guy's backstory. It feels like all of the cricketers from the subcontinent, or a lot of them at least, particularly from varying different backgrounds, and the way that they've found their way to play in international cricket. They all read like Hollywood scripts. It's this amazing story, and this man, Mehdi Miraz, is certainly one of those. There's Lyon on his way in, and it's a full ball which he bumps down on. So basically worked his way up through the local academies. He's captain of the under-19s team, made his test debut against England. But if you dig a little deeper into his story and you think about where he came from to be playing international cricket, as Mehdi just wristily whips the ball away through mid-wicket. He's going to get a couple into the outfield here, so 2 more. Takes the partnership to 27, takes the lead to 137. He was the son of a rickshaw driver, grew up in a tiny, cramped tin shed in a house in Coolna. Now, his local coaches and neighbours spotted a bit of cricketing ability in him and basically helped contribute to send him to a cricket academy in Kashipur. So he was able to go away and work on his craft there. It's Lyon to Mehdi Miraz as he dabs it away backward a point for 1. And then I'm speaking about here as the leads up to 138. Made his test debut, took 19 wickets in his debut test series against England in 2016.
How many tests was in that series?
I'm pretty sure only 2.
And took 19 wickets?
Took 19 wickets across 2 tests. And the Prime Minister at the time, Sheikh Hasina, was so moved by his background and his story growing up in this tin shed. As Hassan's on strike, 2 slips in, he's on the back foot, and the back foot drive out to point. No run though, so a dot ball to end of the over. I don't think they ran after all that.
No, they didn't run.
So Mehdi stays on strike. Hassan's 11, Mehdi's 19, 6 for 336. But Prime Minister was so moved by his background, basically ordered the local authorities to build a brick house for Miraz's family.
Wow.
And so basically he was able to uplift his whole family, the fact that he was picked to play for Bangladesh and had so much success as part of that debut series. He was also one of the members of the Bangladeshi team that was involved in that near miss, that horrific incident in Christchurch at the mosque where, remember, the Bangladesh team was over there at the time when that shooting took place in Christchurch. So if nothing else, I forget that he's the third highest rated test all-rounder at the moment. It's an incredible human interest story for what he's had to overcome to be here as a pro athlete on the world stage.
It's extraordinary. I wasn't aware of that background story, Corby. It's absolutely brilliant. It is fascinating, isn't it? There's backstories. These cricketers from all around the world.
It's the beauty of the game, isn't it?
It really is.
So many different continents represented and players from very different cultures, all different races and religions represented across the cricketing universe.
But all coming together for the one sport. It's absolutely brilliant, isn't it?
Mehdi Hassan Miraz, 19 not out, 6 for 336. Stark around the wicket to him and he lets it pass. Outside his off stump through to the keeper Carey. So back end of the day, we're about 45 minutes away from stumps on the second day. It's incredible to think that Bangladesh could bat through the day here, and we sort of ran a number of different scenarios at the start of the day, and there was even this sort of, I don't know if it was Aussie arrogance or perhaps leaning on history, thinking, there's still a chance the Aussies could be on top by stumps tonight. Well, we're another 3 sessions advanced and Bangladesh is still in the driver's seat.
No, they certainly are. The lead, 138 now. I like this from Mehdi as well. He took responsibility. Had an opportunity to get a single last ball of Nathan Lyon's over, but
Stark around the wicket again. Mehdi's forward and a square drive out to deep point and decides against the single again, so continues to farm the strike.
I don't mind this taking responsibility, knowing that Hassan can handle the spin of Nathan Lyon. Mitchell, obviously seeing Mitchell Stark is clearly the threat, the extra pace, left arm variety.
Proper test cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And every delivery, the ball's another ball older.
That's right. It's smart cricket. The Australians are teasing him. He's spread the field out. He's got the split field with deep point, deep square leg. He's not taking the bait.
Second new ball now, 20 overs old. Stark on his way again. Bowls to Mehdi, a late cut, trying to find the gap in the court, and a hand on it from Marnus Labuschagne. It deflects away down to third man, and Smith goes to retrieve it. So a single taken there. Mehdi gets down the other end, so he moves to 20. Leads 139, and there's still 3 balls for Hassan Mahmood to try and navigate back end of the Stark over.
So the Australians, in an absolute ideal world here, Corby, would love to knock over these last 4 wickets as quick as possible to not have to bowl tomorrow. They give the bowlers a break, maybe allow them a bit of a lie-in so they don't have to get to the ground too early.
Imagine if we said on the morning of day one that the Aussies will bowl in their first innings in the dirt on the first 3 days of the test match. And that's what presents at the moment as Mahmood gets a short one and ducks underneath it through to the keeper.
Don't think anyone would have necessarily predicted that.
Sorry, no, but like before that.
24 overs last night. They're going to bowl over 80 overs today. And they could be warming up again in the morning. 6 for 337. If you've just flicked on the radio, it was Tanzit Hassan who scored a tremendous 100 in just his third test innings. The 25-year-old in his second test match. 101 he finished with. Mominul Haq made 49. Najmul Shanto made 84. And Mushfiqur Rahim with 36. Linton Das, the only one to miss out with a 12-ball duck. Mahmood on strike, awaits Stark. He throws the bat at it, but a play and a miss. And when you think about it, it was really just that flurry with the second new ball.
It was 3 wickets in maybe 4 or 5 overs.
Yeah, 3 for 19 they lost.
A wicket each to the big 3 quicks. Some good catching from
Steve Smith.
That was really the only passage of the Test match, apart from when the Aussies were none for 45 after 12 overs, where you thought the home team's on top.
Yep, absolutely. It was a glimmer, wasn't it? It was a slimmer of hope that the Australians are fighting their way back in, but this partnership between Hassan and Mahedi is just developing nicely.
Stark, last ball of the over. It's full of the stumps and clipped away beautifully. Hassan Mahmood out through mid-wicket. Travis Head races back, retrieves it in front of the Morris Rioli stand, and 2 more for Hassan and for Bangladesh. He moves to 13. Mehdi's 20 not out, 6 for 339, and the lead's up to 141. What has been another tremendous day for Bangladesh. Day 2 of this first test, 101 overs into the innings. Off the SMS, Ron, who's listening in Louisville, in Kentucky, says we have 4 time zones in most of America: Pacific, Mountain, Central and Eastern. Make it 6 when you include Alaska and Hawaii.
Oh, wow.
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Ryan from Brisbane says, Diz, Bangladesh showing us the template.
I love that, Ryan. Thank you for the question. I think how to bat, I'm assuming you're saying how to bat there, Ryan. I would say, I think it's a really good point you make. We're seeing application, aren't we? We're seeing putting shots away, as Phil Jaques has been talking about on comms.
Webster's on from the airport end, bowls to Mehdi Hassan, who just keeps out a full ball on off stump, plays out through point.
Test cricket is about adjusting and adapting, finding ways to get through tricky periods, identify when you need to. You could target a bowler. You feel that someone you can score off, then and then at the same time, a bowler who you might feel is a bit of a threat, you need to just absorb that good bowling and get through. That is, in essence, what Test cricket is.
Here comes Webster on his way again to Mehdi Hassan, who's forward and just pushes out through to cover point, taken by Webster, taken by Inglis, who moves up from cover. What do you made of Webster's work today? He's 8 overs, none for 26.
He's doing exactly what Bo Webster does. He's a medium pacer, tall guy. His attributes are his height and his accuracy. He's never going to beat you for pace necessarily, but he'll just be disciplined, line and length.
Love him to jag a wicket here, rocking on the back foot, and a cracking cut shot from Mehdi out to the deep, but it'll just be one with a sweeper back. Travis Head fields in front of the Rioli stand. Leads up to 142, 6 wickets down.
So a role like Bo Webster's, when he's bowling his seam ups, he's coming in as a 4th, 5th seamer. He's probably sharing the 4th seam duties with Cameron Green, which he's done in this game so far. And his job is to maybe go at 2.5 and over, and just hopefully try and jag a wicket. But it's as much as anything is giving a break to the main bowlers. He's never going to bowl 20, 25 overs in a day's play.
Hassan Mahmood on strike as he keeps out Webster and plays back to mid-on. Fielded by Hazelwood.
But it's a good variation for Pat Cummins to have.
They've used 8 different bowlers.
So who hasn't bowled? It's been Carey, Weatherald
and Smith.
Right.
And that's it. What does Jake Weatherald actually bowl?
They're putrid. Right. He bowls licorice, all sorts, but he fancies himself a bit as a leggy.
He's Webster on his way again to Hassan Mahmood, and he lets it pass outside the off stump.
But Corby, they're not very good.
Right.
And Jakey in his defence would be the first to admit that. He'd go through phases, like when I was coaching, he'd want to come and help out, so he'd either throw balls to batters. Normally he's just got the pads on the whole training session and getting extra work and stuff, but sometimes he'd come and have a bowl and he'd bowl his leg spin and he'd throw some off spin and stuff. And they're not great. And then his back would stiffen up, and then go a couple of months where you don't see him on the bowling crease.
But pro cricket's changed so much too. I remember back in the day, everyone would have a bowler at practice order. That doesn't happen anymore, does it? No, the batters are there to bat and field, and that's it.
And Weathers is one of these guys that literally
from the moment net start, he's got his pads on the whole time.
Webster, last ball of the over to Mahmood, who keeps it out, and Hassan is playing out on the leg side. So a dot ball, 6 for 340 Bangladesh. The lead's 142. We're about 35 minutes away from stumps here on day 2. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Your thoughts throughout on 0467 920 222. Luca off the SMS. Hey Corb, remember Ed Cowan laughing at this Bangladeshi team's chances on Monday. I think he's sweating a bit. Ooh, he's up on the slopes. Is he? He's skiing at the moment, so he's been listening to a lot of cricket. Oh, good. We'll hear his thought in the post-game. Teddy's thought of the day.
Always enjoyed Teddy's thoughts of the day. He's very measured, isn't he? He thinks deeply about the game.
I think he did say I could be calling AFL on Saturday or Sunday. So
did he really?
He wasn't optimistic.
Eddie, come on, man.
He didn't think it was going to go too long. I think we're going to be here on Sunday, aren't we?
I think so.
Yeah. If not, it's ended disastrously for the Aussies.
Well, yeah.
6 for 340. The lead's 142. Starks in again around the wicket. Beautiful cover drive from Mehdi out towards the cover boundary, and he won't get to that Weatherall. That's 4.
That's a superb shot.
Beautiful stroke through cover point.
And Weatherall didn't actually have to go far, Corby. He only had to go maybe 20 metres to his right, and he's on the net, on the rope. Just such as the timing of that shot. It's on the front foot, just opened the face ever so slightly, and Jaques Weatherall was a gallant effort, but he was nowhere near it. Beautiful shot.
Leads up to 146. 6 for 344. 2 slips, really a floating 4 slip and a gully, so split cordon. Mehdi Hassan Miraz awaits Stark, and he just defends backward a point out to Weatherall in the deep and denies the single. So
I really like this from Mehdi. He's taking responsibility, as Ryan on the text just has put in. And thanks for your question, Ryan. Mehdi's taking that responsibility, potentially showing Australia and some of the Australian batters a bit of a template on how to approach it. You don't need to go bash wallop, crash wallop, all of that. Every day. I've got a bit tongue tied there, didn't I, Corb? But there are more ways to play rather than just say this is the way I play, or I'm going to put pressure on the bowlers.
Yeah.
There's a lot of buzzwords in modern cricket at the moment, little buzz phrases.
6 for 344 on the back foot, defended by Hassan on the offside. If you want to keep listening to the cricket, by the way, you can continue to do so through the ABC Listen app, so you can find us there, coverage of the cricket throughout. But for those of you that are on the ABC Sport button on Sport Digital in Sydney, Canberra and Brisbane, you've got NRL action coming up. Of course, it's 6 o'clock on a Friday, which means you're off to the NRL. The Manly Seagulls up against the Dolphins. Here it is. And for everybody else, we'll continue on here at Marara Oval in Darwin. 6 for 344. The lead's 146. Stark outside the off stump and through the hands of that Eddie Miraz and didn't quite connect. Through it goes.
That was an interesting delivery, and the Australian batsmen will notice this, Corby. A lot of deliveries from Mitchell Stark from the Michael Long end have carried through really nicely to Alex Carey, waist high and above. That one bounced in front of Alex Carey. So, are we seeing a little bit of inconsistent bounce?
Just fell off the time zone trick too. As I mentioned, it was 6 o'clock on the East Coast. It's not. It's 5:30 on the East Coast. It's 5 o'clock here. He's Stark to Mehdi Hassan Miraz and pushed away towards backward point and a single taken. They're gone now, so they've disappeared to the NRL coverage. So I can't even correct myself. But for everybody else, it's 5:30 on the East Coast.
Right. Jim's got in your head.
Yeah.
There's all these time zone talk.
We were talking a bit yesterday about sort of how you feel about what day of the week it is when a test match goes on. I mean, they're long days, they're all encompassing, and sort of one day's bunts into the next.
So what do you think of day one is normally? What day does it feel like to you?
To me, it's always Monday to Friday. So day one's Monday, Tuesday's day two.
See, I've always felt day one is a Friday. It's just the start of the weekend.
So it feels like Saturday for you tonight.
Yeah, it feels like a Saturday. Yeah.
It is. As long as it makes sense in our head.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You get to the end of the week and you go, hang on, it's day 6. What day is it of the week? What stage are we trying to pick up of a usual routine? As Hassan Mahmoud jumps on the back foot and defends Stark back down the pitch. So that'll do for that Stark over. He's bowled 21 overs, 2 for 68. Bangladesh 6 for 345. The lead is 147. Mehdi Hassan Miraz 26 not out, and Hassan Mahmoud is there on 13. Off the SMS.
Sorry, Corbin. It's just like it reminds me of the time between Christmas and New Year, because it's always you don't think of Monday, 100%. Tuesday. It's always Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. You think, what day of the week is it?
And you just count on like days on the calendar. So you said today's the 28th or the 29th.
That's right. I'm out, mate. I've got Phil Jaques coming in.
I'll see you at Grandstand at Stumps. Jaques and Gillespie will be along for that. Don't forget, by the way, it is available through the podcast feed, so the ABC Cricket Podcast, which is a great podcast if you haven't had a chance to catch up with it. Eddie Cowan, of course, with all his thoughts every Monday. Runs right throughout the winter months. There's always cricket being played somewhere in the world. The sun is always shining somewhere. So 12 months of the year, you can find it ABC Cricket Podcast, and increased cadence during the summer months. The Grandstand at Stumps will be packaged up there for you with Teddy's thought of the day. Here's Webster on his way in, starts a new over, and Mehdi Hassan Miraz lets it pass. Phil Jaques leads 147. Bangladesh still 6 down.
Good evening, Corbin. Good evening. 6 down. We had a fight back from Australia. Now we've got a fight back from Bangladesh again. This test match just keeps delivering, doesn't it? 147 lead for Bangladesh. They are fighting hard. Australia really scrapping to try and get another breakthrough this evening.
Here comes Webster on his way in again to Miraz, who drives along the ground just wide of mid-off. There's a little deeper in Pat Cummins. He works around to his left, and the single is taken, so Webster will get 4 balls at Hassan Mahmoud. By the way, it feels like they're farming the strike, and Hassan Mahmoud like he's...
I didn't see balls, that's why I'm doing it.
Like he's some fresh batsman at the crease. He's faced 55 balls. He's 13 not out. Seems to be handling himself okay so far in the partnership. Over 100 balls for 38.
Dangerous game, isn't it? Giving somebody a single easily.
Mahmoud's faced more balls than Mehdi. As he's driving here, can't break the infield. Cummins fields at mid-off. Hassan Mahmoud 13 off 56.
Well, it's batting 8. So he's obviously got some sort of batting ability as well. It's not like he's a number 10 or 11 and he's there to make up the numbers. It's a dangerous game, and it's a really easy way of forming a partnership just in singles, and there's a lot of time left in this game. Bangladesh will be more than happy to take as much time out of it as they can as well.
Webster over the wicket to Hassan, who works it along the ground out to mid-on and fielded low down by Hazelwood. So what's happened today, Jake? See if people are back in the car trying to catch up with what happened. So yesterday it was clearly below par with the bat for the Australians. They didn't make inroads with the new ball, and Bangladesh 1 for 96 at stumps. But with Bangladesh still batting, what's been the theme of the day as to why we're here?
Well, the theme of the day and the theme of yesterday was that Bangladesh had won every single hour of this test match up until the new ball.
Hassan on strike, awaits Webster. He's forward and just bunts it back to the bowler.
The second new ball was a big tick for Australia.
Yep.
4 wickets there, which kind of wrestled thing around. It's now all of a sudden we've got a contest on our hands. As I said, 148 lead. They're going to eke another 50. Australia are under real pressure because they're going to need to make 450, 500 to put any sort of score on the board.
Lead 148. Webster in again to Hassan Mahmoud. Oh, he threw the bat at it, trying to uppercut it over the slips court, and a play and a miss, but that's what they wanted him to do, to be flirting with that outside the off stump. And a dot ball ends the over, so 6 for 346. The lead is 148.
application that Bangladesh have shown with ball, first of all. Yeah, they were very patient, bowled a very good length, and made this Australian batting unit play off the front foot yesterday. Challenged that front foot defence all the time. Good skills, and then they followed that up with a fantastic effort with the bat. A real good application.
I'll leave you with Ben Cameron. Jaques, this is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thanks, Corb.
That was a quick change. Straight in the phone booth there, Ben.
F1 pit stop. No time to waste.
He broke all records there.
Yeah. Pat Cummins back into the attack for the Aussies. Excuse me. 6 for 346. Mahidi on strike. 2 slips to Gully at deep backward point. Cover. Deepish mid-off. Mid-on. Square leg and fine leg, and a bouncer from Cummins. Kerry a little sloppy behind the stumps. Can't glove it on the bounce and has to go and fetch it. 6 for 346. A lead of 148. This partnership is up to 38. Rick Finlay has made us aware. Just keep an eye on this. The record 7th wicket partnership for Bangladesh against Australia is only 43.
5 short.
It did look earlier on in this third session like Australia would just run through Bangladesh, but again they've just dug in and held off the Aussies. Cummins right arm over the wicket, and Mahidi just pushing it backward a point. Sets off immediately for a single, plonks his bat at the non-striker's end, doesn't come back for 2. Mahidi on to 28. Did score a century in the tour match, Mahidi Miraz, so certainly knows how to hold the bat. A couple of test centuries like we've mentioned. 6 for 347, the lead 149.
He's attacking, isn't he?
Yeah.
And a very busy player. He's played this ball. He's exposed Hassan a little bit, but he's also got some faith in him, I think, and happy to take those singles when they're on offer at the moment. And why wouldn't you? Just one more run to the total.
2 slips to Gully, a backward point, almost in a catching position as well. As Cummins bustles in again, passes the umpire and bowls. And Hassan fending away from the body, but successfully into the covers, negating the attack of Pat Cummins.
Well, Hassan's looked pretty solid, hasn't he? He looked a bit jumpy to the short ball early and Pat Cummins went around the wicket a little bit and into his ribs, but he's got more and more composure as he's gone along here. Faced 60 balls now for his 13 and doing a really good job for his team. As you said, that partnership is growing and swelling by the day, by the second.
Cummins in and bowling and beating the outside edge of Hassan Mahmood. Getting a ball to just jag away from him on a good length. He survives though, Hassan. He was the story of yesterday. 6 wickets, 17 overs, 6 for 55, 3 maidens, and ran through the Aussies. Had been playing county cricket for Kent earlier on this northern summer and came out here and took a 6 for against Australia in Australia. And then today it's been the story of Tanzid Hassan. His second test match, 101, a maiden test century against Australia in Australia. Cummins bowls, Hassan defends. Stands up right on his tippy toes, deep in his crease as he plays it out towards point. The story of the day. Bangladesh resumed at 1 for 96. We're wondering whether they could build a first innings lead. They only lost 1 wicket in that morning session. It was Mohamed Haq who was out for 49. Got to lunch at 2 for 181. Resumed from there, past the Aussies and their first innings score of 198, which is their lowest ever against Bangladesh. Cummins to Hassan again. He's driving uppishly. A couple of bounces down towards mid-off. End of the Cummins over. They went past that. Now they let it tee. They reached tee at 3 for 286.
And Tanzid Hassan, as I mentioned, that maiden test century, 101 he made. Najmul Hussain Shanto, the captain, he was out for 84. And then there was a flurry of wickets. Bangladesh lost 3 for 17 when Australia took the second new ball. But from that point onwards, Mahady and Hassan have just settled it down, a 39-run partnership from 117 deliveries to extend this lead out to 149 and a score of 6 for 347. It's been a day of Test cricket, Phil Jaques, that we don't see too often. Hastens slowly, as Jim Maxwell put it.
Yeah, it's been a great day, a great game of Test cricket so far. It's been discipline from Bangladesh with bat and ball. It's been a bit of a throwback Test match, really, at times. There's been some good stroke play, and it hasn't been all stonewalling defensive play, but they've really played the tempo of the game, and they've picked the right moments to attack and the right moments to dig in, and they've got through those tough periods and been prepared to leave the ball when they need to, defend the ball when they have to, and then when they've got offline, they've smashed it.
Marnus Labuschagne is going to have a roll from the airport end of the ground and digs in a bouncer, as he so often does. A couple of bounces through to Carey. Mahady very casually ducks underneath it. Did bowl an over earlier on in the day, Marnus Labuschagne, and Jim Maxwell off air very early on in the day said, "You know we're in trouble when Marnus Labuschagne has a bowl," and came around quicker than we might have anticipated. Right arm over with his mediums again. Marnus, a short ball pulled away, doesn't quite get it. Top edge, it balloons down towards Mitchell Stark at fine leg. It is a spread field, a deep point. There was a third man that's now going to come up for the new batsman in Hassan. There's also a fine leg, a deep backward square. Just working out the plan here. Hassan has been at the crease for 63 deliveries and negotiated it all pretty well, has to be said.
We're going full medium-pace bouncer mode now.
Labuschagne bustles in again, delivers another half-tracker through to Carey.
The scariest 125 bowler in the country.
This is Dross.
He's gone full bouncer mode. There's, would you call it a long stop? You'd call it a long stop, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Just on the offside. You got a fine leg that's about 25 metres in, because it's not going to get that far. A deep backward square, pretty much the same distance. A short leg. You're going to put a slip in now.
Optimistic.
And you got a deep backward point and a gully. I don't know what the slip's for, because he's not going to pitch it up.
Labuschagne goes in and bowls a bouncer through to Carey again. Ducking underneath it, Hassan Mahmood.
If he gets a catch there fending off, you should hang him up.
Oh, I'll turn off the mic, rip it out. The headset will be ripped out and we'll all just go home.
We should just hang him up, both of us. But it's a period of the game now, isn't it, where they're just trying to make something happen, trying to break a partnership. Hope he has a crack at one and goes through it up the air.
Hassan facing Marnus Labuschagne and just fending it a ball outside the off stump. Didn't really get close to it. Passes through to Carey, 6 for 348. What about the Aussie bowlers? I mean, they haven't played much cricket. All of a sudden, they're going to have bowled across 3 days. So the warm-up tomorrow and the opening spells are going to be sore for the Aussie.
There's going to be some time in the ice bars tonight. There'll be a good stretch going on. A very slow morning.
Labuschagne in again and another bouncer. Digging them in halfway down this Marara track through to the keeper, 6 for 348. Hassan on 13, Mahady on 29. Bangladesh lead by 150. So we're going to the record books here as to the last time Australia have won a test match when they've been trailing by 200 or more on the first innings. I think the SCG in 2009-10, Australia against Pakistan, was the last time it happened, and that's one of only 3 occasions. So should Bangladesh get beyond 200 with their lead here, it's going to be a bit of history for Australia to work on with the bat, and there's going to be some nervous batsmen for them, Phil Jaques, isn't there?
There are. up. A few guys under a bit of pressure. Well, the whole batting unit's under pressure, but a few guys under pressure for spots, for sure.
Cummins beginning a new over. Full and straight, and Mahidi defends back down the pitch. Full face of the bat.
And you'd imagine the calls will get louder and louder.
Yeah.
If there's a loss involved, Bangladesh, they're going to be under pressure, the selectors, to do something different.
So Jack Weatherald missed out in the first innings, got to 23, playing a hometown tester. He was born and raised here in Darwin. Cameron Green, a runner ball 13 and a soft dismissal when he lifted one to mid-wicket needlessly. Cummins arrives at the crease again, back of a length, and Mahidi defends from the crease at the other end of the pitch, drops it down at his feet and goes for a one to the square leg.
What have you made of Cam Green's bowling?
I don't think he's bowled in the manner that he can. He debuted as a 17-year-old for WA. Down in Tasmania, if my memory serves me correct, he was batting down the order, playing as a bowler, a swing and seam bowler, and I think he took a 5-wicket haul on debut, and we're 10 years on from that. And he's morphed into a genuine all-rounder. He scored a boatload of runs in the Sheffield Shield, but he just hasn't translated that to the Test arena as yet. Cummins in again and turning a ball off the stumps. Mahidi to the onside for a single. Sachets through down to the other end as the shadows lengthen here at Marara. What have you made of it, more importantly, as the expert?
Oh, no, I just think he's been a bit full and a bit short. The times of the game he's bowled, it probably hasn't been as favourable to the quicks as well. Didn't get a go with the new ball. He bowled more old ball bowling, but it looks a little bit non-threatening today. And, you know, he doesn't have to be taking 3 wickets, 4 wickets every game, but you want him to be able to come on and make an impact. Take a wicket or two in innings. Keep the runs tidy.
Hassan awaiting Cummins and going back to defend. A ball on the top of off. Sam Mahmood has looked very comfortable at the crease, both with the ball yesterday and with the bat today. Bangladesh's lead, 151. Yeah, I just feel like he's got a little bit into that mode when he's bowled. Cameron Green, like you spoke about.
Just trying to defend.
Yeah, I just want to bowl like I think we know he can. Cummins hits the crease. Short ball and down the leg side. Hassan crashes down as it passes through to Carey.
I think that the thing that stands out with Cam Green is the height and the pace. So you want that to be a threatening fourth seaming option, and that's where he becomes a real asset to the team. But if he's there just to keep it tight, well, Bay Ropes can do that. So do you need two all-rounders playing that same role, or do you pick another batter that might make more runs? Like, unless they genuinely think that Cam Green's the next best batter in the country, which could be the case.
Cummins goes in and strikes him on the pad. It was high and going down the leg side. Hassan just cut in half a little bit by that. The ball balloons out to point. End of the Cummins over, 6 for 349. Hassan on 13 and Mahidi on 30, which you can make a case that he is, because
you can. His record in first-class cricket's great. And Dizzy Gillespie has alluded to that when he's spoken about it as well. And every time he goes back to first-class cricket, he gets runs. He got 100 in the Shield last year. So you can definitely mark an argument for that. And he can only score the runs in the games that he plays, and there haven't been very many. When he has played, he's done well.
I think the question is, it felt like with the all-rounders for Australia, we waited a long time for Shane Watson to become what a lot of people hoped he might be. It felt like the same sort of happened with Mitch Marsh as Labuschagne begins a new over, a full delivery on leg stump, and Mahidi front on plays it back down the pitch to Labuschagne. The concern is whether the same is going to happen here for Cam Green.
Yeah, and both of those players had moments, didn't they, where they won games for Australia. And Andrew Simons was the same. He was very good. He was probably a bit more consistent.
Labuschagne bowls and digs it in once more. Bounce through to Carey on the half volley for the keeper.
don't want to see those all-rounders drift through 6, 7, 8, 9 years and be okay, do you? Like, you want them to be, you know, this is an Australian cricket team. You want them to be dominating. And you want those players to be winning games for your country.
Labuschagne hits the crease and draws an edge. It goes wide of the keeper, Carey, down to that long stop. He's about 3/4 of the way to the boundary, in line with where first slip would be fielding. So more runs for Bangladesh. It brings up 350 for them. 6 for 350.
What did you say that record partnership was? Was it 42?
I think it was 43. 43 for the 7th wicket.
One to get.
So a slip comes in now, sort of a floating second slip. Steve Smith is in there. Labuschagne in and bowling, and a bouncer. Hassan barely flexes at the knees as he just watches it go through to the keeper.
He's a calm customer, isn't he? I interviewed him after play yesterday, and he was very smiley and calm and happy young man, as you would be after you just took 6 for in a test match. But he's been unflappable with the bat as well, hasn't he? Just very cool and calm.
Labuschagne bustles in again, tries once more, and defending a ball off the off stump. Hassan Mahmood out towards point. So just on Cameron Green at shield level, 2,679 runs at an average of 53.58 with 9 centuries. Now, really to give that context as well, this is a shield period where averages have been in the high 30s as Labuschagne delivers once more, and Hassan keeps him out, ends the Labuschagne over 6 for 350, a lead of 152. So he's
it's amazing record.
Yeah.
But then how long do you keep playing somebody at this level if they're not performing at the level you want them to perform at? You know, it's okay to say you perform at the level below, but you've got to be able to do it at this level.
Well, that's the question that the selectors will be asking themselves. I mean, you've been a coach. How long can they keep doing that? You would have asked the same question when you were coaching Queensland and New South Wales, presumably with guys who would do it at a club level, but not when they came into the state team.
Yeah, well, when someone's starting a career, normally you give them about 20 games.
Yeah.
And then you get a pretty good sample size of where they're at. But, you know, obviously Cam Green's had a bit more of a rope, but he's also shown that he can do it at this level, but it's just got to show that you can do it more consistently. And how long do you give someone? It's an age-old question.
And the Australian team has been winning in that time, which has probably helped him a little bit.
Yeah. Nathan, and there's been moments too, right?
Nathan Lyon into the attack, getting a new over and going full and straight, and Mahidi on the front stool, just leaning on it out into the covers. So a slip and a bat pad in place here. Shadows stretching across the ground. We've probably got this over and maybe the next 4 stumps here on day 2. Lyon skips in, gives it some air, very full, and Mahidi just rolls his wrists on it to turn it to the onside.
You want to see something in your first 5 or 6 games as a player, and then you want to see them do it again within the first 15, 20, don't you? And Cam Green's had moments. He's certainly done it more than once.
Lyon tries again, giving it some air and digging it out from around the popping crease. Mahidi on the drive down to long on. 6 for 351. A lead of 153. Mahidi 32. Hassan on 13. Lyon with that little skip. Puts the ball in his right hand. Bowls, and Hassan glides it down towards short third man.
How many times did someone like a Matt Hayden get dropped from the team and then come back in? So 3? Before he really grabbed it?
He certainly had a long period out of the team, didn't he? Where he went away and then came back and
he was dominated. He was a pretty good player.
Yeah. 30 test centuries, a test average of over 50.
Oh, yeah.
Line to Hassan, who very casually defends on the front foot.
There's nothing wrong with getting dropped and becoming a better player as well. Sometimes it's the best thing for you to go and spend some time and work your game out and hone your craft. And I'm not saying that time is now at all.
Lyon bowls, and Hassan goes forward and keeps him out. And Bangladesh are going to have themselves a day again. And Spoke about the fact that we felt like they'd won the first 5 sessions of this test. I mean, maybe Australia this 6th session, they did take 3 for 17, but Bangladesh have put up some resistance after that point as well with this 7th wicket partnership between Mahedi Miraz and Hassan Mahmood.
They've almost squared the session again.
This might be a blank session. No winner.
Just a blank. And it looked like a big tick for Australia at one point, but the way that Bangladesh have fought back in this last hour, it's been very impressive and resilient cricket.
Marnus Labuschagne from the airport end might bowl the last over of this second day. G'day lads, listening from South London with my brekkie. Continue that text in a moment. Slip in a gully, Labuschagne hits the crease and Mahedi defends. Now it's a cover point. So trying to get through to stumps now, Bangladesh. If only England played a little bit more like Bangladesh in the Ashes. Great coverage and excited to see where the new ball takes us next. Might be a little bit of an old text. Been saying bang ball.
Ball's not as new anymore, is it?
Been saying bang ball better than Baz ball. Labuschagne hits the crease, bowls a short ball, and Mahedi rolls around on the pull. Just swivels the pull shot away and turns down the single.
It's Hassan ball the way that he's played this game, isn't it?
Yeah.
6 wickets and doing his best Jason Gillespie impersonation here with his 13 and 76 balls he's faced. Very valuable contributions with bat and ball so far. Mahedi's looked a very accomplished player as well. In good form, coming off 100 in the trial game.
Going to come around the wicket here, Marnus. So just changing the field. They've got a fine leg. It's about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. They've also got a deep backward square, which is about the same. 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Labuschagne around the wicket, a bouncer. He digs it in. And it's a little bit monotonous at the moment with Marnus. She could play our commentary on repeat. Digs it in, halfway down through to Carey as Mahedi ducks underneath it.
Well, I don't think he's going to have a crack at it now, is he? He's a few balls left in the day's play. Maybe a little wide half volley, little tempter. Throw the carrot out there. He's shut up shop. The shutters are down. The locks have been firmly placed on this day's play, I reckon.
3 balls left in it. Labuschagne arrives at the crease and delivers on the leg stump, and Mahedi very competently and very casually just knocks it away. Then goes for a wander out to square leg, and I'm sure says to himself, 2 balls to survive.
Yep, the till's been counted. The padlocks are in. He's ready. He's ready to go home. I used to
have to count the till. I used to work in a pro shop at a golf course. Count the till every night. People still do that.
I'm sure they do.
Digital age.
There's not too much money going around these days.
Yeah, there's nothing in the till. It's all digital. 2 balls left in the day. Mahedi awaiting Labuschagne, who's back over the wicket, and again goes forward to defend to try and stave off Marnus Labuschagne in this final over of the day. Mahedi on 32. It's going to be Bangladesh's day, and what an effort it's going to be. They resumed this morning at 1 for 96. They're going to finish the day on possibly 6 for 351. Final ball of the day. Labuschagne bowls. Mahedi cuts, and it's just short of green in the gully. It almost yorked him. We'll get an idea as to how much of a chance that was. The Aussies put their hands to their head. Cameron Green grimaces, and the Aussies will turn and walk off. Was this a chance? Final ball of the day, the cut. It was put down, low down. I think it got to Green on the full. It certainly did, around the bootlaces, and he has spilt it.
Deary me, it wasn't the greatest delivery, let it be told, but the last ball of the day, Marnus Labuschagne has nearly pulled a rabbit out of the hat, but Cam Green has
He's dropped his chocolates right on the full-time buzzer.
And the Aussie team are milling around like Brown's cows. Marnus Lavashane has got the double teapot, the arms on the hips, the hands on the hips, and the Aussies saunter off, disappointed with their day. Bangladesh, it has been their day like it was on day one. 6 for 351, a lead of 153, stumps on day two. Mahidi unbeaten on 32, Hassan on 13. And all they'll have to worry about tonight is how much can they extend this first innings lead to, in Australia they'll have a few more worries, a few problems to solve as we move through. In day three, the Aussie Quicks will have to back up for a third consecutive day, Phil Jaques.
Yes, very productive day for Bangladesh indeed. As you said, those Australian Quicks are going to have to jump in that ice bath, into the swimming pool, have a stretch, fuel up and get ready to go for the third day straight. Big day in the morning, first hour, as Stuart Clark always used to say. Yep. First hour is the most important one. It very much is. And they're going to need to be on their best game in the first hour tomorrow.
So 3 for 65 in that third session there. Maybe Australia's session, maybe a neutral session, but Bangladesh well and truly on top at stumps on day two. So Corbin, Middlemas, Xavier, Doherty and Jason Gillespie are ready downstairs for grandstand at stumps here on day two. Corb.
It was more of the same on day two of the first test in Darwin, where the tourists are well and truly on top. Where they started the day, they ended at the completion of the second day. A whole lot to pull apart. Grandstand at stumps on ABC Sport. Bangladesh 6 for 351. They lead the test match by 153 runs already, and the second new ball is 30 overs old. My name's Corbin, Middlemas, Xavier Doherty, 3-format spinner for Australia, and Jason Gillespie alongside me. Diz, firstly, we questioned at the start of the day as to how the Aussies would get themselves back into this test match. Well, the answer coming out of it is Bangladesh so far haven't let them back in it.
No, they certainly haven't. The Bangladesh batters have applied themselves wonderfully well throughout this innings so far, and I think the batting's been excellent. I think they're showing it's old-fashioned Test cricket, isn't it? And Doe, I don't know what you think, but I think just old-fashioned. This last partnership's been about 25 overs long, and they've only scored maybe 45, 50 runs, but they're just keeping the Australians out there, and that's frustrating them, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely, Diz. For those who like baseball, this game is not for you. This is old school. This is a grind. This is testing the mental strength that
100%.
You and I grew up with. Yep. Dizzy, it's a real battle out there, and the Aussies are certainly being asked to dig really deep. Bangladesh's day. Did you say 50-50 for that last session, Corb, or did you give it to the Aussies?
50. You could give a 5-over stretch to the Aussies, where they were able to make some inroads with the second new ball. At that stage, Bangladesh lost 6 for 19 in 4.5 overs, so in the space of 29 balls. But really, apart from that, it was Bangladesh who remained on top in the test. Grandstand at stumps, Corbin, Middlemas alongside Xavier Doherty and also Jason Gillespie. James Franklin, the bowling coach from the Australian team, joins us. James, how do you sum it up?
Yeah, attritional day there, to be honest. I think 5 for 250 in the day. I think the boys toiled really well. I think it's a pretty good batting surface, and I think Bangladesh have shown that today. Obviously a fantastic 100 there from Tanzan at the top of the order. We did give him a couple of chances through his innings, but he capitalised on that and batted beautifully. And obviously well supported by the captain, Shanto. Mominal at 3, we know he's been a classy operator for a period of time now. So, yeah, hard work for the boys today. They ran in all day. We threw everything at them. We changed the bowling around all the time, and they batted well.
What has the feedback been from the bowlers, specifically about the surface?
Yeah, I think we found yesterday the seam movement and the bounce sort of died out of the pitch as the day went on, and so the reflection overnight and coming in, particularly into the first session today, was just to try and get that half yard fuller and bring the stumps into play. I think you saw from all our right arm bowlers, they operated a a lot from around the wicket to try and bring the stumps into play, try and get their batters, who are very much crease-bound batters, sort of on the front foot slightly, and try and get both sides of the blade, sort of outside edge or inside edge. I thought Josh Hazlewood bowled beautifully, particularly in his first spell, and he was rewarded through the day with a couple of wickets. So that was sort of the messaging overnight, and I think we executed it pretty well through the day, albeit I think Bangladesh batted pretty well as well.
You've obviously had a long layoff from Test cricket, and now you're back for the first time in 8 months. You've got an older lineup, which has been well documented. I'm sure it wasn't part of the plan to bowl over 100 overs and on 3 different days where they're warming up and cooling down. Is our workload's going to become an issue, particularly for the 3 quicks?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's obviously well documented. We're at the start of a long journey in Test cricket for us over the next sort of 12 to 15 months. So this was the first proper day, first proper hit out in that journey. The heat, it's obviously pretty warm up here in Darwin. We've had some good training down in Brisbane, but it is a step up in temperature here. So, again, the messaging was, shorter spells, 4 or 5 over spells, and I think we saw that from Pat today. As I said, there was a lot of chopping and changing of spells. No one really bowled longer than a 5 over spell, I don't think. So that's just to try and maintain a little bit of freshness in the legs as we go through the day, and it has been a long day.
Is there a number where they'll max out and they can't bowl anymore? Or
No. It doesn't work in Test cricket.
Oh, good to hear that.
I'm never sure in the modern game. I just wanted to get that on the record.
Yeah, James, when you did take that second new ball and you got the 3 wickets, I think the spell of the big 3 only lasted sort of 11 overs. Is that more of did that surprise you as much as it did us? That Lino was bowling the 12th with that new ball?
Yeah, a little bit, but I think again it was just trying to look at obviously the state of play of the game. Yes, a number 7 or number 8 had come out to bat, and he actually ended up batting pretty well there at the back end. Maybe having another crack in that last half an hour. I think we saw Marnus there trying to buy a wicket, and he almost did with the very last ball. Again, it's probably a slight management piece on the day, not a management piece in the game of cricket that we're playing. We've obviously got to come back tomorrow and try and get these 4 wickets as quickly as we can, because they've got a pretty healthy lead at the moment.
Still confident?
Yeah, the Test game lasts 5 days, we see a lot of games done in 4 days, but there is another 3 days left. There's still time in this game.
Yeah, it's nice to see a New Zealander in the Australian camp. Feels like everyone from New Zealand's gone to coach England in some way, shape or form. So I appreciate you, James, being part of our team, and thanks for having a chat to us post-play.
No worries. Cheers, guys.
Thanks,
James Franklin with us there, the bowling coach from the Australian cricket team on the end of a pretty rough day in the dirt for the Australians. Really, the reason for that, and it wasn't due to any poor bowling by the Australians, it was largely the reason for that was the good batting, the temperament from the Bangladeshi batsmen, and in particular this young man. So a 25-year-old in his second Test match, just his 3rd Test innings from Bagra in the northwest of Dhaka in Bangladesh, the man who was part of their victorious Under-19s Cricket World Cup winning squad back in 2020, Tanzid Hassan. The day belonged to him as he reached 3 figures.
Line bowls, Tanzid drives down the ground, and there it is. An innings from his wildest dreams. A maiden Test century, and it's against Australia in Australia.
It was well called by Ben Cameron. It's exactly what it was. In his wildest dreams, if we thought the first centurion of this Test match in Darwin would be Tanzid Hassan, I don't think too many would have written his name down.
No, certainly not. But it was thoroughly deserved. In only his second Test match, his maiden Test century, the young man should be well applauded. I don't think there was anyone here in the house at Marara who would begrudge him that 100. I think it was a superb piece of batting. Though I just loved his temperament. Yeah. I know early he got dropped by Nathan Lyon the previous evening. A tough chance, but he barely put a foot wrong after that.
That's right. He rotated the strike, didn't he? There were some flashes and some moments where you could see the concentration was starting to wane, and that's a huge effort. He would have built himself up against a big test. This is a big test for this Bangladesh team. They're exhausting a lot of energy, a lot of mental energy. So to put himself through, and they're relentless, this Australian bowling attack. There's not a moment where you can just drop your guard. So to bat for that long and to bring up triple figures against a big team, it was a fantastic, as you said, Dizzy, there wasn't, the 5,000 people here and everyone tuning in. Everyone would have been happy for him. It was so well deserved.
He was given a couple of lives. On Nord, there was a skied ball, which tough one to take. Nathan Lyon put him down, and then on 62, a deflection deflection off the keeper carry and then bobbled up, and Smith actually got to it earlier than he had anticipated, diving forward, and it hit him on the wrist. So put down twice, it gets to 100, and then straight afterwards he was dismissed. He holed out down to long off, but I think everyone was pretty chuffed for him that he was able to bring up three figures.
Yeah, he got a bit giddy, didn't he? Got to his 100. I've done my job, but really, I mean, if we're being critical of him at all, and, you know, like, young player, he's done wonderfully well, that's when you cash in. He's done all the hard work. That was the opportunity to really, drive it into the Australians.
And two great stories. So we spoke about Hassan Mahmood, and we had him on post-play last night. So I actually mentioned this during the day. In the forecast of the media previews that I was reading, there were two likely teams that were put out, the likely 11 for Bangladesh. And really the forward slash between this option or that option, 9 were solid, and the only two that there was a choice over, one was whether they went with Sarkar, the experienced opener they brought back, or Tanzit Hassan, who got the 100 today. Obviously, the selectors, the 50-50 call back in the 25-year-old in his second test match. And the other one that had the hyphen on it was Khalid Ahmed, whether he was going to play or whether Hassan Mahmood would get the start. Mahmood gets the start, takes 6 for. So for the selectors, the two 50-50 calls go the way that the two guys that have the 6 for and have the century.
And Hassan Mahmood as well. He's batted really well here in this partnership, Mahedi. It's 40-odd runs, 45, I think, runs. But importantly, it's been 25 overs. And it's just kept the Australians out there, which in turn is now going to have them bowling 3 days on the bounce in a test match in Australia, which is pretty much unheard of in modern day.
I don't want to gloss over the bowling performance. You are our fast bowling guru, Diz, and Xavier, nice to have you here, obviously, as a 3-format spinner for Australia, but 8 bowlers used today. I put the question to James Franklin about the bowling workloads. I'm certain this wouldn't have been part of the plan. Warm them up, cool them down, warm them up, cool them down 3 days in a row and over 100 overs in the dirt, having not played a test match in 8 months.
No, absolutely not. But I think, I just wonder, with 20 and up to 21 test matches being played in the next 12 months, Corby and Doe, having the flexibility of having Bo Webster and Cameron Green on the side, then you've got Marnus who can bowl some seam up as well. That gives you 6 seam bowling options, so you don't need to actually flog your big 3 quicks. They can bowl, as James Franklin said, they bowl 5 over spells. They can probably give them more regular spells, still get their 20 overs in the day, but as opposed to 8-7-7 or 8-7-6, they can actually give them shorter spells, rotate them around a little bit more. I just wonder if there's a thinking with so much cricket coming up, they've got to manage their quicks as best they can.
Well, that's also easy to do if you're in front. Like when you're behind, the temptation is like, right, we have to wind Starkey up here. We can't give Bo a couple to sneak in. So correct. What other over 150 behind in the test? Every run is so valuable that there are no fillers anymore because Australia have got to chase them just to keep their noses in it.
Yep, it's a fascinating way in which the scoreline reads. There were fears about this being a mismatch and being lopsided. I think if you had a look at the scoreline after the second day, you'd think that the teams were the other way around. So Australia 198 all out, and Bangladesh, who have been sensational, 6 for 351, and the lead is over 150 already for Bangladesh, 153 ahead of day 3 here in Darwin. It's Bangladesh, so the way that they went about it today, is it more good batting than it was bad bowling when we compare the two lineups?
I wouldn't say it's bad bowling, Diz. I think Australia were as good as you could probably expect in these conditions. As we've mentioned, they're coming off no cricket. There is 2 guys in particular who haven't played cricket for the last at this level for the last 8 or 10 months in Lyon and Hazelwood. So they've got worries and guys who James said there aren't restrictions on these guys, but they are being very careful. So yeah, it's been a real battle. I think they tried their best. The wicket, no doubt, has flattened out. Like it is, even just watching these two out here in the middle, who don't have great test record. Oh, sorry, Mahedi's got a decent test record, but from now on, for the rest of the order, it doesn't look great. But they're sort of holding up their end. So I think it is well and truly flattened out. So again, I'm intrigued to see Australia as we're going forward. I'm sure we'll touch on it, how they approach it when it becomes their turn to bat again.
I'm with you, Dole. I think the Australians bowled fine today. The surface has settled down a lot, and I think there's been some really good application. I think rather than talk about what the Aussies could have done different or better, and we can unpack that as much as we want, but let's not take nothing away from this Bangladesh batting order. They've applied themselves. They're not flashy. They're not, but they're workmanlike. They've gone about. They've got their hard hats and steel cap boots on, and they're just getting stuck in. And I think it's absolutely brilliant.
5 wickets in the day, 86 overs, just under 250 runs. So it was a day for the cricket connoisseur today, which brings us to our mate Ed Cowan, of course, from the ABC Cricket Podcast. You can hear him every Monday as part of that wherever you get your podcasts, and it's now time for Teddy's Thought of the Day.
Well, the sun was out in the mountains, let me tell you. The snow was firm, fellas, and the fresh air meant I could listen to all of you have a great call on the wireless as it streamed into my ears while I was flying down the mountain. As for the cricket, the thing that caught my attention was just the old-fashioned graft that has put Bangladesh in the box seat. I do wonder if the Aussies have been watching this, and I really hope that they don't come out and try and bat in fifth gear like they did in the first innings. So fingers crossed someone can get their head down. Someone's going to have to bat a day and some to keep this test match alive.
Said sitting in his big leather armchair sipping a whiskey, no doubt, Corbin.
You know what he
has
like?
to be.
You don't remember those radio shows from
stroking a cat or something?
You know those radio serials from the 40s and 50s? That's what Eddie sounded like there.
I loved it. What do you make of the point? So this was, as he said, it was a grind. But essentially, we talk about Test cricket being, is it still a game of patience? We talk all the time about the modern game and the modern player and everything else. Well, Bangladesh showed there's still plenty of room for old-fashioned Test cricket in 2026.
I absolutely loved it. You know, rotating strike, the tactics, particularly of Mushfiqur. Like, I just loved him manipulating the field against Lyon. This is stuff we don't see, at the moment in the current format of Test cricket. We see a spinner come on and they try and get batted out of the attack, not manipulated out of the attack. So that was one moment in the day where he was just manipulating the field, hitting in front of square, getting his leg slip moved, then lapping it, they had to move it again. Just keeping Australia thinking about the game was just a bit of a lost art in Test cricket. So I absolutely loved it. It was a grind, putting overs in the legs of the Australians, and hoping that it pays dividends later in the day or later in the Test match. Yeah, I for one absolutely loved it and couldn't agree with Eddie Moore there.
Yeah, they've kept the Australians out there for 110 overs, and Australia still have 4 wickets to take with a 30 overall ball, as you mentioned in the opening, Corb. So, yeah, look, it was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. They've scored about 3 runs and over, which is not terrible by any stretch. It's probably a little bit unders in the recent standards in probably the last decade, but still fascinating Test cricket, driving the game, which is exactly what you want.
Is there a little bit of irony there that the last time Australia played Test cricket, we were all standing around at the end of the day's play basically saying, the Bazball era is over and everything else, and the way to play Test cricket is the way the Aussies go about it, and now we're sitting here saying, hey, maybe the Aussies were a bit impatient and the other team sort of showed them what Test cricket's all about.
Yeah, maybe. I think Bangladesh have played this beautifully. They've done well. They've pitched the ball up when they had the ball in hand, when they bowled first, knocked over the Aussies, tested the Australians' patience. They won that battle, and now they're winning the battle of patience with the bat in hand, and I think it's absolutely brilliant. And look, they deserve to be in this position. There's still a lot of work to do for them, as you mentioned, Doe. The surface has settled down a lot, and we probably think that day 3 is most likely here at Marara. It's going to be the best day to bat. So the Bangladeshi will want to bat a fair chunk of that first session tomorrow, as much as they can, because they don't want to be bowling too much on the flattest time of the match.
Teddy's point about they need a batsman that's going to bat long. Have they got it, the Australians in our lineup? And if so, who are you looking at?
Well, the two at the top certainly aren't. So, Weatherald and Head are going to come out and play their natural game. And, the new ball, and, they're going to be nervous. Absolutely, they'll be nervous. They're put in a position that they weren't expecting and haven't been in too often, Corb. So, but no doubt there's some class in that batting lineup, and I know there's a few question marks over a couple of the players within there, but there's still so much quality to suggest to me that a 400-500 third innings is not out of the question.
Oh, absolutely. They can absolutely do that. At least 400, if not more. I think Marnus, Labuschagne and Steve Smith have a huge role to play in the Australian second innings.
Yeah. The mental game's going to be fascinating, though, because there are 3 guys in particular that are short on runs. Obviously, we're talking about Cam Green, Jake Weatherald across his career still averages in the 20s, obviously having started at the beginning of the Ashes, and then Marnus Labuschagne's the other one. So 20 balls, out for 1 in the first innings.
as you know in sport, how much of it is played above the shoulders. That when you're chasing a game, plenty of time to bat against a lowly opposition. That all of that, I'm sure, will be going through their minds when they walk out there to have a hit.
Yeah, absolutely, and it probably won't be the quicks that they have to combat in the second innings. It'll be the wily off spinners and the left arm offie. And not a lot of spin, but it's sometimes that's when it's dangerous, when they're attacking the front pad. And we've seen Australia have some issues with the non-spinners. And particularly in Sri Lanka and those sort of places where you've got to get your pad out of the way and use your bat and manipulate the field the way that the Bangladeshis have here. So, yeah, there's going to, like you said, Corb, it is going to be between the ears the big test. Certainly the conditions, they would have faced these before and looked forward to these sort of conditions. But as you said, it'll be above the shoulders where the real test comes for Australia next time out.
I'll tell you what they are doing. They're pushing against history and they're pushing against data. And our man Rick Finlay is all across this. So what do you reckon the win viz would be at stumps on day 2? Give me a percentage.
I think Bangladesh have to be 75%, easily.
60. I was going to say 65, Corb.
77%. I'm giving that to you, Diz, closest to the pin. So 77% for Bangladesh and 23% for the Australians. But what about these for some numbers? So how many times have Australia been 150 runs down on the first innings and won the test? 9 times in history.
Wow.
How many times have they been 200 down on the first innings and won the test?
6.
Only 3 times. And the answer for both as to when the last time that it happened, you have to go back to January of 2010, the SCG test match where Mike Hussey got the 100 in the third innings against Pakistan. So we're looking for, essentially, from an Australian viewpoint here, we're either looking for one in whatever it is, 20-odd year in the history of Test cricket if they're able to come from 150 down. And if they're coming from 200 down, it's going to have to be a 1 in 50-year event in the history of Test cricket if the Aussies can do it. And the first time in 16 years.
And the real one positive for Bangladesh, their bowlers have had a full day off as well, which is huge. Absolutely huge. So that'll be a really important factor. The Australian bowlers, they're going to be bowling their 3rd day in a row. So, yeah, really interesting to see how that pans out.
The other milestone to speak of, Steve Smith today took 3 catches. He is now the equal record holder. He's taken more catches as a fieldsman, so take out all your wicket keepers. More catches as a fieldsman than any, or as many is what I'm trying to say, as any player in the history of the game. He is currently tied with Joe Root, so they both have 218 catches.
It's going to be a bit of a ding-dong, isn't it, for the next little while? Because Joe Root obviously fields his slip as well, so he's taking catches pretty regularly. So it'll be interesting to see who finishes on top at the end of their careers.
Where do you have him ranked all time in terms of some of the best fieldsmen you've seen?
Catches?
Yeah, probably different categories.
Steve Smith's on my Mount Rushmore for sure. For Australians, catching behind the wicket, he's on my Mount Rushmore for sure.
Cool, I agree. I think he is right up there. I played quite a bit of cricket with Smudge and quite a bit against him, and he has taken some absolute rippers. He drops his share, which is not many. A couple come to mind, but you think of Ponting, you think of Maxwell, you think of Mark Waugh. They drop catches. They are human, but he is right up there.
Yep. It's amazing what he's been able to do. 218 catches. He takes some blinders, Steve Smith. I must admit, maybe this is a little bit harsh, I always thought of him more in the category of he takes great catches more than he's a great catcher. But maybe that's a little bit. I mean, 218.
I think you're harsh.
That's probably pretty
I think you're being harsh, Corb.
He did go to put some mayo on that third one today, and then realised he didn't have to. But still a very good catch. That was an exhibition of slips catching out there today. There were 3 very good catches, but
you also learned that in real time too when you leapt up saying, "Have a look at how good this catch is,"
and it was like,
maybe not. Stumps here on day 2, so we are going to head into the weekend. It was probably the question I got asked the most when I arrived in Darwin. People essentially saying, "Hey, is this test going to make it to the weekend? How far are we going to go? How long will it run? How deep is this test match going to go from here?"
Well, the Australians will be hoping it goes into day 5 because it means they're better chance of winning. Fancy saying that, eh? So it's been great Test cricket, Corbin. I think it's going it's going at least into day 4, or well into day 4. Even if everything it goes against Bangladesh from ball 1 tomorrow, it still goes into day 4. But it's just been so great. Like the contest, which is what everyone came here to see. Well, they came here for an exhibition of Australian cricket, and they didn't get that. But the next best is getting a contest, and it's been superb so far.
Yeah, look, I think absolutely minimum deep into day 4, but I'm a bit with Doe. I think it'll go into day 5.
Yep. I think if it's all over tomorrow, it's a cricketing catastrophe for the Aussies.
Absolutely.
I think that's so. If you got a Sunday ticket, I'd be hanging on to that. You're going to get some cricket. I think it's fair to say. Here at Marara Oval, we'll be back, of course, to call it all for you on ABC Sport. 6 for 351. Bangladesh still in their first innings, so second innings of the match they lead by 153 runs. Just a quick word on Jake Pavlich, who's the curator here. So we learn a bit about these pitches. They are prepared in 2 halves out the back and essentially joined together out in the middle, and you can quite visibly from where we're sitting see the connecting part of the pitch. This has been replicated, this technology, in other parts of the country. I know they do it at Dockland Stadium, for example, and a few other venues across the country. What have we made of this as a test wicket?
I think it's played pretty well. It offered a bit of assistance early, day 1. Like first session, it offered a bit of assistance, and it looked to settle down. The last session yesterday settled right down. And again, new ball wicket, isn't it? We saw the second new ball the Australians had. Probably just nibbled around a little bit, just with the pronounced seam. But overall, I think it's been a pretty good wicket. There's been a little, the odd ball has just kept a little bit low, or bounced in front of Alex Carey. But I'm giving it a big tick.
I'm fascinated to see how the Bangladeshis bowl next time around. I think it does have the characteristics of really flattening out, and the Australians, I don't know, maybe it's the positivity in coming out that Australia will really cash in, and then maybe find it hard to bowl Bangladesh out. Even might get flatter and flatter and flatter, which is not uncommon for dropping wickets. But yes, you'd have to say so far to the end of day 2, it's been a pretty good wicket. But yeah, I'm keeping a watchful eye on the next couple of days.
Can't wait to see what we're going to get. It's been good fun learning about the Bangladeshi players too. So obviously we know the name brand guys from global tournaments, but as I touched on off the top, to have 2 fringe guys in the Test team, both put their name up in lights, and raises the question: who's it going to be tomorrow? Who's the player do you think we'll be speaking about at Stumps on day 3? Not just from Bangladesh, but perhaps is there an Aussie? Who do you think will own day 3?
I'm going to say Marnus Labuschagne. I think he's been copping a lot of criticism. I think, speaking to Phil Jaques, Phil has been observing his technique from a technical batting point of view. He thinks he's in a pretty good place. I just think maybe he just needs a bit of time at the crease just to get into his work, and I suspect he could have an important role to play.
Yeah, I think it's one of those others that have been under a bit of pressure. I think it's Jake Weatherald. I think it's going to be a really feel-good story here. He missed out in the first innings. The hometown crowd. It should be a big crowd here tomorrow. They get to come and watch the Aussies bat on a Saturday. Obviously, forecast is good, I believe.
Shock me.
But I just think it's going to be a real feel-good story.
Yeah.
But again, it's going to be those first 30 balls that he's got to get through and make himself comfortable and cash in.
Only 5 wickets fell against his vaunted Australian bowling attacker on the second day, and 3 of them in a 5-over stretch after the second new ball was taken. So outside of that, just 2 wickets for the day. Tanzit Hussain led it up with his maiden Test 100. He made 101. Najmul Shanto, of course, the captain of Bangladesh, finished with 84, 49 for Mominul Haq, 36 for Mushfiqur Rahim, and Linton Das, the only man who missed out with a globe. Wickets relatively shared around, 2 for Hazelwood, 2 for Stark, and then 1 each for Lyon and Cummins. Catch you tomorrow, Des.
Catch you tomorrow, Corby.
Thank you, X.
Thanks, Corb.
Thanks to Phil Jaques as well upstairs, Jason Gillespie, Xavier Doherty. Thanks to Jim Maxwell, the voice of the dry season, to Ben Cameron, to Con, our tech, and to Renell back in the studio for all their work. We're out of here on Grandstand at Stumps. If you want to listen back to it in full, you can find it wherever you get your podcasts under ABC Cricket Podcasts. Good night.
AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport.
Listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport. Listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport. Listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC